Hey guys, we are here with what is my biggest video up to date here, and that is going to be ranking every single Survivor player in the new era. Now, I have in the past made several top 10 best new era players, top 10 worst new era players, and this is something that I was planning to do after 50, but now considering that Jeff is declaring 51 to be the start of a different era, the open era, I think it makes sense at this point to take a look back at the last 10 seasons of the show and to rank all these players that have played in the new era version of the show. And again, this is going to be a pretty big ranking here, going through all these people, and I will be ranking them based on how I feel about them as players in the grand scheme of things, not necessarily how they did on their particular season, or for some players, seasons, which I think will make for a pretty interesting ranking here. Now, to clarify, I am only ranking players who have played for the first time in the new era, so I will not be including people on 50 who obviously played before the new era, so only look at the players who made their first appearance in the new era. And with that, we have 161 players to talk about, and let's not waste more time. Let's get into the video. So starting off at number 161, and for the most part, if you have watched my previous worst players in the new era video, there should be a lot of familiar faces here, not too many surprises. Though with that said, the very bottom has definitely changed compared to the last time I did a video like that. But number 161, the worst player of the new era to me is Annie from Survivor 49, and to me, I think Annie is a pretty bad player. Now, to be fair, she does survive at least one tribal over Nicole, though even then that was mainly due to Nicole being seen as a physical weakness there, more so than anything Annie did particularly well. And you can also at least credit her for kind of having Alex at her side at a point, though even then, Alex was always more loyal to Sophie B and to Jake compared to Annie. And we even see Jake turning against her the very next round. And I think it's based off that, the fact that she at least had one ally by her side at a point and did survive that one tribal, that you could argue that she should be above some other people. But at the same time, I just think Annie has less potential than any of the people in the bottom 10 for me, where I do feel like Annie's someone who doesn't really know the game that well. I don't think she has that much game knowledge. We also see her like annoying people on camp with her being bossy and really just driving people up a wall there. So I feel like it's based off that I just think Annie's someone who would probably be an early boot in a lot of situations, but mixing in the fact that I just don't think there's much potential there with her not being that into the game, and also with her even turning away her only ally at a point was not to have her at the very bottom for me, which is why I do have her here at 161. Now moving on to 160, and we have the person I had at number one of my worst player in the new era video before, and that is Geo from Survivor 43. Now again, I still think Geo's a pretty bad player, someone who had a very bad run on 43, and I still think Geo has very little potential for the game in general, where for one, he could definitely be targeted early for being a physical weakness, as we saw that he was about to be voted out over Ryan at the first tribal until Lindsay blew up her game, but even then, he wasn't even included on the plan to target Lindsay there. That's pretty bad. And obviously you have him like being part of the plan to throw the challenge with Ryan, and also with him telling Carl about his knowledge is power. I do think those things are also pretty bad and definitely show a lack of strategic forethought there. And then socially, he didn't really have any connection in the game. He really only had Ryan by his side and kind of Carla, though even then, I don't think Carla was sticking her neck out for him. So really, I don't think Gio's someone who has that much potential in the game. So with that said, the main reason I have him above Annie on this ranking is I feel like Ryan was a more solid ally for Gio than Alex ever was for Annie, where again, the fact that Ryan still stuck by Gio when he was voted out does at least show a little bit of potential in the fact that Gio is able to build a close ally there, though beyond that, I feel like there's a lot bad with Gio's game and him as a player, which is why I still have him here at number 160. Now moving on to number 159, and we have yet another player from the top 10 worst new era player video, though with that said, I did change the order a little bit here, but number 159, we do have Banu, and I believe I had Banu one spot lower the last time I assessed him on a ranking like this, largely because he does at least survive two tribals, and you at least had Q that was willing to play ball with him, but still, I look at Banu as someone who really has no potential for Survivor, someone who just doesn't really get the game on any level, despite him calling himself a super fan, where he seems to think the game's all about winning a million hearts, which is something there. But again, Banu's a pretty bad player. He's someone who refuses to lie. He's someone who was pretty open about targeting Kenzie early on, but was just unable to gain any traction there. He's someone who was just a pretty bad ally all the way around, to where Even Q didn't want anything to do with him, and while he is part of both the Jelinski and Jess plans of those first two tribals, he's a dead man walking afterwards and has no potential to get off the bottom there. He obviously loses his vote on the journey to where his vote off is such a foregone conclusion that the show doesn't even try to hide it, and obviously that's pretty bad there. And again, I think Bond is a pretty bad player. The reason he's above the other people is, again, he does survive two tribals. He does vote in the majority both times there. And the fact that he is at least somewhat physical to where he could be kept around for a bit, as we even saw Q wanting to work with him at a point, was enough to make me not have him at the very bottom, but still, he's a pretty actively bad player, and that's why he's here at 159. Now moving on to number 158, and we are again sticking with the top 10 video that I did last year, and that is Charity from Survivor 48. And Charity is someone who plays a pretty bad game on 48, where despite her getting all the way to the merge, it's in a position to where she won out to the merge and would have been voted out at almost every single opportunity had she gone the tribal in the pre-merge, but due to her winning out, she just happens to get to the merge there. And it's in a position as well to where she never really had any true allies in the game outside of Mitch, where almost everyone else just didn't really connect with her and was put on the bottom almost immediately because of that. And it leads to her being a pretty consensus target at the merge, where yes, they do split the vote on Say, but really it was to avoid idle play, where Charity was almost looked at as the clear target in that spot. But it's a pretty bad game for the most part, if I'm being honest. And I do think it speaks pretty poorly to Charity's social game, where the fact that she has not one but two tribes that she's on before the merge, and it's just unable to build any inroads on either of her tribes, her original tribe or her swap tribe, is pretty bad there. And the fact that she also is not able to build any inroads after the merge as well is also pretty bad. So on the whole, I do look at Charity as a pretty bad player, someone who, again, despite her getting to the merge, plays a pretty lackluster game, and it's for that reason I do over here at 158. Now moving on to number 157, and we have yet another person from the top 10 list, and we actually have Eric Abraham, the first boot of the new era. And Abraham is someone who I have wavered a bit on over time in terms of his exact placement here, where he was on my original top 10 list, but was not super high if I recall correctly. He was on my second worst new era list, where again, he was also fairly low here. But now I believe he's actually moved up a couple spots compared to last time, even though we've had more players since he's played and since that first video was made. But I think as time passes, my view of his game just continues to go down, where I think at the time I gave him a bit more slack for him not having the best starting tribe, where I do feel like considering the time that he played and considering that he was in a tribe with the likes of Evie, Liana, and Tiffany, that his style of gameplay was just not going to gel with that group of people. But I think as time passes, I just don't think there are many situations that Abraham would do well in, where I do think he's someone who's fairly regimented. He's someone who, despite him knowing the game pretty well, and despite him being a super fan, I just don't think that his style really connects well with a lot of people. And I just think more times than not, he is going to be an early boot, which I think is a pretty big problem there. And I think it's that lack of potential for Abraham to do well in a lot of situations that did lead me to bump him up in terms of him being one of the worst players in New Era for me. And that's why I do have him here now at 157. Now moving on to number 156, and we are once again sticking with the top 10 worst players list, though once again playing with the order here, and that is Brad Reese from Survivor 41. And I think Brad's kind of in a similar boat to Abraham, where I think my view of him has definitely shifted over time, where there are times where I was a little higher on him, but I think at this point, I do look at him as a pretty bad player, someone who I think is a bit of a loose cannon, and someone who I think will probably blow up his game more often than not. Now, I do think there are some merits to him, like the fact that he was able to find the aware advantage, and obviously while he wasn't able to use it, I do think that's at least something to point out here. And also the fact that he does technically survive the Sarah vote, even though he was very much a target during that round, and I do think he definitely did things that made it harder for him to survive moving forward. But still, I do look at Brad as someone who is, again, a pretty bad player. The reason I have him above the other people is that the fact that he was able to survive tribal and also was able to find at least the Beware Evangel on the way does at least show some initiative on his end, and that's why I do have him here at number 156. I'm moving on to number 155, and who would have guessed it? We are once again sticking with the top 10 list here to someone who I feel like had no reason to be the first boot off their tribe, but yet they were, and here we have TK from Survivor 47. And again, the fact that TK was the first vote out of his tribe, despite him being one of the more physical people there, is pretty insane in my eyes. And I do think some of it stems from pretty poor play. The fact that he thought that he had Tiana by his side, but despite that, didn't really put in much work to build that relationship to the point where Tiana didn't really trust him. And even relied on Kyle to be like this middleman for the two of them when they were trying to figure out who to vote for. So I do think that is pretty bad on TK's end there. Now, something I will give TK a bit of slack for is that it did seem like Sue was against him rather bad for reasons that aren't super apparent, and I can't really give TK too much fault for turning Sue against him. Though really the reason he is this low is due to the fact that he did turn Tiana against him, and the fact that he just didn't put any effort into building that relationship, and also the fact that he was just voted out first despite him being one of the more physical people on his entire cast was enough to have him here at 155. Now moving on to number 154, and this is someone who I've been pretty outspoken on as being a pretty bad player, despite their placement on one of their seasons. But at number 154, we have Bruce from Survivor 44 and 45. And again, I'm mainly basing this on his 45 appearance as he was barely there for 44. But again, I do think his 45 game is pretty bad, despite him getting all the way to the final 8, where he's on the bottom for almost his entire run, where he makes himself a pariah early on. As original Bello tribe would have been targeted relatively early on had they gone the tribal, but they don't. Same thing with the Swap tribe, where he wasn't well situated there either, but again, they don't go to tribal. And then even back to the merge, he is once again on the bottom, and his group continually lose numbers, but despite that, he just gets through a lot of the game by winning immunities, where he is immune during the mergatory round. He has an idol during the split tribal, one of the only times in the game that he does not have some sort of immunity there. And then he goes on a comp run for the next few rounds, winning immunities in spots where he would have been targeted had he not won immunity. And then at the final 8, the first round he does not win immunity. He gets voted out with an idol in his pocket, and despite it not even being in the best interest of Emily, the person that put the vote together. So I think by itself his game is pretty bad, but I think the thing that really lowers my view of him as a player is the fact that he came into the season with such a good reputation, where people felt bad for him after he got medevacked on 44, that he didn't get a chance to play. And he was someone that people felt good about working with. He seemed like someone that would have been a good number for them. And it's why in coming into the season with one of the best landing spots of really any player in Survivor history, he still threw away all that goodwill almost immediately, simply due to how bad of a player he is and how much he just annoyed people right off the bat. So I do feel like based off that, it makes it very hard for me to have Bruce super high. And it's for the reason that I do have him here at 154. Now moving on to number 153, and we have the final person in this really bottom, actively bad tier. And we are once again sticking with the top 10 list for this one. And here we have Rome from Survivor 47. And again, I feel like Rome was a pretty actively bad player, someone who I think really antagonizes a lot of people on his cast, as we saw with how he treated the likes of Saul, for instance. Emily technically had a backing in the likes of Genevieve and never felt like it was going to stick too deep in the game, and very much felt like Genevieve was using him as a smokescreen. And we even get to the merge where he's voted out near unanimously, and even Genevieve votes him out. So I do feel like to the end, Rome was someone who was never going to get too much traction to the game as a result, which is obviously pretty bad there. Now, again, I think the major pro to him is the fact that he does survive 2 tribals, and he does technically get his way at both tribals, where he does vote out Asia. That was something he was really pushing for there. And even with the Keyshawn vote, while Keyshawn was trying to deflect the vote onto him, I do feel like Rome mixed most of that by using his vote steal to ensure that he gets his way there. So he does technically have agency that carries him through the pre-merge. I just feel like he approaches the way in such a bombastic way to where I just don't think he's ever primed to do well in the long term. And even if he had survived the merge round, I just don't think he would have had much traction moving forward anyway. And I feel like with the way he approaches the game and how he treats people not in his core alliance, I just don't see how someone like Rome does well on really most seasons of Survivor, but it is the fact that he did have a bit of agency at a point in the game during the pre-merge that leaves him above the rest of this tier for me, which is why he's here at number 153. Now moving on to number 152, and we're sort of out of this bottom of the barrel tier of these really actively bad players. But now we're moving on to someone who we have almost no information on, largely because they were barely in the game. But at number 152, we do have Jackson from Survivor 42. And again, Jackson is someone who was there for not even a day, where he was obviously pulled very early on. And through that, there's not that much to glean in terms of his actual position, though from what I understand, it doesn't seem like he was well positioned on the original Taku, where he was not part of that core alliance. And had they gone the chart early on, it probably would have been between him and Mariah over who would have been the first to go there, which is obviously not particularly great. Now, obviously, things could have changed in the days following that, but at the same time, I don't think Jackson screams out to me as someone who had that much potential in the game moving forward, and I feel like even if he was allowed to stay, I don't get the sense he would have gotten off the bottom, as he doesn't seem to be an overly active player. And I think because of that, it's sort of hard for me to have him super high on this list. But at the same time, we just have such little information, and I feel like with how little time he was actually in the game, it's sort of hard for me to really say too much about how he would have done moving forward. So it's for that reason that I have him here at 152. Now moving on to number 151, and sort of similar to Jackson, this is someone who I have a lot of difficulty assessing, though for slightly different reasons compared to Jackson. But at number 151, I do have Hannah Rose from Survivor 45. And obviously, a lot of people like to crap on Hannah for the fact that she quit the game, that she didn't really know what she was signing up for, and obviously those things aren't particularly great. And I think on an overall player ranking, I do like the factor that in, the fact that it doesn't seem like she is really equipped to play Survivor, and I don't think she's someone who would do well in a lot of cases. Though with that said, I think something helping her out is the fact that she did seem to be in an okay spot on the original Lulu, where she wasn't going to be the first boot off her tribe, and had they actually played out the round, that she would have been the majority for that round to take out Emily. So again, it's the fact that she wasn't on the bottom right at the bat is something that I had to at least give her some credit for. But at the same time, I just don't think she's cut out for Survivor. As we literally see, she had just quit smoking. And even if she hadn't quit the game, I don't really know how much life she would have truly had in the game moving forward. But it's the fact that she was at least in an okay spot for that first round that I do have her here at 151. Now moving on to number 150, and we're beginning the next tier now of players who were taken out pretty early and don't really have much going for them, but still I think they have some pros that definitely have them above these really actively bad players. But at number 150, we're starting it off with Nicole from Survivor 49, the first boot of 49. And again, I think Nicole very much fits into the standard first boot tier, someone who was taken out, not because of anything they did overly wrong, but because they were seen as a natural first boot with them being a physical weakness, but also someone who was just kind of left out of the initial alliances and didn't really have any allies that were going to stick their necks out for her. So really, I don't think Nicole is someone who is that impressive in the game, but also with her not making any big mistakes and with her just being someone who would naturally be taken out early, I figured it was enough to have her above this really bottom of the barrel tier, but not too much higher, which is why she's here at number 150. Now moving on to number 149, and we have a very similar player to get into, and that is Mariah from Survivor 43. Again, another first boot here, and someone who I don't think has that much potential in the game, where I do feel like she is a mostly passive player. Now, to be fair, it did seem like she was at least trying to get this all-women's alliance going on the original Baka, and even beyond that, you have her at least thinking that she had Sammy by the point, but at the same time, was still taken out due to her being a physical weakness, someone who didn't really have anyone sticking their necks out for her by the end of it, and someone who I don't think has that much potential in the game, but at the same time, I don't think there's enough actively bad that she does in the game to warrant her being a first boot. It just felt like she was naturally going to be voted out in that position anyway, and with her not really having many upsides to make me think she would have done well beyond that point, I do have her here at number 149. Now moving on to number 148, and we have another person who was taken out at the first opportunity, even though they are technically not a first boot, but we do have Mariah from Survivor 42. And I think Mariah is another person who I look at as a fairly passive player, someone who I wouldn't expect to do well on most times they play on. Now, I think a minor thing to their credit is that it did seem like she was close to Jackson early on in the original Taku, and it did seem like they were a duo, though at the same time, they were going to be on the bottom of that group had they gone the tribal, to where I'm inclined to think that one of them would have been the first to go, and the other not long afterwards. And while she does get kind of unlucky that Jackson gets medevac fairly early on, I still think she would have been taken out not too long afterwards anyway, so I don't really look at her as someone who got that screwed over in the game, and really I think she's someone who was there more for the experience than someone who was there to actively play the game, and for the reason I do have her here on number 148. Now moving on to number 147, and we're actually going back now to a first boot here, though one that I think has a little bit more potential than the people we already talked about, and that person is John Lovett from Survivor 47. Again, John Lovett's another person who I would expect to be an early boot on most appearances, where for one, he's not the most physical guy in the world, so through that, he's someone who can be looked at as a weakness. He's also someone who people did see as a bit schemy as well, to where people were more likely to target him because of that. And he was another one that wasn't really able to gain much traction on his tribe either, where the only person he truly had was Andy, though even then, Andy does turn on him by the time of the actual tribal, so really it's not the greatest track record for John, and John's another person who I would expect to be an early boot more often than not. Though with that said, I do think it's the fact that he doesn't do much actively wrong to cause this boot. It just felt like he was just naturally going to be the first target of his tribe. And I think he's someone who has a little more potential than the people we already talked about, where considering that he is a pretty intelligent person in his real life and someone who is politically inclined at least, I think those things do suggest that he is decent enough strategically and that if he's able to find his people, that he could play a more dynamic game. So I don't think John's someone who is entirely devoid of potential there. but still it is a pretty bad track record, and it's for the reason that I do have him here at 147. Now moving on to number 146, and this is someone who I think also had a pretty sloppy game for the most part, but I think they have some minor pros going for them. But at 146, we do have Jess Chong from Survivor 46, and I think Jess is someone who I generally wouldn't have much faith in, where it does seem like she was on the bottom right away on the original Yanu, and is probably an early boot more often than not. Though with that said, I think there are some minor pros going for her where, for one, she does survive a tribal. She does survive the Jelinski tribal without too much difficulty. And I also think she showed some fight in her during her boot round where we did see her trying to throw Kenzie under the bus at a point. She also tried to shift the target onto Banu during that scramble. So I do think there's at least some merit to Jess on that end. Though at the same time, she also very much struggled out on the island with her like struggling with the elements and also with her not connecting well with a lot of people there. So I do think those things are not particularly great and definitely call into question how well she would do on any given season. But still, I think the fact that she showed some fight in her game and also did survive at least one tribal was enough to have her here at 146. Now moving on to number 145, and this is someone who I look at as a pretty bad player in the grand scheme of things. However, they did survive a decent amount of tribals before eventually being taken out, which is why I do have Jeannie here at 145. And again, I think Jeannie's a pretty bad player. There was actually a point where I had her as the worst player in the entire new era, which I think is pretty funny in hindsight. But again, I think Jeannie's someone who I look as a pretty passive player, someone who I think was largely unwilling to change her lot in the game and was on the bottom of UA for pretty much the entire time, where even though she does survive 3 tribals before eventually being taken out, she only votes correctly at one of them, where she does vote for a card during the Sarah tribal. During the Brad tribal, she was obviously close to Brad and tried to stick by him, but is blindsided there, loses out on that. And she obviously has a big outburst after that tribal, which is not a great look. And while she does vote for JD at that following round, she was also the secondary target in that spot. And she's a pretty easy target afterwards, where Shannon and Ricard were this clear duo that was not willing to turn on each other at that point, and through that they do take out Jeannie at that point. So it's obviously not a great track record, though the fact that she does get to the final 3 of UA is at least something to commend here. And obviously, had UA not been this disaster tribe, she probably does make it to the merge at least. Though even then, I think she probably is just as clear number for Shannon Ricard, would have been part of that alliance. And I don't think she would have been able to make the moves needed to navigate the post-merge there. And I don't think she would have been set up well to actually win the game. But in general, I do look at Jeannie as a pretty bad player for the most part, where even though she does make it relatively deep into the pre-merge, I don't look at her game as that impressive there. Though with that said, the fact that she does at least survive 3 tribals without being the direct target is at least something to point out here, and that was enough to have her a little bit higher at 145. Now moving into number 144, and we're going back now to another first boot here, though one that I think had a bit more potential in the game from what we saw at least. But at 144, we do have Stephanie, the first boot of Survivor 48. And in general, I don't think Stephanie's game is that great, where she obviously was his pretty clear target right off the bat. It gets taken out there. Though with that said, I do think Stephanie is a bit more pros for her, where for one, she did have a pretty solid ally in Mary, to where Mary did vote to keep her by the time of the actual tribal, which I think is a pro there. I think beyond that, she at least recognized that the likes of Kevin and Justin were not voting on her side, to where she did use her shot in the dark, where while you can definitely fault that in the sense that it lowered her chances of getting the votes to stay, it at least shows some awareness that she did not have the numbers to stay, and that she was willing to risk her vote to stay, as she recognized that that was her only real option at that point. So I do have to give her some credit for that. Though beyond that, she was still first boot, and she was still not in a great spot in her original try, but I think it's those minor pros to have her here at 144. Now moving on to number 143, and we have yet another quote-unquote first boot here that I do think has a similar pro to Stephanie, but at 143, we do have Zach Wartenberger from Survivor 42. And I think in a lot of ways, you can see Zach as your standard first boot, someone who was not part of the initial majority alliance and was his consensus target right off the bat, to where he is voted out unanimously there, which is obviously not particularly great there. And then beyond that, he definitely has some qualities that would make him an early target on a lot of his seasons, like the fact that he is on the weaker side physically, also someone who can come off as schemy with him being this pretty blatant super fan. So obviously those things are drawbacks. But at the same time, he is still someone who recognized that he was the target there, to where he did use his shot in the dark. And even beyond that, the fact that he is this big super fan and has all this game knowledge does give me a bit of confidence that he would know what he should be doing. And if he were able to find his footing on a certain season, that he probably would do well there. But still, it is the fact that I think he is an early target more often than not. was enough to hold him back here to where I do have him here at 143. Now moving on to number 142, and we have essentially the same thing, but a little bit better, but we do have Claire from Survivor 44. And again, Claire's another person who was taken out at the first opportunity in a pretty decisive manner where she was not part of the majority alliance on the original Soka and was a pretty consensus target by the time of the actual tribal. So obviously those things aren't particularly great. But again, Claire's another person who is a super fan. She's someone who knows the game pretty well. She's someone who recognized that she didn't have the numbers to stay, and through that she does use her shot in the dark. And also, there was at least some deliberation over keeping her, where obviously Josh was a pretty big target at that point, and you did have the likes of Franny and Matt, who did entertain the idea of keeping her around. So obviously, I think those things are minor pros to Claire, to where I did decide to have her above these other people in the similar grouping. But still, the fact that she's taken out the first opportunity is a pretty bad sign in my eyes, which is why she's here at 142. Now moving on to number 141, and we have yet another player who I think fits into this category of players, and here we have Asia from Survivor 47. And again, I think Asia is pretty similar to the likes of Claire and Zach, where she's obviously a big super fan, knows the game pretty well, and I think on paper has some decent qualities for the game, though at the same time, her game here is not particularly great, where she is voted out at the first opportunity, and she obviously wasn't given the greatest draw in the world, where she had the likes of Rome, who didn't gel well with her. So obviously her run here isn't the greatest in the world, but at the same time, she still had an ally by her side in Saul by the end of it. That's something to point out. You also have Teeny, who also didn't technically vote her out. So again, it's not like she was voted out unanimously in the same way that Claire or Zach were. And I also think she is a bit more physical than those two, to where I could definitely see her doing well in more scenarios compared to those two. But at the same time, it was not the greatest track record for her, and that's why I do have her here at number 141. Now moving on to number 140, and we have yet another person who was technically voted out at the first opportunity. Though with that said, they did technically get swap screwed, but we do have Matt from Survivor 49, and in some ways, I think Matt could be seen as a worse player than the people we already talked about, where obviously the people we just talked about were bigger super fans than Matt, and through that, I wouldn't expect Matt to have as much game knowledge compared to those people. And even beyond that, his game wasn't the greatest in the world either, where I do think he was not in the best spot in the original Hina. Though with that said, he was not going to be the initial target there, to where he would have at least been safe over Christina had they gone the trip early on. That's something to point out with him. And again, he does technically get swap screwed, where he does get swapped away from a better position into a worse position, and through that he is targeted at the first opportunity there. Now I will say that even within that situation, I do think there were some missed opportunities where he had gone the journey with Joanne, who was in the bottom of the Uli power structure, and I think he definitely could have picked up him there. Also could have picked up Jason, his fellow Hina there. So I don't think it was the most impossible situation for Matt to get out of. Though with that said, he still technically went from a better position to a worse position. And also the fact that he was not going to be the first boot off his tribe was enough to have him not the very bottom here. But still, I don't think he's the greatest player, which is why he's here at number 140. Now moving on to number 139, and we're moving on now to a stretch of relatively early boots here who I think have a bit more potential than the people we already talked about, or had some extenuating circumstances that resulted in them being in pretty bad spots during a lot of their run. But at number 139, we're starting this off with Sarah Wilson from Survivor 41, who is obviously taken out at the first tribal of the season, which is obviously not particularly great there. Though that said, she wasn't necessarily going to be the target for the entire round, where there's obviously a lot of talk earlier on about targeting Brad, and there's a shot that the likes of Shan and Ricard could have sided with her, so I don't think she was necessarily a dead person walking, and I do think Sarah's someone who isn't inherently a bad player, and I think on a different cast that she could have done better there. But as a result, she is still a relatively early boot, and it's kind of hard to have her super high because of that. But still, I think there's enough wonkiness with her boot round in particular that leaves her here at number 139. Now moving on to number 138, and we have a player who's kind of similar to Sarah, though I think this person has a bit more wonkiness in how they ended up on the bottom. But we do have Helen from Survivor 44, and I think Helen's kind of in a similar mold to Sarah, where on paper she seems to be a fine enough player, though ends up being the first taken out when they do go to tribal, which is obviously not particularly great. Though at the same time, she did have a pretty solid ally in Sarah that could have carried the day there. They were obviously courting Carson as well, and hypothetically, it could have been a swing vote situation, though I do think Helen gets kind of unlucky by Sarah losing her vote from the journey that obviously made it so that her side couldn't really hold the numbers and further incentivized Carson to side with the Jam Jam and Carolyn side. Though, to be fair, it did seem like Carson was going to side with Jam Jam and Carolyn anyway, but I still think the fact that the journey happened and it did disfavor her side of things just did her no favors there. So I do think the fact that Helen does get a bit unlucky by that situation is going to point out here, and that's why I do have her a little bit higher as well, but still not to have her above 138. Now moving on to number 137, and we have a player who had a very similar fate as well in the game, but we do have Justine from Survivor 43. And again, Justine's another person who was taken out at the first opportunity and theoretically had more numbers by her side, where she did have an alliance with Noelle and Dwight that potentially could have caused a tie at that first tribal, except that Dwight loses his vote. That makes it so that that side can't really hold the numbers there. And again, that's another situation that really disfavors her. Now, again, similar to these other people, even if Dwight did not lose his vote, I still don't think the plan would have worked, where we obviously know that they did try to split the votes, where Justine ends up voting for Cody there, while Noelle voted for NECA, and through that, that would not have been enough, considering that the other side had 3 pretty solid numbers, and even beyond that, Cody was able to activate his Beware advantage, so who knows what could have happened if he had played it. So again, I'm not saying that Justine single-handedly got screwed over by Dwight losing his vote, but still, I think she is, generally speaking, a fine player on paper, but still did not play the best game with her being a pretty early boot, but still has this thing that could have potentially won her the day had things worked out a bit differently. But as it stands, she is here at number 137. Now moving on to number 136, and we have yet another player who I think gets pretty unlucky by how the game plays out, and debatably more so than the people we already talked about. But at number 136, we do have Voce from Survivor 41. Now I think in some ways, Voce was always on the bottom of the Yase group, where he was just never going to be in that great of a spot on that try to begin with, and through that, I do think he gets a pretty bad draw, though I think even beyond that, I think he gets pretty unlucky in his boot round itself, where essentially the vote is between him and Xander, and he ultimately gets voted out over Xander because Xander had lost his vote from him finding the Beware advantage and not having activated it yet, to where through that, it just made more sense to take out Voce now and potentially take out Xander again if they go at the tribal again. So I do think to that end, Voce does get pretty unlucky by how that situation shakes out. Now, yes, beyond that, I think you can vault him for putting out Abraham at the first tribal, where Abraham would have been more of a number for him for down the road, and it just felt like he was enabling a power structure that didn't really benefit him. But at the same time, I think he was already in a pretty tricky spot, and through that, I can't really say that Voce played the worst in the world, and I think with him having at least some potential there, I do have him here at 136. I'm moving on to number 135, and we're now moving on to a small grouping of players who I feel like have a decent amount of potential for the game, but we're just not able to fully demonstrate it on their seasons here. But at number 135, we're starting this off with Sarah Wade from Survivor 44. And again, I think Sarah Wade, on paper, seems like a pretty good player, where I do think she's pretty good at each aspect of the game, and I do think on any given season, I would expect her to at least do decently well here. But again, I do think 44 was a pretty bad shake for her, where she was simply on the bottom right from the start. Now, again, she did have allies. She was close to Helen. She had a decent enough relationship with Carson to where Carson was the swing vote there and could have sided with them, though she does ultimately lose that battle. Though beyond that, I do think Sarah gets pretty unlucky by the journey, where she's essentially forced to risk her vote and ends up losing her vote in the process, and essentially made it impossible for her to get off the bottom from that vote, loses Hell in the process, and is clearly on the bottom afterwards. Now, I think after the swap, she kind of plays alright, where she is at least able to get Jan Jim on her side to target Josh, though at the same time, I definitely question whether targeting Josh was the correct move for her, considering that Josh was this outsider, and I feel like she probably should have been working with Josh more than trying to target him there. Not to mention that Josh had an idol for that round that he was able to use to idle her out there. So again, I definitely think there are pros and cons to how she approached that particular round. But at the same time, I still look at Sarah as someone who on paper has a decent amount of qualities for the game. But I do think this one showing for her didn't really show that potential, but I think the fact that the potential is there is why I do have her here at number 135. Now moving on to number 134, and we have yet another player who I think showed some potential for the game on their season, though was still a pretty early boot, and here we have Kevin from Survivor 48. And I think Kevin is someone who demonstrated some potential for the game here, where I do think he was able to position himself in the middle of the Vula tribe for that first tribal, which is pretty decent there, though even then I do think he makes a semi-questionable decision by siding with the men's side and voting out Stephanie there, where obviously you had Stephanie and Mary who were willing to work with him, and I do think by voting out Stephanie, it just positioned him on the bottom of the men's tribe, which is obviously not great, though he does try to rectify that the following round, where he does attempt to flip the vote onto Say and is unsuccessful there, which is obviously not great there, and obviously Justin and Cedric do pull the trigger in taking him out. But still, I think Kevin is someone who, even though he didn't have the greatest run by the end of it, where he's only the second boot, I think he's someone who is at least willing to play the game actively, and I think he at least had one decent round within him, but still, the fact that he's only the second boot is why I do have him here at number 134. Now moving on to number 133, and we have yet another player who I think demonstrated some potential for the game, but also has some pretty big drawbacks to them. But at 133, we have Brandon Donlin from the Survivor 45. And obviously the massive drawback to Brandon is his physical ability, where he's probably one of the worst challenge competitors in Survivor history, where he is just unable to do anything physical in the challenges, which is obviously not particularly great, and he is taken out due to him being a physical liability, which is obviously a problem there. He's obviously prone to panic attacks as well, to where you can definitely question whether Brandon is truly fit to play Survivor in general, but I still think Brandon is someone who has a decent amount of game knowledge. He is a super fan. And I also think he was decent enough socially on the Lulu Tribe to where, even though he is still taken out at the first opportunity, technically speaking, he really shouldn't have, where he was going to be part of the majority for that first round, where they were going to vote at Emily until Hannah quit the game. Obviously, Hannah quitting is a massive blow to Brandon's game, where Hannah was one of his closer allies, and even moving forward, people still liked Brandon. They didn't want to vote out Brandon, but they just felt like they had to because they were just losing challenges over and over again. So I do think based off that, I do think Brandon has some potential in the strategic and social department, to where I don't think Brandon's necessarily a terrible player. I simply think he's a player that needs a very specific situation in order to do well, but it's the fact that he does have that upside that leaves him here at number 133. Now moving on to number 132, and we have a player who I think is passable enough, but again, also has some pretty big drawbacks, and that person is NECA from Survivor 43. And again, I think NECA has a similar flaw to Brandon, where she's obviously a pretty big liability in challenges, which is why she's voted out at the third tribal, where she is targeted specifically because her tribe needs challenge strength. So obviously that's a problem. And I think beyond that, she's probably not the most strategically active person either, where I don't get the sense that she has the most game knowledge in the world. And I do think even if she had made it deeper into the season, that she probably was not going to be that active a player and was probably just going to be along for the ride. So again, I think compared to Brandon, you can definitely debate her being below Brandon, but at the same time, I do think she was pretty good socially, to where she was pretty well liked on her tribe, to where she was very close to Cody and Jesse, and you can very clearly tell that they did not want to vote her out, where we even see Jesse getting pretty emotional over the idea of voting her out, but knowing that he had to. So again, I feel like the fact that she built that tight of a connection with Cody and Jesse, these people who later go on to dominate the season, I do think that at least shows some upside there, to where you would think that if NECA were able to get deep into the game, that she would be alongside them for the ride, even though she would be the third in that. But still, the fact that she had that connection to begin with, the fact that she could have at least been a part of this deeper run, was enough to have her at least as high on this list, even though I don't think she's the greatest player on paper, but it was enough to have her here at number 132. Now moving on to number 131, and we have the final person in this grouping, and this is someone who really gets massively screwed over in the game that results in him being taken out so early, and that person is Jenny from Survivor 42. And obviously Jenny gets taken out in this pretty massive tribal here, where her side had the outright majority coming into the tribal, where she was very close to Mike, and through Mike they had Daniel and Chanel, which was a majority. That should have carried the day in that particular vote, except both Mike and Chanel lose their votes here, where Mike ends up losing his vote from him having found the aware advantage, and Chanel loses her vote by going on a journey and deciding to risk her vote, even though she was about to go to tribal. So obviously that's pretty bad there. But through this does result in a tie, where her side does become deadlocked, and it comes down to a deliberation where Daniel just folds immediately and just allows her to get taken out there. So obviously those things do result in Jenny getting screwed out of the game here, where I don't think she does anything wrong to cause her elimination outside of her just having been targeted to begin with. But considering that her side had the majority, it should not have mattered to begin with. So I do think the fact that Jenny gets screwed over and really gets taken out due to the mistakes of other people is something to prop her up here on this ranking. Though with that said, I think outside of the fact that she was screwed over, I don't really look at Jenny as the most dynamic player in the world, where while she does build a tight connection with Mike, I feel like Mike had more of the connections on the tribe compared to Jenny. And I feel like had she continued in the game, that she probably would have been Mike's sidekick for a lot of it. And I feel like with her not demonstrating too much potential outside of that, I can't really have her super high on the list, even though she was screwed over. But with that said, it is the fact that she was in the majority for that first round. That was enough to have her here at number 131. Now moving on to number 130, and we're beginning a pretty big grouping here of people who made it relatively deep on their seasons, getting to at least the merge. Though despite that, I don't look at them as that good of players, or I feel like they play pretty bad games upon itself. But at number 130, we're starting this off with Josh Wilder, who again, I have previously had in my top 10 worst players in the new era videos, and while that stance has definitely softened over time, I still look at Josh as someone who I think pretty much underperforms compared to what he should be on any given season. Where again, he is someone who you would think on paper would be a relatively decent player, though despite that, I do think he is pretty bad socially, where it didn't seem like he connected well with that many people out there, where again, a lot of that stemmed from him lying about his occupation, where he didn't want to tell people that he's a doctor, but in doing so, it just made it hard for him to really connect with people. That really caused him to be on the bottom for a decent amount of his run, where he was obviously a secondary target during the Claire Tribal. After the swap, he is obviously looked at as a target there, though to be fair, that is largely due to him like being the only Soka to swap over to that group, and even then he's able to at least build enough inroads with Carolyn to where she's willing to work with him for a round. They do take out Sarah Wade, though afterwards Carolyn does slip at the Jam and was about to flip on him at the next trouble they go to until the Matthew quit does cancel that tribal, and then after the merge, he's a pretty consistent target at that point, where it didn't seem like many people were willing to stick their necks out for him. So really, I still look at Josh as a pretty lackluster player. The reason I do him a bit higher at this point is, again, he is decent enough physically to where I wouldn't expect him to be the first boot of his tribe, and not to mention the fact that he does technically survive 2 tribals before his eventual boot, which I do think is a minor pro there. And while I do think there's a lot bad with him outside of that, largely due to his social game, I feel like it's those minor pros are enough to have him a little bit higher here, which is why he's here at number 130. I'm moving on to number 129, and we have a player pretty similar to Josh, so this person did make it quite a bit deeper into the game, but we do have Ryan from Survivor 43. And again, Ryan's another person who I look at as pretty bad, and in some ways I think he's probably more actively bad than someone like Josh, where he obviously throws the challenge in episode 5, thinking that he was by the majority to target Cassidy, only to be blindsided in that spot, which is pretty bad there. I think he's someone who is largely kept around due to his physical strength, where I do think in the choice between him and Gio, they do side with Ryan, mainly due to the fact that he is better in challenges compared to Gio there. And that does allow him to get to the merge, where to be fair, he does vote in the majority after the merge. And while I think he is on the bottom of the majority alliance after the merge, the fact that he is at least part of that group for that point of the game is at least something to point out. Not to mention that he does technically get unlucky in his boot round itself, where his fate is largely determined by what happened at the other split tribal, where the fact that James was voted out of the other split tribal did cause Jesse and Cody to decide to flip on him over Cassidy. So again, that is a bit of wonkiness to his run there, to where he would have at least made it a little bit deeper had it not been for that. Though at the same time, I don't think Ryan was ever winning the season, even if he did get to the end as well. But I do think Ryan is someone who probably should be a better player than what he is, where, again, the fact that he is pretty good physically should allow him to get somewhat deep on a lot of seasons. Though despite that, I think he's pretty much bad at everything else, where I think he's a complete mess strategically and even socially. I don't think he necessarily gels with everyone, but still, I think he makes it deep enough on his season to where I can't have him much lower than this, but not much higher, which is why he's here at number 129. I'm moving on to number 128, and this is someone who made it very deep onto their season. Though despite that, I still look at them as a pretty mediocre player in the grand scheme of things, and that person is Star from Survivor 48. And again, I don't look at Star as being that good of a player, where despite her getting all the way to the final 8, a lot of that is due to, one, her tribe just winning out to the merge, where it does seem like she would have been in a lot of danger in the pre-merge had they ever gone the tribal, but they simply don't. But beyond that, I don't think she really does much effective in the game, where she does spend almost the entire game on the bottom and is never really able to gain much traction as a result, where on the original Loggy, she's on the bottom of that group, and while she does try to target Eva, she is ultimately unsuccessful in that effort. You also have her try working together to lock her out of the Beware advantage by not helping her find it, which I did find pretty funny there. And then when she does eventually find it, she hands it off to Eva, which I don't think is the most optimal play there. And then after the merge, she's just kind of there for the most part, not really driving a lot of the action. She's on the outs during the data vote, which is pretty bad. And while she does try to cause a flip against Joe, she is pretty unsuccessful in doing so. And it even results in her and Mary going at it, where they do target each other, which is pretty unfortunate. So really by the end of her run, I do look at Star as a pretty lackluster player. She's someone who I can't really see winning a jury vote either. So I do think Star is someone who, despite her getting all the way to the final 8, I think there are a lot of things to be desired with how she approaches the game. and she's just someone who I wouldn't have much faith in on any given season regardless, which is why I do have her here at number 128. Now moving on to number 127, and we have another person who did make it to the merge phase of the game, though despite that, their actual game outside that is pretty lackluster, and here we have Soda from Survivor 46. And to me, Soda's another person who, I don't look at her game as that impressive, where while she did get to the merge, a lot of that is due to her tribe just winning out to the merge point, where had they gone the tribal, I'm inclined to think that she probably gets voted out there, considering that neither Hunter nor Tevin were that invested in working with her, despite the fact that she herself was very much wanting to work with them. So the fact that she wasn't able to build inroads with the people she wanted to work with is pretty bad there. And while she does vote out Mariah at that first tribal they go to after the merge, that was a pretty consensus vote there, not too much that Soda herself really did. And then she just flipped on immediately afterwards, where again, you have Tevin, who is someone that Soda did want to work with up to that point and still thought that he was by her side. He allows her to go home. Now, yes, he technically doesn't vote her out, but it was still a move that he signed off on, and it was more so as a way to get around a potential idol or shot in the dark play. So really, I don't look at her game as that impressive. And again, she's someone who I don't think has that much potential for the actual game, but she did technically make it to the merge. She does technically survive a tribal, and that's why I do have her here at number 127. Now moving on to number 126, and we have someone who did make it to the merge, though they probably should not have. But at number 126, we do have Lydia from Survivor 42. Now Lydia does technically survive one tribal in the pre-merge, that being the Jenny tribal, though it's in a position too where she probably should not have, where again, just looking at the actual tribe itself, she was in the minority. She was the person that the majority was planning to target, and she largely gets saved due to outside circumstances, where you have Mike losing his vote from the Beware vintage, you have Chanel choosing to risk her vote, which was a pretty baffling decision, and you have Daniel really dropping the ball in the deliberation, just allowing Hai to get what he wants there. And even with the fact that the vote went to a deadlock, well, I can say that a lot of that's due to her having a close connection with Hai, to where he was willing to stick his neck out for her. I also think that Hai just didn't really know what was going on there with the lost vote situation, and I feel like a lot of the reason why he votes for Jenny in the revote is because he thought that Jenny was naturally going to be voted out and that he wanted a perfect voting record. And then you get to the merge itself, where while Hai is pulled into this big threat alliance, ends up becoming the majority after that point, he's perfectly fine letting go of Lydia at that point, to where Lydia does become this pretty big target after the merge, largely as this expendable figure. And the fact that she ends up losing Hai in that spot when it could have easily been avoided is a pretty bad sign there. And really, I don't think Lydia's game is that good just by her making it to the merge, where again, she should have been the third boot of the season, but due to a weird circumstance, she is able to survive a couple more rounds before being dumped by her own ally after the merge there. So again, not a great game, and with her not demonstrating much potential beyond that, where I wouldn't expect her to do super well in any given season, I do over here at number 126. Now moving on to number 125, and we're going back now to someone who made it very deep onto their season, though despite that, I don't look at their game as that impressive, and I don't look at them as being that good of a player, and that person is Venus from Survivor 46. And again, I think on paper, Venus does seem like a pretty bad player, where for one, she's not very good socially, where she obviously is a very blunt person, and through that, she definitely can rub a lot of people the wrong way, as we definitely saw in her season. That's obviously not particularly great. And she really doesn't have that many allies on this season outside of Randon, though even then, Randon does get medevac pretty early, which is obviously pretty unlucky on Venus's end. Though again, she's another one of these players that ends up never going to tribal in the pre-merge, but probably would have been in danger had they gone to tribal there, but again, they don't. And then after the merge, she is kind of just there for a lot of the post-merge, where, yeah, she does vote out Mariah, she votes out Soda, she votes out Tevin, she is part of the split vote on Hunter and Q, though again, is never really driving much of the action there, and again, is someone who is like antagonizing people and rubbing people the wrong way, to where I wouldn't expect her to win a jury vote had they gone to the end, and I would expect Venus to be in a similar situation on a lot of seasons that she plays on, which is obviously pretty bad there, though even then, she ends up being voted out at the final 7 with an idol in her pocket, which again shows a lack of awareness there. So really, I think there's not much to really praise with Venus's game. She's another player who, despite her making it very deep, is not someone I have much confidence in the grand scheme of things, which is why I do over here at number 125. Now moving on to number 124, and we have yet another player who made it fairly deep into their season, though was largely seen as expendable in the game, and here we have Nasir from Survivor 41. And again, I think Nasir is another player who does get all the way to the final 9, and even then has some pros to him, where for one, he's pretty good physically, where we do see him single-handedly winning a challenge that Danny and Deshawn were trying to throw, which is pretty good. He's also someone who is capable of finding advantages where he does find a beware advantage for his tribe. So again, that's something to point out, though. Beyond that, he's someone who I find his navigation through the game not the greatest in the world, where it didn't seem like he was part of the majority on the original Luvu tribe, where even though I think he would have been pretty safe there, I do think he was not the best situated there. And then after the merge, while he is pulled into Shane's alliance, he's clearly on the bottom of that group, where it very much feels like he's just along for the ride there. And we then get to the split tribal where Shan is just fine letting him go at that point, where the fact that Shan just dumps him there is pretty bad. Even going so far as to use her extra vote to get the job done, which is obviously pretty bad. And also the fact that he gets voted out with an idol in his pocket is also a pretty bad sign there as well. So really, I don't look at this year's game as that great. I think he's someone who was pretty content being on the bottom of whatever power structure he was a part of. And while I think there are definitely pros to his game, like the fact that he is good physically and he is someone who I think is palatable enough socially, I don't think his game outside of that is that impressive, which is why he's here at number 124. And moving on to number 123, and we have another player who was on the bottom for pretty much their entire run, gets voted out right before the jury, and that person is Sifu from Survivor 45. Now, Sifu is actually another person who I had in my top 10 worst players in a new era, which I think was a bit harsh in hindsight, especially now that I am literally comparing everyone side by side here, to where I don't think Sifu's the worst of the worst. Though with that said, I do think his individual game here is pretty bad, where he's on the bottom pretty much the entire time, where on the original Reba, he's on the bottom there, not part of the Alliance, probably gets voted out had they gone to tribal in the pre-swap phase, but they avoid that. After the swap, he's someone who was about to be voted out until Sean Edwards quit the game, though even then, D still votes for him, which is pretty funny there. And then sort of similar to some of these other people, he's just kind of dangling in the game afterwards, where coming to the merge, he's someone who is pretty alone, though is immune for the mergatory round, and then afterwards, he is voted out pretty handily on the split tribe, one round before jury, and there really wasn't much he could have done to get around that, considering that Bruce did have an idol in that spot, and really, I don't think there was much that Sifu was going to be doing in the game moving forward regardless. Now, with all that said, I do think Sifu's still someone who has some potential for the game, where I don't think he necessarily does this poorly every single time he plays, where he seems fine enough in each aspect of the game, and he didn't really actively annoy people to where I can definitely see him doing well in certain situations. I do think this one season, though, was particularly bad for him, and I feel like with other people, like, having similar level of games to him, I do have him here at number 123. Now moving on to number 122, and we have another person who, even though I don't think they're necessarily the worst player in the world, I still think they had a pretty bad run despite them making it fairly deep under their season, and that person is Christina from Survivor 49. And Christina's another person who does get all the way to the final 5, that's something to point out, though I think her actual game there is pretty passive, where I don't think she really gets that much done across a lot of her run. She's someone who I think also gets pretty fortunate by her tribe just not going to tribal much in the pre-merge, where she literally never attends a single tribal in the pre-merge. And I don't think her pre-merge game is overly impressive, where she probably gets voted out of the original Hina had they gone the tribal early on, even after the swap. While she is part of the majority and probably would have been safe had they gone the tribal there, considering that Shannon was his clear target, she was still not the best position within the Hina majority, and also after the second swap, while she again has a majority, she was also talked about as a decoy target, where Sophie S was throwing her under the bus there. So again, not a great track record. And then after the merge, she's just kind of there during a lot of the post-merge, where her side ends up losing a lot of numbers there, losing Alex, losing Sophie S. She's also on the outs during the Juwan vote at the final 8. She ends up voting out Steven at the final 6, despite that being against her best interest, and gets into a final 5 where she essentially has to win out if she wants any shot at winning. And even if she does get to the end, I don't think she wins a jury vote, where I'm inclined to think that the likes of Savannah and Sophie B would have been bigger jury threats compared to her. So really, I think Christina was not set up well in the end game as well. So I do look at Christina's game as pretty lackluster, and even earlier on, she was talked about as a target in the pre-merge. And obviously those things average out to her not being that high in this ranking. Though again, she's still not an actively bad player, where I do think outside the Steven round, I don't think she's entirely devoid of strategic ability. And I think with her at least making it this deep into the game, I can't have her super low, but not much higher than number 122. Now moving on to number 121, and we have a player who I don't think is necessarily the worst in the world, at least if we're looking at their individual game. Though with that said, I don't really see them as doing that much in the game in the grand scheme of things, and that person is Roxroy from Survivor 42. Now, I think if we are looking at Roxroy's game, it's actually not entirely bad, where he's at least in the majority during a lot of the pre-merge there, where he is aligned with Drea and Romeo. They vote out Zach at the first tribal, and afterwards they do split the vote on Swati to where they would have been safe even if Swati's shot in the dark get hit. So again, his pre-merge is not entirely bad. And then after the merge, he's not included in the threat alliance that Drea is. And while he does survive a couple tribals afterwards, the Lydia and Janelle tribals, he's been picked up pretty handily at the split tribal where even Romeo turns on him. So obviously it's not a great track record by the end of it. But still, I think if we are comparing him to other people in this grouping, his actual game is not the worst in the world. Though with that said, I still think he does approach the game in a very rigid way to where I wouldn't expect Roxroy to be that active a player in a grand scheme of things. I also think he's someone who wouldn't be likely to win a jury vote even if he were to get towards the end. So I don't think those things add up super well in Roxroy's favor, where even though his actual game is not the worst in the world, I don't think he does anything particularly well that would warrant him being higher on the list. And I think with other players simply having more potential compared to him, I do have him here at 121. Now moving on to number 120, and we have yet another player whose game isn't entirely bad on paper, though I think considering their potential for the game, I do have them a bit lower, and we do have Jamie Lynn from Survivor 44. And again, Jamie Lynn is someone who, if we do look at her game, it's not the worst in the world. Now, early on, she is talked about as a potential target at that first tribal. That does result in her using her shot in the dark, which, to be fair, is probably a pro for her in the sense that she at least recognized that she was in danger and was willing to at least save herself in that spot. And while she didn't ultimately need such shot in the dark, she's still not in the greatest spot after that tribal, where I don't get the sense that she was particularly well situated on Ratu afterwards, so they never go back to tribal. Afterwards, she is swapped over to the Soka tribe, where she is on the bottom, probably would have been in danger had they gone to tribal, but again, they're able to avoid that. And then after the merge, she's just kind of there, where while she is part of this Ratu and Soka war and is able to survive a lot of tribals because of that, I feel like a lot of this due to her simply being a smaller threat than the other people on the board, where I don't feel like Jamie was seen as that big of a threat to actually win the game. And moving forward, despite her having opportunities to flip the game on the Tika, she just never fully utilizes that, and a lot of that does stem from the likes of Heidi not really trusting Jamie, which I do have to knock her for there. And she's eventually taken out in the final 6 in a position to where it's simply too late for her to really change things up. And through that, she is taken out. And obviously, I do have to fault her a good amount for that. And while I do have to at least credit her for trying to flip, I feel like the fact that she didn't try to do so earlier is a problem there. I think she's someone who also struggles a lot with win equity, where I don't think she wins many scenarios on that season either. So again, I think if we do look at Jamie's game, it's not the greatest in the world considering her placement. And I feel like her getting through a lot of the games more so due to her being a smaller threat than someone who was actively maneuvering around this war that was taking place. And again, in the grand scheme of things, I don't get the greatest sense in Jamie as a player, despite her having the steep run within her. But I feel like she kind of fits perfectly into this grouping here, which is why she is here at number 120. Now moving on to number 119, and we have yet another player who made it pretty deep on their season, though their actual game itself was not the greatest in the world, and that person is Mitch from Survivor 48. And obviously a lot of people like to clown on Mitch for the fact that he never made his move, which is pretty funny. Though beyond that, I do think that Mitch's game here is obviously not the greatest, where early on, he's not in the greatest spot in the original Siva, to where while he would have been pretty safe there had they gone to tribal, largely due to his physical strength, he was not really well situated within that alliance, where he was really attached to Charity, who was his social pariah, and obviously that's not a great spot for him to be in there. After the swap, he's also fairly safe there, though even then he is blindsided at the one tribal he goes to, where he does try to target Say, only for Cedric to flip and take up Bianca instead. That's pretty unfortunate. And then after the merge, he is just kind of there for a lot of it, where while he is part of the majority for a decent amount of tribals, taking out the likes of Chrissy, David, Mary, even Shaheen, he's also not really in a power position, and he's mostly just enabling a power structure that does not really benefit him there. And along the way, you have the whole thing about him talking about wanting to make the move, but never actually does so, which is a problem there. And even then, he is on the outs for certain votes, where he is on the outs during the star vote, the final 8. He's also the secondary target at the final 6. And then he's eventually taken out at the final 5 with, again, no real runway at that point. So again, it's not the greatest game in the world, and you do have to fault him for not actually being super effective in the game. But regardless, I still think Mitch has at least some good qualities to him where, again, physically, he's competent enough to where he shouldn't be an early target because of that. I think socially, he's pretty well liked for the most part. I think he's also someone who can win a jury vote under certain situations where I do think people may be drawn to him based off that. So I do think there are at least some pros to Mitch as a player, though I don't think he's necessarily the most effective player in the world, which is why I do have him here at number 119. And moving on to number 118, and we're going back now to some early merge boots here who didn't play the best games in the world. Though with that said, I still think they have a modicum of potential for the game. But number 118, we're starting this off with J Maya. And J Maya is someone who, again, is the mergatory boot of her season there, though even then, she kind of gets screwed out of that position where she wasn't the main target coming to that round where Caleb was the target instead, but due to Caleb's shot in the dark hitting, that does result in her being the backup target, where she's taken out near unanimously, which I think is a pretty bad sign there. And plus, even if she had survived that particular tribal, I don't think she would have lasted too much longer beyond that point regardless. So the fact that she does technically get screwed over by a twist is not the biggest pro for her as a player, though and then beyond that, her game itself is pretty mediocre, where she's not really in the core power structure of the original Reba, where even though she is technically working with the women there, she's kind of a secondary option as well. Even after the swap, while she's part of the majority during the Sean Edwards tribal, she also agrees to be a scapegoat in that situation where Sifu was trying to figure out who voted for him and she was willing to lay down her sword for that. So obviously those things aren't particularly great. And again, I feel like J Maya is someone who probably wasn't making it super deep on the season regardless. Though with that said, I don't think she's inherently the worst player either, and I do think on certain situations she could be alright for the most part, but still I do think her actual game here is pretty lacking, which is why she's here at number 118. And moving on to number 117, and we have a pretty similar player to J Maya in a lot of ways, but we do have Mariah from Survivor 46, and I do look at Mariah kind of similarly to J Maya in the sense that she is someone taken out at the mergatory round in a position to where she is his consensus target, where no one's really going to stick their necks out that much for her. Though with that said, I do think Mariah at least had the original Segas who would have been willing to keep her around if they had more numbers, but once they realized that they didn't have the numbers, they just voted for her to save face. So again, I think that's something to consider here, though beyond that, Mariah was someone who wasn't in the best position on the original Sega either, where while she did have a pretty solid ally in Gem, they ended up being in the minority at the one tribal they go to, where she is blindsided at that particular vote, and probably gets voted out had they gone to another tribal. But still, I think in comparison to J Maya, I don't think Mariah herself did as much wrong to be on the bottom, where I think a lot of that was Gem's doing with her actively targeting Tin Spicer and also with her whole scheme of having a fake Beware advantage in play. So I do think those things definitely disfavored that group and their ability to actually stay. Not to mention the fact that Maria was actually considering sticking by Gem and Mariah's side for that particular vote. So it's not as if they were necessarily doomed from the start there. And I think when comparing her to J Maya, it's those minor things that elevate her one spot higher over J Maya to where I do have her here at number 117. I'm moving on to number 116, and we have yet another early merge boot here who I don't think is entirely devoid of potential, but at number 116, we do have Janine from Survivor 43. And again, I do think Janine was in a similar position to the likes of Mariah and J Maya here, where while she did have people by her side, where in this case, Janine did have Ellie, and while they did control that first vote taking out Mariah, by that second round, it did seem like that group was starting to fall out of favor to where the likes of Sammy flipped over to the Gabler side, and I do think had they gone back to tribal again, I do think Janine would have been in some danger in that situation, though again, they were able to avoid tribal there. And then once the merge hits, she's essentially in the minority from that point on. Now, she's not the immediate target, where Ellie is obviously taken out at that first tribal, though even then, she wanted to keep Ellie around, so that's a problem. And she does also survive over Dwight, though even then, she was part of that minority alliance, so she was on the outs for that vote as well. And then she's a pretty consensus target at that following tribal at the final 11. So it's not a great track record, where I do think Janine is another person that does spend a decent amount of the game on the bottom here. And I don't think she really does much to change her fate by the end of it. Though with that said, I still think looking at Janine on paper, she's not the worst player in the world. And I do think if she were to play again, I don't think she necessarily suffers the same fate again. It's just that her one particular appearance was particularly bad for her, and that's why I do have her here at number 116. Now moving on to number 115, and we have someone who did make it fairly deep under the season as well, and did spend a lot of the game on the bottom, though despite that, I do think they at least showed some fight in them and how they play from the bottom, and that person is Mary from Survivor 48. Now, again, Mary's someone who spends almost the entire game on the bottom, where on the original Vula, she's on the bottom there, is on the outs during the Stephanie vote, the first tribal there, that's pretty bad. While she does survive the Kevin round and the next round, that's more so due to Kevin trying to cause a flip and making himself a target in the process, more so than anything Mary does particularly well there. And then she herself becomes the consensus target afterwards, where she should have been the third boo of the season, only to save herself with a shot in the dark, so not the greatest outcome, but again, she survives. Now, I do think she turns up her game a bit after the swap, where she's able to build a pretty tight connection with David that would have kept her safe had they gone the tribal, where it did seem like Charity would have been the target there over them, but again, they win both immunity challenges to the merge. And then after the merge, she is technically part of the majority for those first few rounds, where she's sort of seen as adjacent to the majority alliance through her connection with David and Eva. Though by the time of the David vote, she is blindsided there, losing David. And from that point on, she's essentially on the bottom for the rest of her run, where while she does try to flip the game against Joe immediately afterwards, that almost immediately falls apart to where she and Star end up targeting each other instead. And then she's taken out immediately afterwards at the final 7. So not a great end to her run. And considering the fact that she was also supposed to be the third boo of the season, it's kind of hard for me to justify Mary being super high, as I don't really know how well she does on any given season. But at the same time, I do at least give her some credit for her mid game, where she was at least able to build that connection with David that was able to give her a degree of safety during that midsection of the game. But after she loses that, she's just unable to regain any footing in the game. And it's for the reason that I do over here at number 115. Now moving on to number 114, and we have the final person in this grouping of players who made it deeper but have some serious flaws within them. And that person is Kyle from Survivor 47. Now, I think Kyle is someone who, on paper, should be relatively safe on a lot of appearances, where, again, he is one of the better challenge competitors on the board. I also think he's someone who can win a jury vote under certain situations, where it did seem like on 47, he was kind of seen as a threat to win the game. So I do think it's those upsides that keep him from being lower on the list. As if we do take his game outside of that, it's not particularly great, where he does spend a decent amount of the game on the bottom, or right at the bat, he's on the bottom of the original Tuku. He is blindsided at the TK vote, which is not particularly great there. Now, afterwards, it does seem like he would have remained safe for the short term at least, though at the same time, I don't think he was an overly active player either. And then after the merge, he is essentially working with the Tukus as his group, though at the same time, he's not really well positioned within that. And he's also someone who has to go on an immunity run, to where he's someone who is talked about as a target for those next few rounds, but is eventually taken out at the final 7 once he fails to win immunity. So not a great ending to his game. And I do think Kyle is someone who really struggles with getting to the very end on a lot of situations. I also think he's a fairly passive player as well, to where I wouldn't expect him to really make his own fate outside of winning challenges. But the reason I do him at the top of this grouping is, again, I do think he is someone who is very good at challenges, to where he is unlikely to be targeted early on as a result. I think he's someone who, again, can also win a jury vote if he were to get to the end. So I think it's those upsides that leave him from being lower on this list. But still, I do think his actual game here is pretty bad, which is why he is here at number 114. Now moving on to number 113, and we're beginning another group of players, primarily pre-jury players that were very active in the game, but were also very messy or otherwise severely flawed in how they approached the game, but still have a modicum of potential to them. But at number 113, we're starting this off with Lindsay from Survivor 43. And Lindsay's at the very bottom here, as I feel like Lindsay was the most active in blowing up her own game, obviously, where she was in a very good position on the original Coco, to where she was aligned with the likes of James and Carla, and it did seem like she was initially safe coming to that tribal up until she gets paranoid and blows up her game to make her the target instead. And obviously that is pretty bad. The fact that she went from being perfectly safe in the game to being the first out of her tribe, which is obviously pretty bad there. And I can definitely see the argument for her being much lower on the list. I mean, there was even a point where I did have her in my top 10 worst players of the new era video. The reason I have her at least this high is, one, I did decide that this entire grouping of active but messy players should be above these people who made deeper runs, but were either too passive or have bigger flaws with their games. I feel like these people have a bit more potential in the grand scheme of things to really improve their games if they were to come back. And I think Lindsay very much embodies that group, where even though she does blow up her game and you do have to fault her for that, I don't think she's an entirely bad player outside of that, where, again, she is a super fan. She's someone who knows what she should be doing. And I am willing to chalk up her paranoia in this particular spot to the disconnect between her watching the show and seeing blindsides unfold in real time to the day-to-day life of actually playing the game, to where I do think if she were to come back, I do think she would probably be more familiar with that difference and probably calm things down a bit. So where, again, I think if Lindsay were to come back, I probably would have at least some faith in her to do better than what she did the last time. As again, she was at least in that good position to begin with on her original try, but still, I do think she fits this grouping pretty perfectly, and with her being the most active in her own downfall, I do have her here at number 113. Now moving on to number 112, and we have someone who is also very messy in the game, but at the same time should not have been taken out in the spot that they were, and that person is Maddie Pamela from Survivor 44. Now, Maddie, I think, is another person who is very messy in the game, where you do have her actively targeting Brandon, simply because she knows that he found the idol in the idol cage, which is obviously pretty bad. And she does actively target Brandon, knowing that Brandon has an idol, and with him knowing that she had alerted the entire tribe to the fact that he had an idol, to where it does make sense why Brandon does decide to idol her out there. And obviously the fact that Maddie still proceeds to target Brandon, not even splitting the vote there, is all pretty bad there. So again, sort of similar to Lindsay, I do at the fault Maddie quite a bit for her own downfall in the game. And really, I think on a lot of seasons, I do think Maddie is someone who is a relatively early boot here with how aggressive she seems to approach the game. Though with that said, the reason I do have her above Lindsay is she still had the majority of the tribe on her side by the time of the actual vote there, to where she did have the numbers to technically stay if it were not for Brandon's idol there. Whereas Lindsay's someone who was voted out near unanimously at the first tribal. So again, I think it's a minor difference that does have Maddie one spot higher. Even though I think Lindsay probably has more potential to improve on a return, I think for now I do have Maddie one spot higher at number 112. Now moving on to number 111, and we have yet another person who is voted at the first opportunity, despite them having been in a decent position to start. But we do have Jelinski from Survivor 46. And again, some people may think that this is too high. I know a lot of people think that Jelinski is one of the worst Survivor players ever. But I've always been a defender of Jelinski in the sense that he is another one of these players that is a massive super fan, someone that knows the game pretty well. And I think he at least had some decent ideas for the game. Though with that said, I do think that this was not the cast to implement a lot of these ideas with, where you haven't decided to quit the Sweat and Salary challenge, which on paper is not a bad idea, as he knows that being part of the challenge is a disadvantage, as you are spending time away from Cam during critical bonding periods early on in the game. And with him wanting to quit the challenge, he wanted to get involved with that. Except his partner in the challenge is Q, someone who doesn't see it that way and proceeds to look at Jelinski in a negative light. You also have him going on the journey and him trying to use the opportunity to build a cross-tribal alliance with Maria and Tevin, and even allowing himself to give up his vote in the process, which again is not a bad idea on paper, except his tribe doesn't see it that way, where instead they see Jelinski as someone who's not a team player, and through that, think he's dumb for losing his vote there. And sort of similar to Lindsay, he's another one of these players that starts off in a good position, but ends up blowing up a spot by the end of it, becomes the target instead, which again is not great, but sort of similar to Lindsay, the fact that he was in that good position to begin with is at least something to merit him with. And I think with these other things, like the Sweat and Savvy challenge and the journey, I do think Jelinski is someone who has some decent ideas for the game, and I do think he's someone who has enough game knowledge to where I do think on certain casts he can be particularly effective. It's just that this was not the cast for him to be doing those things with, and you do have to fault him for not picking up on that. But still, the fact that he at least has those ideas was enough to have him at least above the other people I mentioned earlier, which is why I do have him here at number 111. Now moving on to number 110, and we have another player who was voted out at the first opportunity, and we actually have someone from the same season as Jelinski, but we do have Jem. And I think in a lot of ways, Jem is similar to Jelinski in the sense that she is this very active strategic player, someone who has some interesting ideas for the game, though obviously by the end, they ended up blowing up in her face, where she has this whole scheme of planning a fake Beware advantage to be found by Tim Spicer and to use that to pin a target on Tim. And she is effective at convincing people that Tim did find the Beware advantage, except it kind of has the adverse effect that she was expecting, where she thought that people would want to flush the Beware advantage and pile votes onto Tim, but instead it results in people not wanting to vote for Tim and essentially giving him implicit immunity for that first tribal that they go to where instead they pile the votes onto Ben, but even then, she ends up losing out in that battle, where instead the likes of Maria does decide to flip on the women and take out Gem at the next tribal. So I do think Gem is at least somewhat responsible for her own downfall there, and obviously losing Maria by the end of it. But at the same time, I do at the least give some credit to Charlie and Ben for getting Maria to want to flip over, where I don't think it was entirely self-inflicted that Gem blew up her game there. And even beyond that, she still had a pretty solid ally in Mariah there too, where I don't think Gem is entirely devoid of merit to her game. But with that said, I still think she's someone who can be prone to overplaying, and we even saw that playing out with her whole fake beware advantage scheme that obviously blew up in her face by the end of it. But still, I do think she fits well into this grouping of players, which is why she's here at number 110. Now moving on to number 109, and we have another player who ends up blowing up their game, though I think there are more wonky circumstances surrounding how they blew up their game. But at 109, we do have Daniel Strunk from Survivor 42. And Daniel's another person who did start off the game in a decent position, where him and Chanel were supposedly in the middle of the Vati tribe and were pretty set coming into that first tribal to take out Lydia there. Except everything goes wrong with Mike and Chanel losing their votes that result in a deadlock there. And that eventually results in Daniel having to represent his side in the deliberation. And he really crumbles under that pressure, where he opens his argument by saying that he doesn't want to go to Rocks, that hands all the leverage over to High in the deliberations there, that causes him to want to target Jenny. But Daniel proceeds even further in digging his own grave, where he ends up throwing Mike and Chanel under the bus in the process, and making it very apparent that he is playing both sides, that does result in him losing all of his social capital in the game, where he not only loses the battle where Jenny does go home in that tribal, but he ends up losing the loyalty of Mike and Chanel to where he becomes a pretty big pariah afterwards, where he is his consensus target at the next tribal they go to. And on the whole, it is a pretty disastrous downfall here, where he goes from being in the middle of the tribe to someone who is his outcast. And obviously that's pretty bad there. Though with that said, I still think there are some redeeming qualities to Daniel here, where, for one, he does at least survive a tribal, where he at least gets through one tribal without being the target there, which is a pro over the people we just talked about. And even beyond that, I do think the circumstances that resulted in him blowing up his game are pretty unusual, where I feel like had it been a more standard tribal, that Daniel could have gotten away with right in the middle for more of the game. And while I do think he probably would have been caught eventually, considering that I don't think Daniel's the most graceful social player in the world, I don't think he would have had this massive downfall under most circumstances, where, again, it was brought on by this really weird tribal where people were losing votes, there was a lot of confusion, and you had the direct threat of Rocks that really spooked Daniel into laying out his own game and throwing people under the bus, doing anything possible to not go to Rocks there. So again, I think there's enough wonkiness with how he blows up his game to where I do have him above these other people, and that's why I do have him here at 109. I'm moving on to number 108, and we have another fairly messy player and someone who didn't have a great run at it. But despite that, I do think they have some potential if they were to return, and we do have JD from Survivor 41. Now, JD is someone who was never really in as strong of a position compared to someone like Daniel or even Lindsay, for instance, where he really wasn't the one making a lot of the decisions early on, but even then you do have him being pretty sloppy for the most part. That does result in people being annoyed by him, and he is eventually taken out at the third tribal that he goes to, which I do think is a pro for him in the sense that he does survive 2 tribals before his eventual boot there. But I think the reason I have him at least as high is I do think he's someone who was obviously very young when he first played, where he was only 20 years old, where I do think if JD had more life experience, that I do think he could be a more effective player and someone who I think could have some potential on a return there. But still, I do think his one individual appearance was pretty sloppy, and I do think he fits very well into this grouping, which is why he's here at number 108. Now moving on to number 107, and we have yet another player who doesn't blow up their game in an explosive way, though they still end up not playing the best by the end of it. But at 107, we do have Shannon from Survivor 49. Now, Shannon is someone who does start off the game in a decent position, where she is part of the majority on the original Uli there. It does seem like she was working alongside the likes of Nate and Savannah there, so that's pretty good for her at least. Though obviously her game does go downhill after the swaps, where she obviously does become a pretty big target after the swaps there. And this is despite her trying her best to bond with people and to play the middle, where I do think through her doing that, she does in a way that makes people think that she is like this very transparent player that does cause people to not really trust her that much there. And yes, while I do think she does get a disfavorable swap where her and Sage are down numbers inherently, I still have to fault her a good amount to where Sage does outplay her. And again, she doesn't really connect with people in a way that makes them feel like that she's being genuine with them. So obviously that's a problem there. And then she's taken out the second swap there, which is another ramification of how she approaches conversations with people. So I do think by the end, Shayna is someone who definitely comes off in a way that makes people not really trust her that much. And again, I don't think she necessarily blows up her game in the same way as a Jelinski or a Lindsay or even a Daniel Strunk, but still, her game ends up being pretty messy by the end of it, which is why I do have her here at 107. Now moving on to number 106, and we're now at people who are essentially the epitome of this tier, people who are extremely active in the game and even had a decent amount of agency, but we're still very sloppy in how they actually approach the game. But at 106, we do have Sei from Survivor 48. And Sei is someone who I had a lot of difficulty assessing, where on one hand, she is all over the place in those early tribals, where she is a major factor in targeting Stephanie. And while I would say that the likes of Justin and Cedric were more of the swing votes there, I still think Sei was the most vocal in targeting Stephanie in that spot, and she does get her way there. Though by the second tribal, she's already talked about as a target, where you do have Kevin trying to flip the game against her. And again, I do think the likes of Justin and Cedric are more the actual decision makers in keeping her around over Kevin. But still, the fact that she's able to hold them together is at least something to point out there. And she does have the majority for the following round, where they have this plan to target Mary until Mary hits her shot in the dark that does throw things into flux and does make her a pretty big target there, where it goes to a tie and a retie and a deadlock. And then we get to what's probably the most impressive moment of Sei's entire game, where she's able to convince Cedric to turn on Justin and keep her around instead. Where Cedric was actually closer to Justin for a lot of the early game, and the fact that Sei is able to pull Cedric away in that spot is very impressive. And I do have to give Sei some merit for that. But then after that point, she loses all power in the game, where after the swap, she's on the bottom for that section. She's talked about the target, but even then does not put up Bianca in that eventual tribal, which is pretty bad. And then after the merge, she's essentially a dead man walking, where she's a secondary target during the charity tribal, and then she's voted out pretty handily at the split tribal. So really, I don't think there really is much to Sei's game after her original tribe. And I think generally speaking, Sei is someone who approaches the game in a very bombastic way. She's someone who antagonizes people not in her core alliance. And again, through that, I wouldn't have much faith in Sei in the grand scheme of things. Or I think in a lot of ways, she's not that different from someone like Rome, to where I don't think she's someone who translates well in most seasons. But the reason I have her at least this high is that she does do pretty well on her original tribe, where she does survive 3 tribals there without too much difficulty. And the fact that she's able to get Cedric to flip at that Justin tribal is such a big pro to me, to where I can't have her in the bottom grouping here. But still, I think she's a very flawed player, and that's why I do have her here at number 106. Now moving on to number 105, and we have a player sort of similar to Sei, though I think as a player they are a step above them, and here we have Ellie from Survivor 43. And I think Ellie is kind of in a similar position to Sei in the sense that she is like a active player and someone who is at least leading the charge early on, where she is a major factor in the Mariah vote at the first tribal they go to on their tribe. But over the course of the game, she does lose influence, where we do see Gabler like undermining her. We see the men on her tribe really consolidating, to where it does seem like her and Janine do lose influence there, to where had they gone by the tribal, I do think Ellie and Janine would have lost that battle over Gabler, so I do find that pretty bad there. And then we get to Mergatory, where she does play that round pretty poorly, where I do think she tries to play both sides too blatantly, and with Gabler also throwing her under the bus, it makes her this pretty consensus target at that point, to where she is voted out pretty handily there. So I do think her game on the whole is probably similar to Sei's in a lot of ways, where she is this person who does try to play the game actively, but ultimately loses influence by the end of it. And I think in some ways you can say that Sei has higher highs than Ellie, where obviously Sei has that moment in the Justin tribal where she gets started to flip, where Ellie doesn't really have that. And also you could say that Sei had more influence for more tribals compared to Ellie, but at the same time, I do think in comparison to Sei, I think Ellie is probably less antagonistic towards the people on the outs, where I do think I would have a little more confidence in Ellie as a player in the grand scheme of things over someone like Sei, who I think can definitely get herself into hot water at a lot of points, which is why I do have her one spot higher at 105. Now moving on to number 104, and we have a pretty similar player, but a much earlier boot than Ellie or Sei, and that person is Sabaya from Survivor 45. And I do think Sabaya is in a similar position where she's someone who is pretty out in front early on and is a pretty major driver on the original Lulu, where she does have a pretty solid alliance with Caleb and Sean Edwards, and is clearly an influence over both the Emily vote at the first tribal that is only thwarted by Hannah Quinn in the game, as well as the Brandon Donlin vote at the following tribal. And then afterwards, we do see her trying to build a better relationship with Emily to cause a flip against Caleb, which I do think is a blunder on her end, the fact that she does try to flip on Caleb so early, especially when she doesn't fully secure Emily's vote in that position, and also considering that she didn't have a vote at that point due to Lulu losing challenges and being unable to unlock her Beware advantage as a result. And while she is able to unlock said Beware advantage by throwing the idol into the fire at the tribal that follows, she still ends up not playing said idol to try to expand the life of it, and through that she gets taken out with an idol in her pocket. So I do think Sabaya was pretty short-sighted with her attempt to flip against Caleb, especially with her not having the greatest relationship with Emily by the end of it. That does ultimately lead to her own downfall here. Though at the same time, I still think she got a pretty bad draw with her being on Lulu, which was this big disaster tribe that went to the first couple tribals, where again, I think had she been on a less bad tribe, that she probably could have been able to hold on to influence for a bit longer in the game. And I think as a player, she's someone who is probably more similar to Ellie than to Sei, but I think with her having a bit more upside in her game and her having more agency for more tribals, and also with her having a worse starting spot compared to Ellie, I do have her one spot higher at 104. Now moving on to number 103, and we have another player who I think fits into this grouping pretty well, and that person is Matthew from Survivor 44. And it's sort of funny that there was a point where I had Matthew in my top 10 players in a new era, but now he's all the way down here around the middle of the list. And I think Matthew is someone who has a lot of similarities to the people we already talked about, where he is a very active player, someone who I think was in a decent position early on, where he was playing the middle early on Ratu and had a very solid ally in Kane. Even beyond that, I do think he has a lot of creative ideas for the game, where we do see him using his shot in the dark at the first tribal, more so as a defensive play to avoid revealing his true loyalties there, which I think is a very interesting approach and one that we haven't really seen replicated in the new era. And I think there's at least some appeal to having Matthew higher due to him having to lead the game due to an injury that he had. Mind you, it was a self-sustained injury where he decided to climb a rock, thinking that there was an advantage hidden up there, only for him to fall down and to hurt his shoulder. But still, I think the idea of Matthew being this very active player, but someone who had to lead the game, does leave open the door for him having more potential for if he were to stay in the game. But from what we heard after the season, it doesn't seem like Matthew would have done well moving forward, where despite him having played the middle early on, it seems like no one really trusted him and people were catching on to the game that he was playing, and that even if he had stayed in the game, that he probably would have been a relatively early boot taken around the early merge. So I think in a lot of ways, he has a lot of similarities to the people we had just talked about, where he is someone who is active early on, but loses influence not too long afterwards. And even then, like with him being this very active player, I think he was definitely pretty sloppy in how he managed his perception there. So again, I do think there are plenty of drawbacks that definitely cause him to be all the way down this grouping here. But still, I think it's the fact that he is a very out-of-the-box thinker and someone who I think will approach the game in a very active way that does have him here at 103. Now moving on to number 102, and we have the final person in this grouping of really messy players, but people who did have agency in their games. And while I think this person is probably the messiest out of everyone here, I think this person also has some pros that keep them above the rest of the grouping here, but we do have Cedric from Survivor 48. And Cedric is such a difficult player to assess, in my opinion, where I think on one hand, he's someone who was in a very strong position during a lot of the pre-merge, where he is essentially in the middle of the Vula tribe early on, where he and Justin are essentially right in the middle there, and is a critical vote at each of the tribals they go to, where he does vote at Stephanie at that first tribal. He is also a swing vote during the Kevin tribal, where you have Kevin approaching him and Justin to flip the game on Sei, but he does decide to keep Sei there, which I do think for Cedric is probably the right move, as he does have a good enough relationship with Sei at that point in the game, and he's even part of the majority at the next tribal to take out Mary initially until the shot in the dark hits. That does throw things into flux, and Cedric is essentially the swing vote at the tribal, where it is his decision to vote out either Cedric or Justin. And despite him voting out Sei at each of the voting rounds up until the deadlock, he ultimately flips his vote at the deliberation, where he is swayed by Sei's pitch to him, but also with him being turned off by Justin having lied to him about losing his vote on the journey, which I think for Cedric is a really baffling decision. The fact that he votes for Sei to go during these earlier rounds, only to flip against Justin, who had been his closest ally in the game up until that point, in a position to where it doesn't even gain him any favor with Say, to where Say is still turned off by him afterwards due to the fact that he had voted against her previously, but also losing out on Justin due to him voting out Justin. So I do think that's pretty questionable there. But then even after the swap, he's still in a power position where he is technically the swing vote there during the Bianca tribal, where he does flip to take up Bianca because Bianca tells him that she had lost her vote from a journey, which feels like a massive contradiction there and another pretty questionable one. But through that, he does get to the merge where he does lose control at that point, where while he does survive the charity tribal, he is later taken out at the split tribal at the first round of the jury. And again, I think Cedric is a very difficult player, as on one hand, he is a complete mess strategically, where he flips on a dime, he makes really questionable decisions that don't really benefit his game, and I do think those things ultimately cost him by the end of it, to where he ends up losing allies along the way, and eventually becomes a dead man walking by the time of the merge. And I think you can make the case that he should be much lower on the list because of that. But on the other hand, I think the fact that he was able to get into such favorable positions at multiple points in the pre-merge does at least say something about how he approaches the game, to where the fact that people trust him to be the swing vote at multiple tribals, I think that at least says something to Cedric's ability to integrate and to be like this palatable presence around camp, to where I think Cedric is someone who is capable of getting into good positions. And unlike someone like Say or Ellie, I don't think he's going to antagonize people or do things socially that blow up his game. I think the major problem with Cedric is more so what he does with the positions that he's given, and obviously that's a problem there, but I think the fact that he is at least capable of getting into these solid positions to make those decisions to begin with is enough to have him at the top of this grouping for me, but not much higher than number 102. Now moving on to number 101, and this person is largely a loose end on this list as well, as someone who I don't think had the same amount of agency as the people we just talked about, and is also someone who doesn't have a great game on the whole, but still the way they went out was pretty wonky. But number 101, we do have Sydney from Survivor 41. Now realistically, I think Sydney should be a little bit lower on this list, as I don't think she does much that really impresses me as a player. Not to mention that her navigation through the game is not the greatest either, where supposedly she was on the bottom of Luvu, and had they gone the trouble early on, that she would have actually been voted out there over Erica, despite what the show says. And we have that moment where Danny and Deshawn do try to throw the challenge right before the merge that was apparently done to target Sydney. So obviously that's pretty bad. And she does get to Mergatory, where she is technically sniped out of the game, where she was part of the majority for that first vote that was intent on targeting the old Yases. And even then, she was part of the group that won the initial challenge and only had that immunity stripped away due to the hourglass being smashed. So she gets pretty unlucky by that. You obviously have the entire confusion of the actual tribal itself, where you have the knowledge's power failing, and through that they had to split the votes there. So again, there's a lot of wonkiness that leads up to her actual boot there. Though at the same time, I think there are definitely downsides as well, like the fact that, for one, she does technically screw up the vote split, where she does use a shot in the dark that made it so that it doesn't go to a tie, and she just voted out in a plurality there. And also, even if she did survive that tribal, I don't get the sense that she would have survived much longer beyond that, considering that she was on the bottom of the Luvu power structure, but was also not part of the Black Alliance, to where she probably would have been pretty expendable moving forward regardless, as I think she probably does get voted out once the Yases are taken care of. So really, I don't think Sydney had much upside moving forward in the game. And I think even in the pre-merge, the fact that she was going to be voted out had they gone to tribal is a pretty bad sign there. And I don't think Sydney herself has many upsides herself as a player. But at the same time, I still think she's not necessarily an actively bad player. I think she's someone who, I think if she had played on another season, she possibly could have been in a better spot. And also the fact that she does to get taken out of a pretty wonky situation was enough to have her at least here in the middle of the list, even though I don't think she's actually that great of a player, but it was enough to have her here at 101. Now moving on to number 100, and we have yet another person who you could definitely argue should be lower on this ranking, though I do feel like this person has one upside that leads them this high, but that person is Chrissy from Survivor 48. And again, I think on paper, you look at Chrissy, she's not that promising of a player, where I don't think she really stands out in any particular department. I think there's definitely plenty of seasons where she's a relatively early boot, plenty of seasons where she's just kind of dragged deep into the game. And I think on 48, she kind of fits into the ladder where she didn't really have that much agency during a lot of the game. She didn't seem to be that big of a power player on the original Siva tribe. After the swap, she does vote up Bianca, but was also a secondary target in that tribal, where obviously Say targeted her. And then after the merge, she's just kind of dangling in the game, where she's not really included in the strong alliance, where she is picked off not too long after the split tribal. So again, it's not a great track record for her.
So with that said, I think the main upside to her is that she at least recognized that she was on the outs, and she does at least put up a fight to try to take out the strong alliance. And while she is unsuccessful in doing so, and you do have to knock her for that, I think the fact that she at least tried to flip the game on Joe and David was at least enough to have her at least a little bit higher on this list for me. Even though outside of that, I don't look at Chrissy as the most promising player in the world, but still, I think that alone was enough to have her here at number 100. Now moving on to number 99, and we're essentially wrapping up the pre-merge here, where we're going to be talking about some of the better pre-merge players, in my opinion. But number 99, we're starting it off with probably the weakest of this group, but we do have Swati from Survivor 42. And I do feel like Swati is someone who, I think on paper, is not that terrible of a player. I think she's someone who definitely was playing the game somewhat actively and was at least in a good position initially in the original Ika, though is eventually caught due to her being a bit sloppy with how she approached certain people, with her trying to play all sides, and is taken out largely due to that. But still, I look at Swati as someone who's definitely a bit more active, and I think if she had a bit more life experience, that she probably could be a somewhat effective player. But again, on this particular season, it wasn't the greatest showing for her, but still, I think the fact that she at least has some skill for the game and was at least pretty active during her run was enough to have her here at number 99. I'm moving on to number 98, and we have another person in this grouping, but this person did get a little bit unlucky in how their game ended, and that person is Jason from Survivor 49. Now, I do think Jason is someone who, again, doesn't seem like a terrible player on paper, where I think he's someone who can definitely endear himself to a lot of people on certain casts. And we even saw him being in a decent spot on the original Hina tribe, and while he wasn't really in the core of that, he did seem to be relatively safe there, though afterwards he does get a pretty bad swap that does put him on the bottom, and is able to at least survive over Matt at that first tribal, though he was always going to be a dead man walking had they ever gone back to tribal, so again, he does get taken out in a pretty unfortunate situation there. But again, I do look at him as someone who I think if he were to play on other seasons, he could be somewhat successful, but I do think that his appearance on 49 was not the greatest showing of what he's capable of. It's for the reason that he's here at number 98. Now moving on to number 97, and we have someone in a similar boat to Jason in the sense that they do have some wonky circumstances explain their boot, but we do have Annika from Survivor 47. And again, I think Annika is someone who was in an okay spot on the original Gata tribe, where she was part of the initial majority there to take out John Lovett. And she did also have the connection to Rachel and Sierra there that did seem to have the numbers initially, though that does eventually turn against her to where she is voted out at the second tribal. And I do think there are some weird circumstances around her boot where, for one, she does lose her vote in her boot round, where she does go on the journey, loses her vote there. Though beyond that, you also have Andy getting an amulet from the journey as well, to where through that, you have Sam and Sierra having this incentive to keep Annie around so that they would have at least some influence in how the amulet plays out later on in the game. And I do think those things definitely work against Annika there and can definitely be used as excuses for why she is taking on the position that she's in. But at the same time, from what I understand, it does seem like Sam and Sierra were going to side with Andy regardless of all these advantages. And I do think it's more credit for Andy being able to build inroads with Sam and Sierra for why that does result in Sierra flipping against her. So again, I don't think she gets entirely screwed over in the same way that certain other people are, but still, I think there are at least some excuses you can give for why she's taken out. And I think with her fitting into this grouping of players, of people who aren't the worst players in the world and can definitely find footing in certain situations. But I think on this particular season, it wasn't the greatest outing for her, which is why she's here at number 97. Now moving on to number 96, and we have another person who was in a decent position at first, so that is later taken away from them, that results in them being taken out. But we do have Bianca from Survivor 48. And I think Bianca fits into this grouping pretty well, someone who was in a decent spot on her initial tribe, where she did have the connection to Thomas. And while she wasn't really in the core of things, where I am inclined to think that the California girls had more influence at that first round, I still think Bianca was relatively safe there, having that deep connection to Thomas, only for all that to be taken away from her after the swap, where she is eventually taken out at the first tribal they go to. And again, having some wonky circumstances around that, where she does lose her vote from the journey and trying to build favor with Cedric by telling him that she had lost her vote, which ironically causes Cedric to flip against her, which again, you can fault her for telling Cedric about this to begin with, but at the same time, Cedric had flipped against Justin early in the game for doing the opposite by not telling him that he lost his vote. So I think some of that is due to Cedric just being an unpredictable player, and I'm not really sure what Bianca was supposed to do in that situation, but regardless, I look at Bianca as a pretty baseline player, someone who can do well in certain situations, but on this particular season was not the greatest showing for her, but still has this element of unluckiness that resulted in her being taken out earlier than what she probably should have, which is why she's here at number 96. Now moving on to number 95, and we have two players that have very similar trajectories on the season and are actually extremely close, though I think their problems are pretty different. That made it hard for me to assess which one is worse. But number 95, I did decide to go with Brando from Survivor 45. And to me, Brando is someone who was in a very good spot on his original tribe, where he was very much in the center of the tribe alongside Kelly, where he had the connection to the women that did seem to hold the majority, but also did have some connections to the likes of Jake and Bruce that would have kept them pretty safe had they gone the tribal early on. And again, I think Brando was able to position himself pretty well there, but then that does get taken away from him after the swap, where at that point he is obviously down numbers, is taken out at that first opportunity. And again, you can say they got swapped through because of that. But with that said, I do think Brando had some outs that he didn't fully utilize, where for one, I don't think he managed the likes of Drew the best, to where obviously Drew wanted to target him, and through that, Brando became the target over Kendra there. So I do think Brando definitely mismanaged the other side in that regard. But I think the bigger knock to him is the fact that his side should have had the upper hand in getting Emily, who was a swing vote in that tribal, where Kendra had gone to meet Emily already due to the day 3 twist, where Kendra had gotten to go over to the Lulu camp there. So through that, Kendra already had an in with Emily, and through that, they should have had the upper hand in pulling in Emily, only for them to lose that battle after the swap. And I do think you have to fault Brando quite a bit for that, as I think more could have been done to prevent his boot in the position that he was in. But still, I look at Brando as a pretty baseline player, someone who I think did have a pretty solid start to a season, and I think on any given season, I would have at least some confidence in Brando in that regard. But still, I think the way that he played the swap was not the best in the world, and I do think he definitely had some outs after the swap that could have prevented his boot. But still, I think his game outside that was good enough to have him here at number 95. Now moving on to number 94, and we have a very difficult player to assess, but someone that's actually from the same season as Brando, but we do have Sean Edwards, also from Survivor 45. And Sean is someone who has a similar trajectory to other people in this grouping, someone that was in a good position to start, but loses that and is eventually a pre-merge boot. And obviously, there's a lot to clown on with Sean and the fact that he does quit the game under questionable circumstances. And you could definitely argue that Sean should be lower on this list, as the fact that he does quit the game shows that he doesn't necessarily have the drive to play the game in the way that other people do. And obviously, that's a problem there. But again, I think he fits this trajectory as someone who was in a very good spot in the original Lulu, where he was very much close to Sabaya and does eventually lose control due to circumstances outside of his control, where obviously Sabaya did want to flip the game against Caleb. You have her not playing the idol and does get blindsided there. That does leave Sean in a pretty bad position. But then after the swap, he is on the bottom yet again. But again, he is able to actually get off the bottom, where he was able to build enough inroads with the Reba majority to where he was actually not going to be voted out at the tribal he does quit the game, where Sifu was actually supposed to have the numbers to go out in that spot. And again, I do think there's at least something to be said there. The fact that he was able to at least get into position to survive that actual vote where he does go out until he decides to quit the game. And I do think that does make his quit a bit worse in the sense that he didn't fully recognize that he was actually going to have the numbers to stay there. And I do think that makes it difficult to assess him as well, where obviously the fact that he quits at all is a problem, but also the circumstances in which he does quit, where he thought that he was about to be voted out there. And I do think that shows a lack of awareness for his game. And obviously you can definitely argue that he should be lower based off that. But still, I think the fact that he was able to at least get off the bottom and was at least able to get around a pretty difficult circumstance, even if he himself didn't fully realize that, was enough to have him at least one spot above Brando, someone who I think had the means to get off the bottom, but simply didn't. I think the fact that Sean was at least able to get off the bottom himself for one vote, even if he didn't fully take advantage of that, was enough to have him here at number 94. Now moving on to number 93, and this is someone who I think definitely did some things wrong to warrant their boot, but at the same time, I think this person does have some potential as a player on any given season, but we do have Kashan from Survivor 47. Now, again, I think Kashan is someone who didn't really get screwed over in the way that certain people below him did, where I do think he definitely did things wrong to cause his boo, where you obviously did have him trying to flip the game against Rome, only for the likes of Genevieve to not fully be on board with that. And I do think he definitely did things that resulted in him being taken out there. But still, I look at Kashan as a pretty well-rounded player, someone who I think was in a good enough spot on the original Lavo tribe and was very much a driver in the Asia boot there, which is pretty good. And then afterwards, you have him trying to flip the game against Rome, which is unsuccessful, largely due to him trying to use Genevieve as a decoy, and Genevieve obviously wanting to keep Rome around as a smokescreen. That does result in her telling Rome to use his vote steal against Kashan there. So I do think by the end of it, I think Kashan definitely overestimated his ability to pull off a Rome move that early in the game. But at the same time, I think Kashan is a pretty well-rounded player, someone who I think could have done better on other seasons and just had a pretty bad draw there. But still, it was enough to have him here at number 93. Now moving on to number 92, and this is another person who I feel like is probably a better player than what we saw from them on this season, but I just feel like they got a really bad draw on their particular season, and that is Jeremiah from Survivor 49. And again, I think Jeremiah just got a pretty bad draw where he was on Kele, which was a disaster tribe, and even beyond that was not really in the core of things, where even if Jake had not been medevaced, he probably would have been the next to go off that tribe regardless, which is obviously not great. And again, I feel like Jeremiah was just not well situated on a tribe like Kele, and considering that Kele was just losing challenge after the challenge, that it was only going to be a matter of time before Jeremiah would be taken out there. But again, I feel like Jeremiah doesn't have any inherent issues as a player, where I do feel like he's pretty likable socially. I think he's also someone who I think understands the game well enough to where I feel like had he been given a different tribe that he probably would have done better, but I just feel like his one showing of 49 didn't really get to demonstrate that for me, which is why I do have him here at number 92. Now moving on to number 91, and we have someone who I mentioned not too long ago, but we do have a Jake, also from Survivor 49, and I think in some ways Jake is in a different boat than Jeremiah, where yes, he was on Kele, which was this disaster tribe, but Jake was also very well positioned on Kele, where he was very much in the center of that entire tribe, where he had the connection to Alex and Sophie B, and I feel like had they gone the tribal again and again, that he would have been very much in charge of who would have gone out there. But sort of different from Jeremiah, I do think Kelly was probably one of his better case scenarios where, unlike Jeremiah, I don't get the sense that Jake is the most dynamic player in the world, and I don't get the greatest sense that he would have done the greatest even if he had gone to a swap or to a merge, where I do feel like on a lot of seasons he probably would have been a relatively early merge boot there, with him being this pretty big alpha guy that could have been seen as this big challenge thread. Though obviously at the same time, he is also bolstered by the fact that he was medevaced, where he was obviously sniped out of the game very early on. And considering that Sophie B ends up blanking up with the likes of the Ulis after the swap, I do think that Jake could have found himself in that group had he lasted longer into the game. Though at the same time, I have a lot more confidence in someone like Sophie B as a player in the grand scheme of things. And while I do think Jake got a very good draw on his original tribe, I feel like that's probably one of his better case scenarios, and even if he had survived, I feel like he probably would not have won the season, but regardless, I can't deny that he was in a very good spot for the time that he was there, and that's why I do have him here at number 91. Now moving on to number 90, and we actually have someone pretty similar to Jake in that they were also medevac, but we do have Randon from Survivor 46. And I think in some ways Randon is different from Jake in that he didn't outright dominate his tribe, and I don't think he was necessarily in the center of things. However, from what we heard after the season, it does seem like Randon was putting in a lot of work with the Hunter and Tevin group to really get in with that group, where while he was attached to Venus and they were initially on the bottom of Nami, Randon was pretty effective at building connections with the rest of the tribe to where the target shifted from Venus onto Soda, to where I do feel like Randon did a lot of good work there, and I do think Randon was definitely playing harder than what the show led on. But obviously, we never got to see that fully play out, as he ends up getting medevaced pretty early on the season, which I do think is a shame there. But I do find Randon's game here at least somewhat impressive, where despite him being a pretty early boot, and despite the fact that they never go to Tribal to test out what he ended up going through, I do think the fact that Randon was able to build some serious inroads with the people who were running his tribe early on, I think that shows some promise to Randon had he been able to stay in the game. And I think with him also being one of the more dynamic players, I do have a lot of confidence in Randon based on what we saw from his brief run there, to where I do consider him to be one of the better pre-merge boots in my eyes, and that's why I do have him here at number 90. Now moving on to number 89, and we have someone who I also felt like was a pretty active player, and someone who was doing pretty well on their season up until they get sniped out of the game in the pre-merge, but we do have Thomas from Survivor 48. And again, I feel like Thomas was playing pretty well up until his boot round, where he was in a pretty good spot on the original Logi, where he was part of the California girls with Shaheen and Joe, but beyond that, he also had a pretty tight ally in Bianca, to where it does seem like he would have been pretty safe there early on, though obviously they don't go to Tribal. And then even after the swap, he is in a good spot initially there as well, where he's also with his California girls and should have Camilla and Kyle on the ropes there, except for Camilla and Kyle having advantages where they have an idol and an extra vote, and they do outplay the California girls in that spot to where they do idol out Thomas, and obviously that is a knock in the sense that they do target Thomas over Joe or Shaheen there. But still, I do have to chalk a lot of that up to the fact that they had the majority after the swap and just got pretty unlucky by the fact that the two people in the outs just happened to have advantages that they could use to get out of that. So I can't really fault Thomas too much for how he gets taken out there, considering that, again, he is essentially sniped out of the game. And considering that Joe and Shaheen end up becoming the majority later on in the game, I'm inclined to think that had Thomas stayed in the game, that he could have been a part of that, to where I do look at Thomas as someone who is obviously a pretty well-rounded player on the face of it, but mixing in the fact that he was aligned with people who do end up dominating the game later on, that I do look at Thomas as a pretty promising player. And also considering the way that he does get sniped out of the game, I do consider him to be one of the better pre-merge boots on the board, and that's why I do have him here at number 89. Now moving on to number 88, and we have the highest pre-merge boot left on the board to talk about here, but we do have Justin from Survivor 48. And again, Justin's someone who I feel like was playing pretty well up until his boot round and was obviously very well positioned on the original Vula, and also gets taken out in a very wonky situation where, again, I do feel like on the original Vula, he and Cedric are essentially in the middle of that tribe, where I do feel like it is very much their decisions to take out the likes of Stephanie and Kevin, where I do think while Say was the figurehead for that group, I do think it was very much his decision along with Cedric's to keep Say in the game as a smokescreen there. And then even coming into his boot round, I do think just everything went wrong for him that resulted in him being taken out there, where you obviously have him losing his vote on the journey. You have Mary being the initial target until her shot in the dark hit. You have it going to a deadlock where it is between Justin and Say, where he is able to get Cedric to vote to keep him initially through those first few votes, and even having the upper hand in the deliberation, where due to Say not being able to vote on the deliberation, it was literally Cedric's sole decision to evict. And yet Cedric decides to flip against Justin because Justin didn't tell him he lost his vote there, which is just dumb in my opinion. But while I can fault Justin for that, for not telling Cedric that he lost his vote and that being the reason why Cedric flipped, we later see Bianca doing the opposite and actually telling Cedric that she lost her vote, and then he flips on her because of that. So I feel like there wasn't really a right decision for Justin to make in this situation, and it's a decision that shouldn't have mattered considering that, again, he lost his vote to begin with. He had a pretty easy target in Mary initially that only failed due to a 1 in 6 shot of hitting. And again, I feel like Justin played pretty well outside of that, to where I do consider Justin to be one of the better pre-merge boots in my eyes, and that's why I do have him here at number 88. Now moving on to number 87, and from this point on, every single person left here made it to at least the merge, though not all of them made the jury per se. But at number 87, we're starting it off with someone who actually made it to Final Tribal, but I do find their game pretty lackluster, and here we have Jake O'Kane. And obviously, Jake is someone who I've talked plenty on in the past with how bad his runner-up game is on 45, where, again, he's someone who's on the bottom for pretty much his entire run, is someone who has little to no agency in how the game plays out, is a target of multiple opportunities, and is also someone who can't win the game at the end. Now, I do think Jake has a couple of pros to him, where I think for one, he's someone who understands the game pretty well. I think he's someone who understands what he should be doing and is at least willing to attempt to make those moves. The problem is that I feel like he completely lacks the social capital to ever get the moves that he wants done, where even at the Final 5, very deep into the season, he tries to make this big flip happen against Dee and tries to idle her out by playing the idol on Katurah, but he completely lacks the relationship with Katurah to make her go along with it, to where she doesn't vote his way and ruins the plan. So I do find that to be a problem Jake's end there. And I also think beyond that, I do think Jake is at least likable, where I do think people definitely liked Jake on a personal level, though I think the problem there is that I don't think Jake is ever able to translate that into social capital or respect, where I don't think Jake was ever going to win a jury vote in their season. And I also don't think he was ever going to translate his likability into working game relationships. And I do think the complete lack of results there, where even though he gets all the way to the end, he's never able to build inroads enough to get into the majority, is a problem there. And even though I do think Jake is an affable guy to where people definitely like him, I don't think it's ever going to convert into people wanting to work with him or for him to be successful in making certain moves to go through. And it's also not going to translate into people respecting him enough to give them their jury vote. So I do think it's for those reasons that while I do think Jake has some pros for the game, I think the downsides are pretty apparent. And I think even with his upsides, I don't think he can overcome his weaknesses with those, to where I do have him relatively low here at number 87. Now moving on to number 86, and we have someone who I actually think is not that different from Jake in certain ways. So this person was a much earlier boot than Jake, but we do have Tori from Survivor 42. And I actually think Tori and Jake are not that dissimilar, where I think Tori's another person who knows the game pretty well. And I think under limited circumstances, they can be effective in the game. Though I think on this particular season, they were just on the bottom from the very beginning as well. Where on the original Ika, while she wasn't a target right off the bat, she was not in the core alliance there. Even beyond that, she was a secondary target during the Swati tribal, where I feel like had Swati not blown up her game, there's a chance that she's voted out in that spot, though she's able to scrape through that. And then after the merge, she's essentially just an underdog from that point on, where she's not in the strong alliance. And from that point on, she's just scraping on by and is largely taken out due to her being seen as the most expendable. Now, yes, there was another plan coming into that tribal where Marianne and Drea were seen as targets initially, though they were dissuaded from targeting each other after seeing Rockstar being voted out the other split tribal, and the two of them having this reckoning that goes beyond the game. And again, there's just a lot of wonkiness in that situation. But either way, I do think Tori was seen as this pretty expendable number in the game. And I feel like even if that had not happened, that she probably would have been taken out not too long afterwards anyway. And I do feel like she's also someone that struggles to win a jury vote, where I don't see Tori as a likely person to garner respect from a jury there as well. So I actually think that in a lot of ways, Tori is not that different from Jake, in the sense that they're both these super fans that just never really had much social capital in the game. I will say that compared to Jake, though, I think Tori is probably a bit better physically. I do think she's probably a bit more well-rounded in the game, and I could definitely see certain situations where she is able to find inroads more so than Jake. But I do find their games to be not that dissimilar in my personal opinion. And I do think they have similar pros and cons as players, which is why I do have her around the same spot here on number 86. And moving on to number 85, and we have another person who I look at kind of similarly in the sense that they are a pretty big super fan, and I think they have some potential, though I think on their particular season, they just didn't play the best, and that is Chanel from Survivor 42. And Chanel's another person who I think on paper seems like a well-rounded player, someone who knows the game pretty well, someone who I think can do okay in certain situations, though I think 42 is not the best showing for them, where while they were in an okay spot in the original Vati, they end up on the bottom after that first tribal, and some of that being her own fault, where she ends up losing her vote on the journey due to her deciding to risk her vote, which felt like a pretty misguided decision there, where considering that she was about to go to tribal, and considering that she should have known that Omar was going to risk his vote, knowing that he assumed that she was going to save her vote, I do think it was a pretty misguided decision there that does technically result in her side losing out on the numbers there, even though it wasn't solely due to that, where I think some of that was also due to Daniel throwing her under the bus. But regardless, she is on the bottom afterwards, where she is the secondary target at the next tribal they go to. And then after the merge, she's largely on the bottom, where she's not including the majority alliance, and is voted out without much fanfare not long afterwards. So I do think it's a pretty bad track record for Chanel here, and obviously you do have to knock her quite a bit for her decision that she made on the journey there. But regardless, I still think Chanel's someone who I think has some potential, and I think if she were to come back, I think she definitely could play better, as we did see her doing pretty well on certain Survivor orgs. But I feel like on this particular season, it was not the greatest showing for her, which is why she's here at number 85. Now moving on to number 84, and this is someone who I think has some upsides as a player, but I think also has some pretty massive downsides as well. But at number 84, we do have Caleb from Survivor 45. And I think Caleb has some upsides as a player, where I think he is a fairly active player, someone who is willing to make flips happen, where we see during the Sabaya round, he is able to build a connection with Emily that causes that flip to go through to take out Sabaya there. After the swap, we do see him working alongside Jake that could have upset the Bellwood power structure had they gone to tribal, but we don't fully see that come into play. And we even see it playing out during his boot round, where he and Jake do try to cause a flip against Julie that probably was never going through, but still the fact that he was at least willing to pull it off is something to point out at least. So I do think the fact that Caleb is an active player is something to point out here. But I think the massive issue with Caleb as a player is threat management, where I think inherently he just comes off as a pretty threatening player, with him being pretty charismatic, someone who I think people would assume is this dynamic, threatening player, and someone that people want to take out relatively early. And we literally see this at multiple points on his season, where on his original tribe on Lulu, while he's initially part of the majority group, by episode 3, Sabai's already trying to flip the game against him, which is pretty funny. And while I do have to credit him for winning the battle in Emily's vote, even his fan of the game came down to Sabai not using her idol there. So I do think the fact that Sabai was trying to target him so early in the game and only gets through that round due to Sabaya not playing her idol is pretty bad there. You get to the merge where he instantly is a consensus target, where the fact that he was going to be voted out unanimously at that merge round is pretty bad there. And he's able to save himself by hitting a shot in the dark, which again is a 1 in 6 shot. And then he's just voted out immediately afterwards. So again, I think it makes Caleb very hard for me to have super high as a player, as even though I think he has some skills for the game, and I think he's someone who probably would win a jury vote if he were to get to the end, I think he's someone who's always going to come off as a threat to where it's going to be very hard for him to get to the end to begin with, where we literally see him being a target on both his original tribe and immediately after the merge. So I feel like it's for those reasons I can't have Caleb super high, but still I think the fact that he at least has some skills is enough to have him here at number 84. Now moving on to number 83, and this is someone who I would consider a baseline player, someone who I don't think is necessarily that bad at the game, but I don't think the season was the best showing for them. But at number 83, we do have Saul from Survivor 47. And Saul is someone who, again, doesn't have the best showing on the season, spends a lot of the season on the bottom there. Where in the original Lavo, he's obviously on the outs initially. He's a big target in Rome's eyes, at least. And he's obviously in the outs during the Asia Tribal. Afterwards, he is seen as his target, though is able to get around that to take out Kashan, and would have been voted out had he gone back to another tribal, though he's able to avoid that. And then after the merge, he's able to survive a couple of rounds, not being a major influence in things, only to be taken out the final 9, in a position to where it doesn't even benefit Genevieve, the person who's pulling off the move, so I do have to fault him quite a bit for that, and really Saul someone who, again, I don't think plays the greatest game on his season, but outside of that, I don't see Saul as that bad of a player, where I do think he's someone who can do decently when given the right cast, and I think he has some skills for the game in the sense that I think he's a mostly well-rounded player, but still, this was not the greatest showing for him, which is why he's here at number 83. Now moving on to number 82, and we have yet another mostly baseline player, someone I think plays a pretty standard game, nothing too crazy, but at number 82, we do have Kendra from Survivor 45. And I think Kendra's someone who, again, I think plays an okay game for the most part. Though with that said, I think there are some issues there where on the original Bello, she's in a pretty good spot on that tribe where she's part of the Women's Alliance. It did seem to hold the majority there, though they never go to tribal. We get to the swap where she does lose the battle against Reba, loses Brando at that tribal, which is actually a pretty big knock against her, as she actually had a pretty big advantage coming into that configuration where she had gotten to go to the Lulu camp on day 3 as part of this twist that wasn't shown in the show, but she already had a relationship with Emily based off that twist, and through that she should have had the upper hand in getting Emily as a swing vote there, but instead Austin and Drew just outplay her in that spot, which I find pretty bad there. And then we get to the merge where, while things are okay initially, we do see the Bellows end up fracturing at that point, where the Bellows end up targeting each other, and Kendra does lose that battle, loses Kelly, her closest ally at that point, and she herself becomes a target at the following tribal. So again, it's not a great ending to her game, and I do think it's one that definitely could have been avoided. And obviously you had the bigger knock in her not being able to pull in Emily after the swap. But I think outside of that, I look at Kendra as a mostly baseline player, someone who I would expect to do okay on any given season, but I don't think she has anything that truly makes her stand out. And I think with those flaws notwithstanding, I think it's enough to have her around the middle of the list here at number 82. Now moving on to number 81, and we have yet another pretty baseline player, though one that didn't have the greatest showing on their season, and that person is Tiana from Survivor 47. And to me, Tiana is another person who comes off as a mostly well-rounded player, at least on paper at least, so I don't think they played the best on 47, where while she starts off okay in the original Tuku, she ends up voting out TK at that first tribal that really puts her on the bottom afterwards, where we do see Gabe really consolidating this power structure around her that leaves her on the bottom there. And supposedly, had they ever gone back to tribal, that she probably would have been voted out there, though they never go back to tribal. And then we get to the merge, where while she does survive that first roam round all right, we then get to the split tribal, where she kind of gets unlucky in the sense that her group did have this consensus target in Rachel that is taken away due to Rachel having the safety without power played on her. And with Kyle also having immunity, it just made her a very easy backup target for the majority. And honestly, that's pretty bad, but at the same time, it's just her original tribe plus Rachel. So to that end, I don't really see this as being that different from her tribe just going to a second tribal in the pre-merge, which again is unfortunate that has to happen in the post-merge, but Still, I do think Tiana is someone who is a mostly baseline player, someone who I think was just not the best positioned on our original tribe. And I definitely think she did things wrong to cause her to be on the bottom, like again, her voting out TK the first tribal, also her throwing the other Tukus under the bus during that reward where she got to spend time with the other tribe. I do think those things were enough to where I can't have her that much higher than this point, but still, I think she at least has some potential for the game, which is why she's here at number 81. Now moving on to number 80, and we have yet another baseline player who I feel like the game just didn't play out in their favor, but at number 80, we do have Tiffany Seeley from Survivor 41. And again, I look at Tiffany as a mostly baseline player, someone who I think should do okay on any given season, but I don't think they have any inherent advantages with them as a player where I think they just found themselves in a pretty good position on the original Yase tribe where they were part of the majority there. They ended up voting out both Abraham and Voce without too much difficulty, but then their tribe just ends up down numbers after the merge, where at that point, we do see Liana flipping over to the Black Alliance, and at that point, her group becomes the main targets there. Now, to their credit, we do see Tiffany pulling off a somewhat impressive move at that first tribal where her alongside Evie and Xander are able to create a fake idol that is able to trick Liana when she goes to play her knowledge is power. That does cause a majority to split their votes in a way that does allow them to get an upper hand for that one particular vote where they are able to snipe out Sydney there. So again, I do have to give Tiffany at least a little bit of credit for that, but it's not enough to get them off the bottom where immediately afterwards they're targeted again and they are voted out after Evie wins immunity. So again, they are more so the secondary target, but regardless, I do think Tiffany was in a pretty dire situation by that point in the season. And while I don't think Tiffany is this exceptional player by any means, I don't think she did much wrong to be on the bottom. I just think her group just came into the merge down in numbers and there wasn't really that much she could have done to get off the bottom at that point. So I think it's to that end that I can't have Tiffany super low in this list, but at the same time, I don't think she has any particular strengths that would warrant her being much higher in this list, which is why I do have her here on number 80. Now moving on to number 79, and we have a player who I look at kind of similarly to the last few players we talked about, though I think this person does have some pros going for them, but at number 79, we do have Tim Spicer from Survivor 46. Now I think in a lot of ways, I also look at Tim as a pretty baseline player where I don't think he has many inherent strengths as a player outside of him just being good enough physically, good enough socially, somewhat okay strategically. Now, he is a pretty big target initially on his tribe by like Jem, for instance, to the point where Jem devises his whole scheme to make it seem like he has the beware advantage that was intended to make him a target, but instead it kind of had the opposite effect of giving him implicit immunity for the one tribal they go to in the pre-merge. And his side does ultimately win the battle against Jem at that tribal, though I feel like it's more so due to the work of Ben and him having this relationship with Charlie that makes Charlie want to save Ben that does cause that side to win the day there. Though at the same time, we do see Tim also attempting to branch out where we see him going on the journey right before the merge where he, alongside Q and Hunter, tried to build the +1 alliance where Tim wants to pull in Maria as his +1, though even then, Maria's not that loyal to him, where for one, we know that Maria didn't necessarily want to side with Tim and Ben at that Gem Tribal where she would have rather sided with the women there. But then even after the merge, we see this alliance crumble almost immediately where we don't really see Maria holding much affinity to it. And at the same time, Q just blows up the alliance immediately afterwards anyway, to where it doesn't become much a factor there. And we even see Tim, Hunter, and Q targeting each other at the split tribal to where Tim gets voted out there. So it is a pretty funny downfall for Tim there. And again, I don't think Tim has many inherent strengths as a player that would cause him to be too much higher on this list. But again, I do look at Tim as his mostly baseline player, someone who I think would do okay on any given season, though it's for those reasons I can't have him much higher than number 79. I'm moving on to number 78, and this is someone who made it very deep onto their season, and we actually have another person who got all the way to Final Tribal. And I don't think their game on that season is particularly bad, but at the same time, I just don't have much confidence in them as a player in the grand scheme of things. But number 78, we do have Sue Smay from Survivor 47. And again, Sue is able to get all the way to the final 3, and unlike Jake or certain other runners-up that are higher on this player ranking, Sue is actually in the majority for a decent chunk of the game, which I do have to give her some credit for there. But despite that, I think when assessing Sue as a player, I just don't have much confidence in her as a player in the grand scheme of things. Where early on, she is part of the majority in the original Tuku that does allow her to get to the merge unscathed, though at the same time, I very much question how much of that is due to her playing actively, where she is able to build a good enough bond with Caroline, but beyond that, you have Gabe who latches on to Sue largely because Gabe sees her as a goat, which I think is a pretty bad issue there. And you also have her voting out TK for seemingly questionable reasons, which I don't really know how to assess that aspect to her game. But regardless, she is in the majority, for better or worse, during a lot of the pre-merge there. After the merge, we do see the Tukus holding a lot of power initially there, where they're able to get through a lot of those early rounds. They are able to break up Sam and Sierra, and they also vote out Saul at the final 10. But then the final 9, she is blindsided at the gate vote, where she is the only person not included on that plan. Or even Caroline, her own closest ally, was part of that flip, but she wasn't, supposedly because the players thought that she wouldn't go along with it, which I think really speaks to players' perceptions of her, how they see her as this very passive and loyal player. And while she is part of the Kyle plan immediately afterwards, she's then on the outs again at the final 7, where Operation Italy happens, where she does lose Caroline, her closest ally there. That's pretty bad. And then afterwards, she is part of the majority afterwards, where she does vote out Andy, she votes out Genevieve, and she is taken to the final 3, but it's never in a spot to where Sue is really driving much of the action. And at the same time, I think a lot of players just saw her as this easy beat, someone that they could just ride to the end, and sure enough, she gets to the end where she gets no jury votes. So I think that's a pretty big issue on Sue's end. And again, I think that's how it goes for Sue on a lot of seasons, where I think inherently she's not the most active player in the world. I think she's someone that rarely wins a game of Survivor, where I think for one, there's some potential for her being an early boot, due to her being seen on the older side of things. I think there's a lot of potential for her being dragged deep in the game as a GOAT, as we literally see on this particular season. So I don't think there's really much upside for Sue, and even though we did see her making a very deep run this season, and I don't think her game is the worst in the world out of the runners-up, I just think the upside for her to actually win a game of Survivor is pretty low, which is why I do have her relatively low here at number 78. Now moving on to number 77, and we're moving on now to a grouping of early to mid merge boots who were fairly active players, though didn't have the most perfect games in the world. But at number 77, we're starting this off with Alex from Survivor 49. And I feel like Alex is someone who, on paper, you look at as a pretty well-rounded player, someone who I think can do okay on any given season, though I do think his 49 game is kind of sloppy, where while he was in an okay spot in the original Kelly try that ended up going to a bunch of tribals, I do think he makes some questionable decisions along the way, where for one, he does vote out Annie relatively early, someone who he was pretty close to, but kind of lets that option go pretty early. That puts him in a pretty precarious spot. And while he was aligned with the likes of Jake and Sophie B, I do feel like Jake and Sophie B were closer to each other than they were to Alex, to where I do think Alex probably would have been in a precarious spot had they gone to more tribals in the pre-merge. But even on that, you have the Jeremiah tribal, where he was in a somewhat precarious spot, though was able to get around that due to him having an idol there, to where I'm not really sure how well he would have fared had he not had that idol, but regardless, he does great through that. And then after the swap, he is able to link up with the old Hinas there, to where he would have been working with them had they gone to tribal, though that's never fully tested. And then after the merge, he ends up sticking with that group, where despite him having this previous connection to Sophie B, I do feel like he kind of lets Sophie B go at that point in the game, largely due to Sophie B being closer to the Uli side of things. And I do feel like there was a missed opportunity there for him and Sophie B to play the middle at that point. And while he is in the majority for those first few rounds after the merge, he does eventually get flipped on at the final 9, where Joanne and Sage do flip against him, and he is kind of seen as this pretty expendable person in the game. And while I do think he didn't play that round the best, to where he made it pretty apparent that he was playing all sides, he also got Rizzo's ire, to where Rizzo wanted to flip against him as well. I don't think he was playing particularly well up to that point regardless, and for the most part, I do look at Alex as a pretty baseline player, someone who I think, while he is somewhat fluid in the game, I don't think he is the most impressive player in the world for me, which is why I do have him here at number 77. Now moving on to number 76, and we have another player pretty similar to Alex in many ways, but probably more messy compared to Alex, but probably has bigger highs compared to them, and we do have Hai from Survivor 42, and I do feel like Hai is a player who, again, on paper, seems like a pretty well-rounded player, someone who is obviously pretty active in the game, and someone who is at least somewhat impactful at points in the season. But regardless, I do look at his actual game as pretty messy. Now, early on the original Vati, he is pretty close to Lydia. He also thinks that he has Daniel at a point to where he does assume he's part of the majority, only to later find out that he's not, to where at that first tribal, it did seem like he was going to be on the outs there, and only gets out of that due to some pretty fortunate circumstances, like people losing their votes, also Daniel folding to him during the deliberation, that really results in him getting through that tribal. And afterwards, he is able to take some control of that tribe, where he's able to pull in the likes of Mike, for instance, to where they do take the majority afterwards. They vote out Daniel Strunk at that next tribal. And then after the merge, he is pulled into the majority alliance, the Big Threat Alliance, that does take control for those next few rounds. Though at the same time, he also throws away Lydia by voting her out at that first tribal, just getting rid of someone that was completely loyal to him. I do find that pretty bad. He also gets outplayed by Omer, to where Omer is able to pull Mike away from him. That eventually results in Hai being voted out the final 8. And just in general, while I think Hai is someone who does have some skills for the game, I think he's also someone who does get pretty lucky at certain instances. He is also this player that's really obsessed with statistics, where one of his things coming into the season was that he was obsessed with having a perfect voting record. That partially explains why he doesn't flip on the revote during the Jenny tribal, and even explains some of his actions later on in the game that I do think also leads to him not always taking the best approach. And just in general, I think Hai's another player who, while I think he has some skills for the game, and I think he can do well on many seasons, I think there are enough flaws with his game to where I can't have him too much higher than number 76. Now moving on to number 75, and we have yet another player sort of similar to this grouping, and probably not as messy, but we do have Sierra from Survivor 47. And I think Sierra is another pretty baseline player, someone who was in a decent position during the pre-merge, where she was working alongside Sam early on, but also had this connection to the other women in Rachel and Annika that did have control early on. Though I do think she ends up giving up that control by the time of the Annika tribal, where she does end up deciding to vote out Annika to work more with the Andy and Sam side of things. And while I think there were things that forced her hand, like the fact that Andy had gotten this amulet from the journey, supposedly it did seem like Sierra was going to side with that group regardless of the amulet. And considering that Sam was the one who had the closer relationship to Andy at that point in the game, I do think that's a problem Sierra's in. The fact that she just hands a lot of control of that tribe over to Sam. But regardless, she is still pretty safe during the pre-merge. She votes in the majority at both tribals. And even going to the merge, she's not immediately on the outs, where she is at least voting the majority during the Rome tribal at least, though by the time of the final 11, her and Sam do become these pretty big targets in the game where Andy does flip against them. And it is obviously a split vote there, and Sierra is taken out in the revote. So again, not a great ending to her run, where in some ways it does feel like her group lost a lot of agency after the merge, and I do think some of that could have been prevented on Sierra's end. But regardless, I still look at Sierra as a mostly baseline player, where I do think her biggest issue was just giving up control to Sam and letting Sam drive more of the action compared to her. But outside of that, I do look at Sierra as someone who I would have some confidence in on any given season, and I don't think she played terribly outside of that, which is why I do have her here at number 75. Now moving on to number 74, and we have yet another mostly baseline player, and one who probably had a worse game than some of the people we already talked about, though I think this person definitely had some potential by the time of their boot. But number 74, we do have Dwight from Survivor 43. And I do look at Dwight as a somewhat impressive player. Now, I think some of that is informed by things we've seen outside of Survivor, particularly with his work on RJP. But regardless, I do look at Dwight as this fairly dynamic player, though one that was on the bottom for a lot of his run, where early on the original Vessi, he's someone who did have the connection to Justine and Noelle there, though they do end up on the outs by the time of the tribal there. And a lot of that due to him having lost his vote on a journey, which is obviously not great on his end. And even on that, you had the likes of Cody, who didn't have the greatest relationship with Dwight in particular, though he's able to remain relatively safe there during the Justine tribal. Afterwards, he does vote out NECA, though, again, that was more so due to challenge strength and any maneuvering that happened on his end, and he probably would have remained on the bottom had they gone back to another tribal, though they don't. But then we get to the merge, where I do think Dwight does a decent job at coalescing the outsiders, where he and Noelle are able to pick up a lot of the old Bakas that were a block coming into that early merge round, though they do end up losing out on that following vote, where he is voted out one round before jury, which is obviously not great, the fact that Dwight is voted out pre-jury there. Though I still look at Dwight as someone who I do think there are some impressive elements to his game, where I do think he is someone who is able to build a pretty solid group around him. I think he's someone who definitely could do better if he came back, if he was a bit older, where he was obviously pretty young at the time that he first played. And again, even though he was on the bottom for a decent amount of his run, I do think there are still some potential there for him to do better on a return. And in general, I do look at him as being pretty similar of a player compared to other people in this grouping here, which is why I do have him here at number 74. Now moving on to number 73, and we have yet another player in this grouping of these baseline players that are pretty active in the game, but we do have Kane from Survivor 44. And again, I look at Kane as a pretty similar player to the likes of Hai, Dwight, Alex, in the sense that he is like this pretty strategic person, someone who didn't play a terrible game by any means, but also was not an overly dominant presence. where early on the original Ratu, he was very close to the likes of Matthew, to the point where Matthew ends up giving him his idol when he leaves the game, which I do think definitely says something there. Now, I think beyond that, he wasn't really in the core alliance, where I do think the likes of Brandon and Lauren were probably more in the power positions on the Ratu tribe, and even after the swap, while they do try to pull in Carson, it did seem like Carson was closer to the Brandon and Lauren side regardless. But still, it does seem like Matthew had been voted out over Kane, so I think that's something to point out there. And then after the merge, he is part of this Ratu contingent that ends up going to battle against the Sokas that does ultimately get outplayed by the Tikas by the end of it, where Kane ends up being this casualty along the way. So again, it's not an overly impressive game. I don't think Kane did anything that really made him stand out on this season. But at the end of the day, I still look at Kane as this pretty strategically minded person, someone who I think knows what he should be doing. It's just a question over whether he can get the numbers to truly get what he wants done. And beyond that, I don't think he made the same mistakes as the likes of a Hai or an Alex on his season that resulted in him being in a bad position. It just seemed like his entire group got outplayed by the end of it, and even then was not able to get the positioning to be in the dom position within his group. So I think to that end, while Kane didn't play the most impressive game in the world, I still think he has some skills for the game, which is why he's here at number 73. Now moving on to number 72, and we are finally moving on to our next runner-up on the board here, someone who I feel like played a very lackluster game on their season, but still got to the end, and still someone who I don't look at as a terrible player in the grand scheme of things, but we do have Romeo from Survivor 42. Now again, I've already roasted Romeo in my runner-up ranking in the sense that he is someone that spends a lot of the post-merge on the bottom, voting incorrectly at multiple tribals, which I do find pretty funny there. Though I think outside that, I don't look at Romeo as a terrible player, where he was still in the majority during the pre-merge, where he was working alongside Drea there, which is pretty good, and was in the majority to take out Zach and Swati, even though I don't think voting out Zach was necessarily the correct move for him. But again, after the merge, he is left out of the Big Threat Alliance, an alliance that included both of his allies from the pre-merge, which is a problem there. And he essentially spends that point in the game until the final 6 in No Man's Land, where he's voting incorrectly at almost every single tribal, while also being a target himself during the Chanel tribal. Even at the final 6, while he is pulled into the Omer blindside, he was also the secondary target in that spot, to where Mike and Jonathan do put votes on him in case an idol is played, which is pretty bad. And while he is working alongside Marianne and Mike for the rest of the game afterwards, getting to the final 3, he can't really win a final 3 from that point on. Now, I think a final 2 against Jonathan could be interesting, but I don't think he wins any final 3 on 42, which is obviously an issue there. But I think outside of that, I do look at Romeo as a mostly baseline player, sort of similar to these grouping, where I do think he has some skills for the game. I don't think he's entirely unaware of what he should be doing, and I do think he has some skills to get into a core group, but I don't think that's necessarily a guarantee, and if he's not in that core group, then he would need to go into survival mode during a lot of the game, which isn't entirely bad, but I think on a player ranking, I definitely would want something more from him concerning his placement, which is why I do have him relatively low here at number 72. Now moving on to number 71, and we have a player that gets compared a lot to Romeo and actually plays a somewhat similar game to them, but we do have Owen Knight from Survivor 43. And again, Owen's another person that doesn't play entirely bad in the pre-merge, where he is in the majority there, but then after the merge, he spends so much of the post-merge in No Man's Land, just on the outs, starring so many of those votes, up until the very end game, where he finds a core group and is able to ride from that point on, getting to the end and just losing, which is unfortunate there. His game is actually not that different from Romeo's in terms of how he is positioned during a lot of it. Though with that said, I do think there are some minor improvements where, for one, I do think he was more solidly in a minority group in the early post-merge, where it was pretty clear that he was working with the Dwight and Noel side during that early merge phase, and while that group does get flipped on, he was at least not completely alone in the game. And even on that, he's able to find a final 3 from earlier on in the game, where he is able to solidify a final 3 with Cassidy and Gabler around the final 7, and that group was able to hold true up until the very end. So I do think in comparison to Romeo, who I felt like spent more of the game just completely alone, I do think Owen was probably better able to find allies to stick by his side for more of the game, and even though that group was not necessarily controlled for the entire game, it is still enough to where I do have more confidence in Noah as a player in terms of him being able to find some numbers for him. Though by the end, he still can't win a jury vote on the season, where he does get to the end, gets 0 votes. And it did come off as a surprise to him, where it did seem like he completely discounted the possibility that Gabler could beat him and thought that in a final 3 of him, Gabler, and Cassidy, that it would be between him and Cassidy for getting votes, only for him to be completely wrong there. And again, you can definitely knock him for that. But still, I think compared to Romeo, I do think they're mostly similar players, and that's why I do have him here at number 71. Now moving on to number 70, and I would say these next couple of people are similar to the people we just talked about. These are more active players, people who didn't play the best games in the world. Though with that said, I think they definitely had more control in how their seasons played out. But number 70, we're starting this off with Tevin from Survivor 46. And again, I think Tevin was definitely one of the bigger power players early on his season, where he along with Hunter were major power players on the original Nami, and had they gone the tribal in the pre-merge, he probably would have had a decent amount of agency there. Though with that said, it did seem like his plan was to bet out Soda, which again, I've never been a huge fan of the Soda move, as I do feel like he was just taking out someone that was willing to work with him, and we later see him actually pull off that move at the split tribal after the merge, where he and Hunter have the opportunity to take Soda out. They do so. But again, it's just taking out someone who was more willing to work with them. And it really just sets up Tevin to be this pretty big target for the following round, where we do see a pretty big bullseye be put on his back there, and he's taking out the final 10. So again, not the greatest run, or even though he did have a decent amount of control, I don't think he necessarily used it in the best way. And I feel like he definitely did things that made himself a relatively big target by the time of his boot round. But still, I look at Tevin as a mostly baseline player, someone who I think is able to get a group around him, and I think he is someone who is capable of getting to good positions. The question is whether he's able to probably use that positioning to better his own game. And while I don't think he necessarily did so on this season, I don't think that's going to be the case all the time. And it's for that reason that I do have him here at number 70. Now moving on to number 69, and we have someone who I just mentioned, but we do have Hunter, also from Survivor 46. And I do think in some ways Hunter has a similar issue to Tevin, where while he does have a decent amount of control on his initial tribe, he is not really able to maintain that too long after the merge there. Now, while he doesn't technically vote out Soda, where he was on the opposite side of the split, he was willing to go along with that plan had they gone to trouble in the pre-merge, which again, I'm not a huge fan of that aspect. Now, in comparison to Tevin, we did see Hunter at least try to branch out a bit more, where he was included in the +1 alliance, though sort of similar to Tim, that ends up imploding by the time of the merge, and he even votes out Tim in that spot where Tim was targeting him. So again, not a great showing even in that instance. And then obviously you have his boot round where he is voted out with an idol in his pocket, which is obviously not a great sign for him as a player. The fact that he didn't fully sense that he was the one being targeted there, especially since he had just lost Tevin, his own closest ally there, and was on the outs for that vote. So again, the fact that he doesn't pick up that he was being targeted is not great. Now, yes, you can point out that Q was also blowing up his game and was being used as a smokescreen, but still, I do have to knock him a bit for going out with an idol in his pocket there. But still, I look at Hunter as a mostly similar player to Tevin, someone who I think is capable of playing a decent game. We did see him doing pretty well on his initial tribe, and even moving forward, I still think he's someone who has some potential for the game with him understanding the game pretty well. But still, I think in comparison to these other people, not the greatest showing for him, which is why he's here at number 69. Now moving on to number 68, and moving on to yet another person in this grouping of someone who I do feel like was pretty active and was somewhat out in front. Though at the same time, I just struggle to see how they actually win the game on a lot of seasons. By number 68, we do have Danny Massa from Survivor 44. And I do feel like in a lot of ways, Danny was essentially the figurehead for his alliance during a lot of the season, where on the original Soka, he was very much the figurehead of the majority there, having a connection to Heidi, but also with Franny and Matt. And that does have a lot of control of that one trouble they go to take out Claire. And that even extends to after the merge, where I do feel like he was very much the person most out in front on the Soka contingent as they were fighting the Ratus. Though at the same time, it was never in a spot to where I feel like he had a solid end game, where I always got the sense that his own allies were planning to cut him later on in the game once it was no longer useful, but they just never did, as they obviously got picked up beforehand. And at the same time, he also gets outplayed by the Tikas, to where they obviously are able to trick the Sokas into thinking that they're working with them, but later flip against them, to where he's eventually taken out at the final 7. And while he does eventually pick up that the Tikas are outplaying him, and he does try to cause a flip against Carson at the final 7, he's just unable to get Lauren and Jamie on board, to where they just aren't able to hold the numbers for that vote. So really by the end, I'm not that overly impressed by Danny's game, where even though he was technically out in front for a lot of the season, I never got the sense that he was going to have a smooth path to the end game. And I feel like on any given season, he's the type of person that does get taken out around the early to mid merge regardless. But still, he did have some control on his season, which is why he's here on number 68. Now moving on to number 67, and we have someone who I look at pretty similarly to Danny in a lot of ways. So I think this person is probably a step above them, but we do have David from Survivor 48. And I think David's game is also kind of similar to Danny's in the sense that he is a relatively out in front person. Where on the original Siva, he is very much a person out in front there, where he does have a pretty good connection with Kyle that does allow him to have the majority on that group. But then even after the swap, I do think he's able to play pretty well there, branching out to people like Mary and Eva. That does result in him being in a pretty good spot in that contingent. And then after the merge, that allows him to be part of the strong alliance that takes control of the game moving forward. And I do think David is someone who definitely had pieces on the board there. It's not as if he was just simply following Joe the entire time. Though with that said, he does eventually try to shift things in his own favor that does blow up in his face that causes Joe and Kyle to turn on him, and he is eventually outplayed there, being taken out at the final 9. And I definitely have the fault of how messy he played that entire situation that did cause the likes of Joe and Kyle to turn on him in that spot. But at the same time, I do think David still played a somewhat impressive game. I think compared to Danny, I think he definitely had more people in his corner that would have stuck by him had his flip been successful. Where I do think he had a very good bond with Mary, and I do think Mary would have been willing to take him deeper into the game there. And I think it's that minor distinction that does cause him to be a spot higher than Danny, where even though I do think they are largely similar as players, I do think it's that minor upside in terms of how Dave was able to build his own numbers that would have been relatively loyal to him down the road. That does have him here at number 67. Now moving on to number 66, and we have another person who I would consider to be a figurehead, though I think this person was again a fairly well-rounded player despite how the game played out for them. But we do have Brandon from Survivor 44. And I think Brandon is similar to the last few people we talked about, being this person that's out in front for his tribe, though despite that, his game is definitely a lot rockier than those people, where you obviously have the first round where he is targeted due to him getting the idol from the idol cage, where Maddie is very much sounding the alarm against him, to where he has to use said idol at the first tribal, takes out Maddie there. So I think afterwards he does recover very well, where he's able to build a very tight connection with Lauren that did seem to have the numbers on the tribe, where even though it seemed at first that the likes of Matthew and Kane were the ones in the middle, we have since learned that in fact it was Brandon and Lauren that were in control of the tribe. And even after the swap, I do think they were more effective in pulling in the likes of Carson, to where had they gone the tribal there, I do think that Brandon and Lauren probably do win that battle there, though obviously that's never fully tested. And then after the merge, I think Brandon is essentially pitted as the leader of the Ratu contingent that's going up against the Sokas. And they do win those early battles where they do take out Josh at the first tribal. And they also get the upper hand at the split tribal, where it was essentially Matt and Jam Jam on the bottom. And they do decide to take out Matt there, which in hindsight can be seen as a questionable decision. Though I think in reality it was actually fine for them, as I do think Matt was a more central pillar for the Soka tribe than Jan Jan was, who was clearly this outsider. So again, I don't really fault Brandon for taking the shot against Matt in particular there. But then once the Tikas flip to the Soka side the following round, Brandon is the first target from that group, and he is technically idled out of the game in the sense that Franny received the most number of votes, though in reality the Tikas knowingly put their votes on Franny, knowing that Franny was going to have an idol played on her. So really, Brandon was essentially flipped on, but wasn't able to really counter that. So really, by the end, I do look at Brandon as a pretty similar player to these other people. And he's actually taken out a bit earlier than the likes of Danny or David. But I think compared to those two, I probably have a bit more confidence in Brandon as a player, in the sense that I think he's someone who understands the game a bit better. I think he's someone who did have a pretty solid ally in Lauren as well. And again, even at the points where he was on the bottom, I can't really fault him too much for that, where again, the idol cage situation should have been beneficial for him in the sense that he found alongside Maddie, but Maddie decided to use that information to target him instead. Whereas I feel like most people will probably use that information to work with Brandon. And also the fact that he was able to recover from that situation to become the center of that tribe. I do have to give Brandon a lot of credit for that. And it's for the reason that I do have him here at number 66. Now moving on to number 65, and we have yet another person who I feel like was in a decent spot at a point and was definitely someone who had some potential, though I think they definitely let go of the gas by the end of it.
but we do have a James from Survivor 43. And I think James is someone who definitely spends a good chunk of the game in a good spot, where on the original Coco, he is pretty well situated there, having good connections to the likes of Carla and to Lindsay. Though with that said, I definitely think he lets Carla take the reins over the tribe, voting out the likes of Lindsay, someone who is closer to him than to Carla, so I think that's an issue there. And while it is vote out Gio not long afterwards, I do think he ultimately doesn't do much to actively control what happens in either of those tribals, which is a problem there. And then even after the merge, he is part of the majority where the Cocos do team up with Cody and Jesse that control a lot of those early votes. But again, I don't think he's really the one driving a lot of the action there. I think the likes of Cody and Jesse are taking the driver's seat during a lot of those votes. And at the same time, he also has his rivalry with Owen that isn't a great look there either. And that does result in him being a pretty big target coming into the split vote, where we do see the outsiders really gang up on him and Carla. And he is taken out in that spot, which I do think is a problem there. And again, I think James is someone who, on paper, seems like a decent enough player where I would at least have some confidence in him to do pretty well. Though I think on his actual season, he didn't demonstrate the most amount of control, and I think there were missteps along the way that resulted in him eventually being targeted. But still, I think he is a fine enough player to have him here around the middle of the list at 65. Now moving on to number 64, and we have a player that was very much out in front on his tribe, and he definitely had a decent amount of control on a lot of his season, though he's also someone who I think definitely ran out of runaway by the end of it, and that person is Gabe from Survivor 47. And again, I think Gabe is someone who had a ton of control on his pre-merge tribe, or on the original Tuku. He's able to form the majority there, building an alliance with Caroline and Sue, not only as a way of getting numbers, but also to have these people that he can drag towards the end of the game and have a solidified final three. And while I think he definitely underestimates the likes of Caroline, I don't think that's inherently the worst strategy in the world, outside of him just underestimating the likes of Caroline or even Sue to turn things up later on in the game. But he's able to remain a good spot in the original tribe, where he's able to take out TK without too much difficulty, and even had Tiana as a backup target if they were to go back to tribal, though they don't. And then after the merge, we see the Tukus take control initially, where while they are forced to cut Tiana at the split tribal, they are able to at least have the other side on the ropes initially, where they are able to bring up Sam and Sierra. They're also able to go along with Genevieve's plan to target Saul. Though by the final 9, we do see the Tukus becoming a pretty big target from the outsiders, and we do see them taking a shot against them at that point, with Gabe being the target after Kyle was immunity, which is obviously pretty unfortunate. The fact that Kyle seemingly would have been targeted over Gabe had he not won immunity there, though once he did, Gabe became the backup target. Though at the same time, I do have to credit Gabe for at least having Sue by his side, to where Sue was voting with him even as he was going out there. So again, that's at least something to point out there. And I think out of the people in this grouping, Gabe is probably the person who had the most amount of individual control within his group, where again, I do think he had a ton of control at the pre-merge and even during the early merge. Though I think he did so in a way to where he was always going to be a pretty big target once his group got flipped on, which ended up happening there. And even if Kyle had been voted at the final 9, I do think Gabe would have been a target not too long afterwards anyway. And I do think Gabe is the type of player that plays the game in a way to where he's always going to be pretty out in front, to where people are going to want to target him. So I think that's a big enough issue to where I can't have him higher on this list. But still, I think the fact that he had as much control as he did was enough to have him here at number 64. Now moving on to number 63, and we have yet another person in this grouping, and we actually have the earliest boot left on the board, which is pretty funny, but we do have Nate Moore from Survivor 49, who ends up being the last merge boot on the board here, which is interesting to say the least. And again, I think Nate is someone who kind of fits into this grouping in the sense that he was seen as the figurehead for the Uli group. Now, admittedly, he wasn't trying to be the one that was the most out in front. However, that's how he came across to the other people on the cast, which can be seen as a knock in the sense that he's not really someone that's able to adapt super well to certain groupings. But regardless, I do look at Nate as a pretty well-rounded player, where I just think he played a solid pre-merge game where, again, he was in the majority during a lot of the original Uli, where he was very much part of the majority alongside Savannah, Rizzo, and Shannon. Even after this first swap, he's also part of the majority there. Though, to be fair, he was also a target during that first tribal where Matt was trying to blindside him in particular, which is an issue. And while there wasn't really much traction for the actual vote, it's still something to point out there. We also have the second swap where he could have been in some danger there had they gone the tribal, where it did seem like the other Hinas weren't super fond of him, though he's able to avoid tribal there, only for his group to be down numbers at the merge, where he is picked off at that point, largely due to him being seen as a figurehead. And I do think with Nate, it is kind of hard to assess him, as on one hand, I do think he struggled a lot with perception on his season, where again, it seemed like no matter what he did, he was seen as the leader of his alliance, even though he wasn't necessarily trying to be. That did paint a target on his back during the second swap and also at the merge vote itself. So that's a problem there. But on the other hand, I do think Nate is someone who has a decent head on his shoulders, where I do think he's one of the more cerebral players out of the people in this grouping, and someone who I think knows what he should be doing, and he's also a pretty big super fan there. And I think something else that helps him is the fact that literally all his allies made it to the end game, where again, he was very close to Rizzo, Savannah, and Sophie B, who ended up making up 3 of the final 4. So I think the fact that Nate was able to get in with those people is all pretty good there. And again, I think Nate is someone who I think knows what he should be doing. And I think, generally speaking, he is a good player on paper, but I just don't think his game necessarily played out in the best possible way, which is why he's here at number 63. Now moving on to number 62, and we have the final person in this grouping of these more out in front players, but ones who did have some potential along the way. And that person is Evie from Survivor 41. And again, I think Evie is very much in this mold as someone who was very much the leader of their group during the pre-merge, where on the original Yase, Evie did have a lot of control there, voting out Abraham and Voce without too much difficulty. And had they gone back to another tribal, I'm very much inclined to think they would have held the numbers there to take out Xander. Again, I think Evie was not only in control during a lot of the pre-merge, but I do think they were the leader of their alliance, which I think is a pro there. But sort of similar to Nate, they end up losing the numbers after the merge, where Liana ends up flipping to the Shan side of things. And I don't really know how much of that is Evie's fault in particular, where for one, Liana had a very tight connection with Shan due to them being POC. Though at the same time, Liana also didn't have the greatest relationship with Xander, and I think that could have also explained why she flipped. But regardless, it does result in Evie being down in numbers. And I do think Evie plays it somewhat well, where we do see them along with Tiffany being able to outplay the majority during the first round, where they're able to make a fake idol and trick Liana into using the knowledge is power incorrectly there, which caused a vote split. Though with that said, Evie was still the target for the majority by the time of the actual vote, and they did have to rely on Sydney using her shot in the dark to get the numbers there. But even moving forward, Evie would have been the main target at the next tribal, only for them to win immunity. That results in them losing Tiffany, and they are eventually taken out at the split tribal. Though at the same time, it was also in a spot to where Xander had an extra foe, and there could have been this opportunity for Xander to save Evie there, only for them to not fully utilize that. But this was also a point in the game where a flip was starting to happen, where we do see in the other split tribal that Ricard is able to get Shan to drop Nasir, and considering that they flip on Shan the very next round, I'm inclined to think that had Evie survived that they could have been part of that flip, and who knows what could have happened from that point on. So I do think Evie is someone who was able to outlast Nate by a couple rounds and get around the fact that they were this immediate target due to them being the figurehead for their alliance. But at the same time, I do think Evie is someone who can definitely control their perception a bit better. We also know that they're pretty good in challenges, where they're one of these players that will study previous challenges and apply that to future challenges. So I do think there's at least some promise with Evie in that regard. And again, I think Evie is someone who has potential for the game. I do think they played relatively well considering the position that they were in. But at the same time, they're still a relatively early boot compared to a lot of other players we're about to be talking about, which is why they're here at number 62. Now moving on to number 61, and we're moving on now to a grouping of a few players that made very deep runs on their season, and we're definitely thinking about the game in interesting ways, though I don't think they were necessarily the most effective by the end of it, or didn't have the most win equity in the world. But at number 61, we're starting this off with Heidi from Survivor 44. And I do find Heidi a interesting player, as I think for one, she's in a very good spot during the pre-merge, where on the original Soka, she's very much aligned with the likes of Danny, Franny, and Matt. That does result in her being pretty safe there, and is a pretty pivotal vote at the one tribal they go to vote out Claire. And just in general, I do have to give her at least some credit for being willing to use Danny as a shield, where it doesn't seem like she was necessarily loyal to Danny for the entire game. And I do think that allows her to remain relatively safe during a lot of the game as well. Now, after the merge, she is obviously part of this war with Ratu that is kind of a draw for the two sides by the end of it. And while she does catch some votes at a few tribals, she's almost always a secondary target, where she's rarely the primary target coming into any given tribal, which again, I do have to give her at least some credit for that. But I think something to really knock her for is the fact that she never does commit to the flip against the Tikas, where while her and Danny do try to take out Carson in the final 7, after Danny goes, she just kind of gives up and just allows the likes of Jamie and Lauren to go out, where a lot of that is due to her just not trusting Jamie Lynn, and I do have to knock her quite a bit for that. The fact that she's not able to pick up these outside pieces and just allows this core alliance to remain intact all the way to the final 4, where at that point she would have been the main target had she not won final immunity, but she ends up doing so. Now, something I can give her credit for is her decision to put herself in the fire, where she ends up putting herself in the fire to beat Carson, knowing that she is the best fire maker of the final 4, and knowing that Carson is the biggest stray threat. And again, that's something that not many players do, is putting themselves in the fire to essentially ensure their own fate there. Now, granted, for Heidi in particular, it was never going to be enough to win a jury vote, where despite her putting herself in the fire, it's just not something that the jury cared that much about, where it wasn't enough to sway more jury votes in her favor. But still, it does at least show some agency at the very end of her game. And again, I think Heidi is someone who has some promise as a player, and I think there were a couple interesting aspects to her game, though I think she severely lacked in her willingness to actually flip against the Tikas until it was essentially too late for her to win the game. So I think I do have to knock her quite a bit for that. But still, I think her game is interesting enough outside of that to where I do have her here at number 61. I'm moving on to number 60, and we have a player that's actually kind of similar to Heidi in certain ways, but I think this person definitely was more intentional with how they approach the game, and that person is Katura from Survivor 45. And Katura's game is not that different from Heidi's in the sense that she does allow the core alliance to essentially run a lot of the game, where at the point where the Rebas are taking control of the game after the merge, she doesn't do that much to counter them, where she very much gets involved in the infighting on the Bellows to where she ends up targeting Jake during the Kelly round, though loses that battle. Afterwards, she doesn't vote during the Kendra round, but would have been on board to target the likes of a Jake or a Bruce there had they been available. So really, she doesn't do that much to target the Rebas, even though it's pretty apparent that they are running the game. However, this decision was very much part of her broader strategy, where she has said after the season that her whole idea was to attach herself to the bottom of the Reba power structure under the assumption that they would eventually crumble and that they would eventually target each other, and that would essentially put her in the swing vote position to potentially drive the game at that point. And I think that definitely demonstrates some forethought in the sense that she wasn't just blindly allowing the Rebas to control the game. Though with that said, it's still not a great strategy, as for one, she is essentially relying on the actions of other people to dictate her own game, to where she's banking on the fact that the Rebas will eventually turn on each other. And while they do so, that's not necessarily going to be a guarantee on any given season, so I think that's a problem there. But then the other thing is that while the Rebas do actually turn on each other by the end, I don't think Katura really takes the driver's seat even when the flip actually happens, where at the final 7 she's out of the loop during the Emily blindside, where while she was voting out Julie, who was a Reba there, she's left out of that plan to idle out Emily. At the final 6, while she does vote out Drew, I very much think that that's Dee and Julie's decision to turn on Drew at that point, and she was just an extra number there. At the final 5, you have Jake approaching her with this plan to blindside Dee, and she largely backs out of it due to, one, her feeling bad for Dee, due to Dee getting very emotional at that tribal, but also her just not trusting Jake, which is very reminiscent to Heidi not trusting Jamie to cause a flip against the Tikas. So I do think Katura played that round pretty messily, and she's eventually taken out the final 4 in a position to where she doesn't really win the game, even if she did win fire. So I do think Katura is someone who, despite her having this clear-cut strategy of how to approach the game, I don't think it's a strategy that fully panned out the way that she expected it to, and I think beyond that, her game is just kind of whatever, but I still think she's someone who definitely had a game plan coming to the season, and I think beyond that, she doesn't have the worst game, but I think considering her placement here, I think number 60 is a good spot to have her. Now moving on to number 59, and we have another person who made it very deep onto their season, though despite that, they did spend a lot of the game on the bottom, but we do have Teeny from Survivor 47. And Teeny's someone who I did have a debate over where exactly to have them, as I think on one hand, I do look at Teeny as a pretty scrappy player, someone who I think is definitely willing to play a dynamic game. Though I think on 47 in particular, they just spent so much of the game on the bottom to where it's kind of hard to justify them being higher. Where they spent a lot of the pre-merge on the bottom of the original Lavo, losing Asia pretty early on, even Kashan, that's not necessarily a plan that they wanted to go through. And I do think had they gone back to another tribal, it would have been between them and Saul, though that's never fully tested. Now along the way, they're able to build a connection with Andy and Caroline due to the journey where they end up getting this amulet, though I don't think that really pans out much beyond the merge, where while they do play place at Amulet at the first tribal they go to, I feel like afterwards that group kind of falls to the wayside where Teeny, again, is just kind of there during a lot of the post-merge, where we get to the Sierra round where they want to target Sam instead, but they're not able to get their way. We get to Operation Italy where they try to target Sam once again, but Operation Italy blindsides them there, losing Caroline. We get to the final 5 where they once again try to pin votes onto Sam over Genevieve, but are unsuccessful. And they're eventually taken out at the final 4 in a position to where I don't think they win a jury vote, even if they had won, where I'm inclined to think that in a Sam, Sue, Teeny final 3, that Sam wins that. I think even against Sue and Andy, that it would be up in the air. So I don't think it's a guarantee that Teeny wins in many scenarios. And again, I think Teeny's someone who is probably a better player than what their game demonstrated, where I do think they are definitely a trying player, someone who definitely wants to make flips happen, though I think on this season they were just largely ineffective with what they were trying to do. And I think at this point in the list, I can't justify them being too much higher than number 59. I'm moving on to number 58, and we have another player who got pretty deep into the season, though I think this person probably had more win equity than the people we just talked about, but we do have Heather from Survivor 41. And again, I think Heather kind of fits well into this grouping here of people who didn't play the most effective game in the world, though was still in the majority for a decent amount of it and still had some win equity. Now, I think she has a pretty rocky start in the original Luvu, where while she wouldn't have been voted out, she was definitely more on the periphery of things, where outside of Erica, she didn't have many close connections on that group and was just kind of there during the pre-merge. And then after the merge, she's kind of along the ride for a bit, where she's part of this majority, though even then, she's not in the core of the majority. She's more so just voting with them because she happens to be an original Luvu. She's also in a bit of danger during the split tribal, where she is the secondary target at that point, where it goes to a tie, though is part of this plan to take out Nasir in that position. And then at the final 8, she's part of this big flip that happens where her along with Erica team up with Xander and Ricard to blindside Shan. And from that point on, she's in a pretty decent position getting towards the end there, and while still having a pretty close ally in Erica. But again, it's also in a position to where she's never really driving much of the action in the game, where I do feel like Erica is the one doing more of the heavy lifting for the duo and is also the one that has more of the connections. And Erica does also outplay her at the final 4, where Xander does decide to save Erica over Heather once he wins final immunity, putting Heather in the fire where she ends up losing. And I do think Heather probably loses to Erica in a final 3. Now I think in a Deshawn Xander Heather final 3 it's a bit closer, but I do think outside that, Heather is another person that definitely struggles with win equity in a lot of scenarios. I do think she needed a very specific scenario for her to actually win the game. And to be fair, I think she had more of a path than either Katura or Teeny to win there. But still, I do think she's kind of similar to this grouping of players, which is why she's here on number 58. Now moving on to number 57, and we have yet another person who made it very deep under their season, though I think their actual game is pretty flawed, but we do have Cassidy from Survivor 43. And I think Cassidy is someone who I was willing to have a bit higher, as again, she's one of these people who on paper doesn't seem like the worst player in the world. She seems fine enough in each aspect of the game, though I think her actual game on 43 is pretty rocky, where despite her being in the majority for almost the entire game, she's also a pretty massive target during many points of the game, where during the pre-merge, she caught the ire of Ryan and Gio to where she was targeted by them at both tribals she goes to in the pre-merge, which is definitely not ideal. You also have the split tribal where I do think she largely gets saved by something outside of her control, where Jesse and Cody were very much willing to cut Cassidy in that position and only save her over Ryan due to Jane's having been voted out of the other split tribal, where I do think she gets very much lucked out by that situation. So again, that's something that I just don't like about Cassidy's game. The fact that she is targeted as much as she is definitely demonstrates an ability for her to be a relatively early boot on certain seasons. And this is despite her not even being out in front by any means, where on the original Coco, I do feel like the likes of Carla were more the decision makers there. It's not even as if Cassidy was the ringleader of that tribe. So I do think that's a problem. And again, after the merge, I do think the likes of Jesse and Cody take more of the reins. It's not even like Cassidy's being targeted due to her being this big threat. It's more so just other people being turned off by her. So I think that's a problem there. And despite her being a somewhat sizable target, she's not even that big of a jury threat, where she ends up getting to the final 3 against Gabler and Owen, which I think is probably her best possible final 3 scenario, and she still loses it, which makes me think that she probably was not set up well to win on that season. And some of that can also be traced back to her burning Carla on her way out, which, again, not really sure how much to fault Cassidy in particular for that situation, but still not ideal by any means.
So it's sort of weird for Cassidy in the sense that she is in the majority for a lot of the game, but despite that, she's not even like in the driver's seat for many votes. I don't think she's really the one driving the action. And she's also someone who can't really win the game, despite her also being this target during multiple points in the season. So I think it's those factors that definitely lower my view of Cassidy as a player, as along with her actual game on the season. And it's for the reason that I do have her here at number 57. Now moving on to number 56, and we have yet another player who I do feel like fits well into this grouping, and someone who I think was actually somewhat effective in the game, but also someone who very much struggles to actually win by the end. But we do have Liz Wilcox from Survivor 46. And again, I think Liz is someone who I think fits well into this grouping of players, as someone who I think gets pretty deep into the seasons by her not having the most win equity in the world. And I think some of that was self-inflicted, where her whole plan coming to the season was to tell everyone that she ran all these businesses and that she didn't need the money, and that's why you should take her deep into the season, only to reveal Final Tribal that she was actually playing them and that she actually does need the money, which, to be fair, could have worked on a cast like this, where we literally see Kenzie making a similar pitch at Final Tribal, saying that she needed the money, which I think was definitely a factor in why she wanted jury vote there. But again, I do think this strategy of trying to change people's perceptions at Final Tribal is a very high risk one, and one that is definitely not guaranteed to work on all casts. So I do think Liz was definitely playing with fire there. Now I think her game outside of that is decent for the most part, where while I don't think she was a dominant force on the season the way that Charlie was, I do think she was still somewhat effective, where I do think she was definitely a factor in targeting Tevin during that round. She's also someone that is able to get in with the likes of Charlie and Ben, to where she's part of that majority during a lot of the end game. So I do think Liz was definitely able to maneuver herself around pretty interesting power structures there. But again, I think Liz was someone who definitely had an uphill battle to actually getting to the end and winning, where even though she was part of this group with Charlie and Ben, I do think she was always going to be on the outskirts of that regardless. And while the others in the Final Four definitely saw her as a jury threat by the time of the Final Four, I'm still not convinced she would have actually won had she gotten to the end, where I still think the likes of Charlie beats her, Kenzie beats her, I do think Maria beats her as well. I do think she would have had an uphill battle to actually winning the game, even though she was definitely seen as a threat within the game itself. And she also had this strategy that I'm not a huge fan of. But regardless, I still think Liz is a competent enough player to where I do have her here at number 56. Now moving on to number 55, and we have someone who I just mentioned, but we do have Ben Katzman, also from Survivor 46. And I actually think Ben and Liz are not too different as players, as I think they're kind of on a similar level, where I do think Ben is someone who also struggles to win a jury vote, and probably even less so than Liz, where I don't think Ben really wins any final three by the time of the end game, which is definitely a problem there. Though I think Ben's game is probably a step above Liz's. In a sense, I do think Ben was probably better at building inroads with a lot of people there, where he ends up building a very close relationship with Charlie, to where Charlie goes out of his way to save him at the Gem Tribal, which is pretty good. And after the merge, I do think he's definitely working in lockstep with Charlie during a lot of that post-merge there, where I do think Ben is pretty safe from that point on, which is pretty good. Now, again, I do think Ben is someone who debatably was a bit too loyal to Charlie, in the sense that he ends up taking Charlie to the end after winning Final Immunity, which is obviously an issue, though I think beyond that, I do look at Ben as someone who is pretty good at building one-on-one relationships and is definitely able to remain pretty safe because of that. And I do think that's a major reason why I do have Ben above Liz, where I think even though Liz was probably more active in how she approached the game, I think Ben is probably someone I have a bit more confidence to get into decent game positions with his ability to build pretty good relationships. And it's that minor distinction that puts him one spot higher for me, which is why he's here at number 55. Now moving on to number 54, and we have the final person in this grouping of people who made very deep runs, but were also not the most effective players in the world. But we do have Xander from Survivor 41. And I've already roasted Xander a good amount for his 41 game, where again, he does spend a decent amount of the game on the bottom. Though I think when looking at Xander as a player in the grand scheme of things, I actually feel somewhat okay about Xander, where while he does spend a good amount of the pre-merge on the bottom, again, I don't think it was necessarily this greatest starting try for him, where he definitely had the likes of Liana, who definitely was not in his favor. That definitely resulted in him being in a pretty precarious spot there. Also the fact that he does get up aware advantage and loses a vote for the Voce tribals, also not something that puts him in a good spot there. Obviously, we get to the merge where he's again on the bottom, but Even so, he was part of this plan to trick Liana into misplaying her knowledge as power, so I do have to give him some credit for that. But again, he is on the bottom for the next few rounds, losing Tiffany and Evie, with the latter being a case where he had an extra vote that he could have used to potentially save Evie, though I think he definitely missed out an opportunity there. But I think something to his credit is how he approaches the endgame, where I do think he's able to build a pretty good relationship with Ricard and is able to be part of this big flip that happens at the final 8 to take out Shan. And from that point on, he is part of the majority, where he's able to remain part of that group while still using Ricard as a shield for him that he's eventually able to discard at the final 5. And again, for him to be in that position, I do have to give Xander at least some credit for being able to survive to the point where he could be part of that flip. Now, yes, he does drop the ball at the final 4 where he wins immunity, but decides to save Erica with him. He is correct in assessing that Erica is the biggest jury threat of this final 4, but also having the wrong read and thinking that leaving her out of fire would be enough to neutralize that threat. And also coming into Final Tribal with the perception that he willingly took the biggest jury threat to the final 3, which I think definitely did not do him any favors in the jury vote there. Though at the same time, I think even if he had put Erica in a fire and taken her out there, that he probably does not win a jury vote, where I don't get the greatest sense that Xander had that much respect from a jury, despite him being this massive underdog, which I think is definitely an issue for him in that regard. And again, I think those things definitely make it hard for me to assess Xander too highly there. But regardless, the reason I have Xander at the top of this grouping is, one, his ability to actually get off the bottom, where again, despite him spending a lot of the game in the minority, he is able to eventually get out of that position and is able to maneuver himself into a majority group. And I think his age also plays a factor to where he was obviously very young when he played, and I think that definitely played into his perception from a lot of the cast, to where I do think if he saw like an older Xander come back, that he could definitely be a more dangerous player. So I do think those things definitely make me a bit more confident in him as a player in the grand scheme of things, even though his actual game was not the greatest in the world, but it was enough to have him here at number 54. Now moving on to number 53, and we're starting a different grouping now of people who were booted a bit earlier than the people in the previous grouping, though I think these people were still pretty active and were definitely major factors on their season in some way. By number 53, we actually are starting off with someone pretty similar to Xander in a lot of ways, but we do have Liana, also from Survivor 41. And I think Liana has a similar pitfall to Xander, since that she was obviously very young when she played. And I actually think Liana was more impacted by her age than Xander was, where I do think her lack of life experience definitely explains a lot of key decisions that she makes. Like her one-sided rivalry with Xander that drove a lot of her decisions in the game. Also her latching onto Shan after the merge, to where it does seem like she would have been pretty loyal to Shan to the end, which I think is a problem, as Shan would have beaten her there. So again, I think a lot of those things do drag down Liana on this actual season, despite Liana spending a decent amount of the game in the majority, where on the original Yase, she's very much part of the Women's Alliance there that drives both the Abraham and Voce votes, and had they gone back to another tribal, Liana would have been part of that, even though I think the likes of Evie and Tiffany were closer to each other than they were to Liana, to where it definitely felt like Liana was the third within that, which I think may have also played into why she flips after the merge, where she ends up building the very tight connection with Shan and the other POC. That does result in her flipping from her old group after the merge, and she is able to be part of that wave for the next few rounds, taking out the likes of Tiffany and Evie, though she does eventually get flipped on, where at the final 8, her power structure does crumble, where she does end up losing Shan, and she herself is taken out the final 7, where yeah, she does kind of get unlucky by Deshawn being saved by Do or Die, but at the same time, she was still on her way out there regardless, where it didn't seem like she had much of a path to the end by that point in the season. And I also think, even if she had gone to the end, I don't think she wins a jury vote there either, where sort of similar to Xander, I do think the fact that she was so young definitely played into other people's perceptions of her. And again, I think that's definitely an issue, and I do think compared to Xander, I think it's actually pretty close between the two. And I think you can definitely argue that Xander should be higher than Liana, but at the same time, I think Liana was in the majority for more of the game compared to Xander. And I think she's another person who I think if she were to come back, she'd definitely do better. But I think for the time being, I think she definitely fits more into this latter grouping of mid-game boots that definitely had influence. And considering that she was definitely in that group with her having caused this big flip after the merge, I think that was enough to have her one spot higher at number 53. Now moving on to number 52, and this is someone who I did initially have a few spots higher, though I think considering the way that they go out, I did decide to have them lower instead. But we do have Kelly from Survivor 45. And I think Kelly is sort of fitting into this grouping of someone who was a pretty big power player in the pre-merge, where on the original Bello, she was very much in the middle of things, where she obviously had her women's alliance, but also had a pretty tight connection with Brando that did put her in a pretty prime spot had they ever gone the tribal, but they never do. Now, I think the swap is a bit more hairy for her, where we do know that Jake and Caleb were pretty close, and with Bruce also being there could have been this potential flip that could have happened against her and Katura, though that never comes to pass either. And then coming to the merge, again, she's very much the person who is the best positioned on the Bello group, though I think a major issue is that the Bellows end up fracturing, where they do have these outsiders and Jake and Bruce that her and Katura simply refuse to work with, and that leads to the Bellows being completely fractured at the final 10, where they're instead targeting each other, and that just opens things up for the Rebas to come in and snipe Kelly out, which I do think is a massive issue there. I think Kelly's boo is one that definitely could have been avoided had her side been more willing to work with Jake and Bruce, but due to them feeling so blatantly on the outs of the Bellows that it just made it impossible for them to really work with Jake and Bruce at that point in the game. And I do think the Rebas just simply outplay them in that spot. And again, I think Kelly's someone who I think on paper is a pretty decent player, someone who does know the game pretty well. I think she's also pretty well rounded outside of that. I think she's someone who's pretty good at building a core group around her. Though again, I think her boot is one that definitely could have been avoided, and I think she was ultimately outplayed in her boot round. That was still pretty early on in the game to where I can't really have her too much higher because of that. But still, I think she's a competent enough player outside of that one round to have her here at number 52. I'm moving on to number 51, and we have the earliest boot left on the entire list to talk about here. But we do have Matt Blankenship in Survivor 44. And I think Matt is kind of in this similar spot with someone who definitely was in a position to play a bigger role in his season, though I think he does get massively screwed over by the split tribal twist, where he ends up getting a pretty bad draw there with him being stuck on a group of mostly Ratus, and with him being clearly this easy target for the Ratus to take a shot against the Ahsokas, it just made sense for Matt to be taken out in that spot there. And it's also in a position to where he couldn't even save himself with a shot in the dark, considering that he left it back at camp. So I do think Matt definitely gets screwed over by the round that he gets taken out in. Where again, outside of that, I do think he played a pretty impressive game in the pre-merge, where I do think he was very well situated on the original Ahsoka, where he alongside Franny were very much in the majority there. And I think his side was definitely in a decent position afterwards, where yes, while we do know afterwards that the Tikas were running things to where he probably would have been picked off along the way regardless, I do think considering that Matt was definitely playing a decent game and gets screwed over to where he gets taken out earlier than what he should have, definitely plays a factor into why I do have him at least this high on the list, where I do think he is generally a well-rounded player, someone who is definitely in a pretty prime position by the time he gets taken out, but again, just gets sniped out there, which I think is a major reason why I do have him at least this high here at number 51. Now moving on to number 50, and I'm sure some people will say this person is too low here, though I've already criticized this person as a player multiple times in other videos, but at number 50, we actually have the first player on this list from Survivor 50, and that is Emily Flippin. And I've already talked about Emily quite a bit here. As someone I don't have the most faith in as a player, I will say that my view of her as a player did go up a little bit after season 50 in the sense that it at least shows that she's capable of making multiple deep runs, where at least before season 50, I saw her as a very high variance player where, again, she was almost the first boot on 45, where she was largely saved by Hannah Rose quitting the game, which I think is an issue there. And I think generally speaking, she's the type of personality that is not going to gel well with everyone, to where there are definitely plenty of scenarios where she could be a relatively early boot, though we just haven't really seen that play out in her career. Now, I think outside of that, I think Emily is a fine enough player where, again, on 45, despite her starting off on the bottom, she was able to build some pretty decent inroads on Lulu, where she built a tight connection with Kayla, to where she was able to eventually flip against Abaya at that third tribal they go to. After the swap, she becomes a swing vote at that first tribal, where she builds a tight connection with Austin and Drew, takes out Brando there. And then after the merge, she's essentially able to become the fifth in the Reba power structure, where she's able to take advantage of the Bello fracturing to take out a lot of them. But at the same time, I don't think Emily herself was in the best position to get towards the end, where, well, she was definitely closer to Austin and Drew than she was to the D and Julie side. I think had that been the final three, that she probably loses a jury vote, which I think is an issue there. And while they do eventually try to cause a flip against Julie at the final 7, that ultimately falls through to where she obviously gets idled out of the game. But again, I don't think Emily was necessarily set up well to win the game, even if she were to get to the end. Not to mention that she also made herself a pretty big target at the final 8, where she takes out Bruce, which is a move that I don't think is good for her, where again, she's just taking out someone who was this pretty big goat in the game and a pretty big target ahead of her. And I think she just made herself a bigger target than what she needed to, while also taking out someone that she could have beaten at the end. So I don't think her Bruce move was even that good to begin with. But again, I do look at her 45 game as pretty good, but definitely not perfect. And then she comes back for 50, where again, she is able to make it relatively deep once again and is able to find a pretty solid group in Christian and Rick Devens. But again, sort of similar to 45, she's kind of the third in that group, where I never got the sense that she was the best position within that. And she's also someone that just rarely gets her way as well, where I just feel like there are just so many points where she wants to do one thing, but just never gets it done, that definitely makes me not as impressed by her game as what it seems on paper. And she's eventually taken out in a spot to where she's not even that big of a jury threat, to where I don't think Emily wins many scenarios on 50, even if she were to get towards the end. So I do think Emily's someone who definitely plays two all right games on the whole, and I think she's able to demonstrate some consistency within her game. But at the same time, I still have some pretty major issues with Emily as a player, where again, socially, she still doesn't get along with everyone, which is an issue there. And even when she is able to find her group, I don't think she's able to position herself the best within that group. Physically, she's also not great, to where I don't think she is able to win challenges if she were to be in danger. So that's a problem as well. And then strategically, I think she's kind of flawed, where again, I don't love her Bruce move. I think also her just not being very effective at getting away on 50 is a pretty big issue there. So I think Emily's someone who, despite her having played twice, I still have some pretty massive issues with her as a player in the grand scheme of things, which is why I do have her here at number 50. I'm moving on to number 49, and we have someone who made it fairly deep into their season, and while they didn't play the most dominant game in the world, they also came into the end game with a decent amount of win equity, though I do think they were lacking in some regards. But we do have Lauren Hart from Survivor 44, and I look at Lauren as a fairly decent enough player, where I wouldn't expect her to be an early boot on many seasons she plays, and I do think her game on 44 is not the worst in the world, where I do think she's in a pretty decent spot on the original Ratu, where she builds a pretty tight connection with Brandon, and it does seem like she is relatively safe on that tribe, which is pretty good there. After the swap, they're able to pick up Carson as well, to where it does seem like they would have held the numbers had they gone the tribal, though that's never fully tested. And then after the merge, despite her side kind of being in the stalemate for a lot of the post-merge, Lauren herself is able to remain pretty safe, where she ends up being the last standing of the Ratus coming into the final five. Now, I think on some level you can fault her for not really taking a stand against the Tikas, where I do think she kind of lets the game pass her by, and I also think that earlier on when Brandon was in the game, that she never fully takes the reins of the Ratu group. Though then despite that, she still came into the final five with one equity, to where I do think had she gotten to the final three against someone other than Carson or Jam Jam, that I do think she definitely is a likely winner there, as I do think a lot of people looked at Lauren as a pretty big jury threat. And I do think had she gone to the end against the likes of Carolyn or Heidi, that she probably wins there. I think against a Jamie Lynn, pretty similar story. So I do think by the end, Lauren is someone who had a winning path, though I don't think she really did much to create that path for herself. And while she is the last inning of the Ratus, I don't think her game is the most active in the world, but still, I look at Lauren as a competent enough player and someone who definitely had a shot at winning. That does leave her relatively high here at number 49. I'm moving on to number 48, and we have two players in a row that I look at pretty similarly, in the sense that they are these players that were definitely trying to play the middle, and I do think they were pretty active, though they do eventually get caught. That results in their downfall there. But at number 48, we're starting this off with Joanne from Survivor 49. And again, I think Joanne is someone who was definitely trying to play a pretty active game and was definitely playing the middle, at least in the post-merge. Though I do think his earlier game is a bit more wonky, where on the original Uli, he was definitely on the bottom there alongside Sage, and he definitely would have been in a hairy spot had they gone the tribal there, though they don't. We then get to the swap, where his tribe does have the majority, and he does end up surviving largely due to that, though I think with that there was also some missed opportunities with him potentially working with Matt, this guy that he had met through the journey, as again, he was on the bottom of Uli, and I do think on some level he recognized it, though I don't think he really did much to counter that at that point in the game. And I do think he lets the likes of Matt and Jason go without too much resistance there. But I think this game turns up more at the second swap, where he, along with Sage, are linked up with Steven, and they're able to build a pretty solid alliance in that grouping, and they're able to vet out Shannon at that falling tribal. And that even extends to the early merge, where we do see him and Sage flip against Nate at that first tribal, taking him out. You get to the split tribal, where you had the likes of MC really fighting to keep him safe during that situation. And while he does end up voting out MC in that spot, I do think that was due to some wonky situations with the likes of Rizzo having an idol and Savannah
being able to potentially participate in the vote there. But regardless, still not an ideal situation. But at the same time, I do think it's good that Juwan was at least trying to play in the middle by having this alliance with Sage and Steven on one hand, but also trying to maintain some connection with the Savannah, Rizzo, and Sophie B side. And we even see it playing out at the following round where he does flip to take out Alex. Though I think it's also around that point that people start to catch on more to Alexis Jawan playing both sides blatantly. And we do eventually see Savannah, Sophie B, and Rizzo flipping against Jawan at the final 8 while also pulling in Sophie S at that point to take him out there, which is obviously not great, the fact that he does eventually get caught in that position. So really, I think Jawan is someone who definitely demonstrates some fluidity to his game, where we definitely see him being willing to play the middle and trying to flip the game on its head after he had spent the early portions of the game on the bottom. Though that said, he does eventually get caught and gets taken out relatively early at the final 8. And even if he had survived, I'm not entirely sure what his prospects are, where while I am inclined to think that he would have tried to ride it out with Sage and Steven, that I'm not sure he would have actually been able to get to the very end with them, and I don't even think he beat Steven. So I do think Jawan definitely had an uphill battle to getting to the very end, but still it's the fact that he was a pretty active player and someone who was at least somewhat effective at points. That does leave him here at number 48. Now moving on to number 47, and we have someone who played a similar game to Jawan, though I think they have some improvements over them, but we do have Sammy from Survivor 43. And again, I think Sammy is someone who very much was trying to play in the middle during a lot of the season, and I do think he was actually in a decent position for more of the game compared to Jawan, where on the original Baka, I do feel like he was very much part of the majority there, where he was working alongside the men. Though at the same time, he also had some connection to Mariah, to where Mariah did see him as a number, and while it's obviously a nod that he votes out Mariah, I still think he had enough options outside of that to where he was in a pretty good spot regardless. And then once we get to the merge, I do think he navigates that pretty well to where he's able to be part of the flip against Ellie at the first tribal, but then at the same time, he's also able to get in good with the Coco plus Cody and Jesse side to where he's able to work with them for the next few rounds, votes out Dwight, votes out Janine, and he's also pretty active during the split tribal where he ends up telling Carla about the flip against James to try to get her on board, which on one hand is good in the sense that he is able to get Carla to vote for James and to not use her knowledge as power, where he really could have blown out the plan in that spot. But I also think he also gets caught from the other players where the other players find out that he had told Carla about the plan, and that does eventually result in him losing favor, where at the final 8, he is one of the secondary targets during that tribal, and he is not one of the people that votes out Noelle. But at the same time, he votes for Carla. That causes her to get pretty mad at him. And really by the final 7, it becomes a pretty big consensus target due to how blatantly he was playing the middle and due to how much people just didn't seem to trust him at that point, to where he's voted out at that point. But at the same time, I still think Sammy is someone who was definitely trying to play the game pretty actively. And I do think there were definitely points where he was pretty effective at what he was trying to do. Though I think similar to Jawan, he does eventually get caught playing all sides, and that does cause him to lose favor. But I still think Sammy was an effective enough player in his season to where I do think he is someone I would have some confidence in. And it's for the reason that I do have him here at number 47. Now moving on to number 46, and we're moving on to a player who definitely showed some promise across her season, though they're just too early of a boot for them to be too much higher. But we do have MC from Survivor 49. And I was actually somewhat impressed by how MC played the game here, where considering that she had this disadvantage by coming in late due to her being an alternate, I do think she integrates pretty well in the original Hina, where she's part of the majority for that group. And again, I do think for a lot of the pre-merge, she does remain relatively safe in that group, though she never does go to tribal there. And again, her group is able to hold the numbers initially at that first Nate vote, but then she is voted out at the split tribal for seemingly wonky reasons, where I do think for one, she does get pretty unlucky that she is on a tribe with Rizzo, someone who should be this pretty consensus target outside the fact that he has a public idol that I definitely think spooks some people there. But I think another thing that harmed her was the fact that Savannah got to go over to their camp due to the fact that she had won the challenge there, and there was a lot of speculation that she could have cast a vote at that tribal that further spooked the Hinas into voting away from those two. Though at the same time, I think the fact that they pinned their votes on MC is definitely something to point out here. The fact that they saw MC as a relatively big target there, and yes, there were some weird stuff going on, like the fact that she leaked to Jawan that he could be getting votes, and
her not wanting him to get voted out. That caused like a Sophie S to get turned off by her. So I definitely think there were some wonky situations that caused her to be a target there. And I do default her a little bit for that. But I think outside of that, I do look at MC as a pretty well-rounded player and someone who I think played pretty well in the pre-merge. And I think she's someone who on any given season, I would have at least some confidence in there. But again, I think considering just how early of a boot that she is, I can't have her too much higher than number 46. Now moving on to number 45, and we have yet another player who I do have a decent amount of confidence in. I do think they're pretty good at each aspect of the game, though they're still booted around the mid-merge. But at number 45, we do have Franny from Survivor 44. And again, I look at Franny as a pretty good all-around player, where I do think she's pretty good at each aspect of the game, where she's pretty decently positioned on the original Soka, where she has a pretty close ally in Matt, but is also working alongside Danny and Heidi. And while she does lose the battle at the first shop they go to, where she was definitely fighting to keep Claire, I don't think it really harms her too much, and I do think she would have been pretty safe had they gone back to another tribal. We think it's an emerge where, again, her side is involved with this battle, and she is able to survive despite her side's getting some setbacks, where obviously she ends up losing Matt relatively early due to a very unfortunate split tribal there. Afterwards, she is targeted from the Ratus to where she technically needs an idol to save herself, but I've explained this earlier with Brandon in the sense that she wasn't actually the majority target, where the Tikas were actually working with the Sokas at that point, and were more so just voting for Franny to save face with the Ratus. And obviously, while I can falter for not calling out Carson and Jam Jam for this action, I really think that's more so a fault with the Sokas in general, more so than Franny in particular. But at the same time, I don't think Franny's doing nothing, or even after she loses Matt, I do think she builds a pretty good relationship with Carolyn, to where she does at least build some inroads with the Tikas in that regard. Though I think by the final 8, she does become a pretty big target, where I do think she's looked at as one of the bigger threats on the board, to where she obviously has to win out from that point. And to her credit, she is able to win the final 9 immunity, to where she's able to stave off her execution there, but is eventually picked off at the final 8 when she fails to win immunity there. And a lot of that is also due to her relationship with Carolyn, where obviously Carson and Jam Jam wanted to ensure that Carolyn didn't have an escape patch to flip against them down the road. But at the same time, I do have to credit Franny for at least building that relationship to begin with. And just in general, I do look at Franny as a pretty competent player, where I would have at least some confidence in her coming into any given season. And I think even her game on this season is not entirely bad, where while I do think her side loses control by the end of it, I still think she was able to navigate her circumstances pretty well. And I also think she had a decent amount of win equity by the time of her boot, where I do think she was the most likely to win from the Soka side of things, to where I do have to give her some credit for that. And again, I think Franny is a pretty competent player, but I think at this point of the list, I can't really have her any higher than number 45. Now moving on to number 44, and we have someone who I look at kind of similar to Franny, though I think this person showed more promise in their run, and that person is Noelle from Survivor 43. Now, I think Noelle spends more of the game on the bottom compared to Franny, where she obviously is a massive underdog during a lot of the game. Though I think with that, I think she showed a lot of skill for being an underdog, where on the original Vessi, she's obviously not in a great spot there, where she ends up losing Justine right away. That's obviously not particularly great. She kind of gets saved the following round by them needing challenge strength over pure positioning. That does result in them staying over NECA. And even committed a merge, she is also on the bottom, where she is not part of the Ellie blindside. She's also on the outs during the Dwight round. And while she does vote out Janine in the final 11, that's more so because Janine was his consensus target. So again, I do think a lot of Noelle's game is her just being on the bottom in survival mode. But regardless, I do think she turns it up a bit at the split tribal, where I do think she was pretty active in that situation by being able to use her vote steal to snipe out Janes. And again, I think she definitely showed some skill for the game in that particular round. Though obviously, it also leads to her being a pretty big target coming to the final 8, to where she is sniped out of the game at that point. So again, I think if we're just looking at Noelle's individual game, it's not the most dominant one. She obviously is a massive underdog during a lot of it. And the one time she makes a move, she's just immediately sniped out immediately afterwards. But I still think Noelle is someone who I would have some faith in on any given season, where I think she's pretty good at each aspect of the game. And I also think she's someone who can definitely win a jury vote, where I do think by the time of her boot, she is probably one of the bigger jury threats on the board as well, to where I think had she won her way out to the end, that she is a likely winner of the season. Though obviously she was pretty far out from doing so, and again, I don't think I can justify her being too much higher than this point, but I still think she showed enough skill for the game, and she still made it to the final 8 which is a major reason why I do have her here at number 44. I'm moving on to number 43, and we have yet another player who I do look at as a mostly well-rounded player, though I don't think their game played out the best by the end of it. But we do have Danny McRae from Survivor 41. And again, I look at Danny as a pretty good all-around player, someone who's good at each aspect of the game. And I do think a lot of his game on 41 is good, where on the original Luvu, he is very much part of the majority there, where he alongside Deshawn are very much the decision makers for that tribe, where we even see them trying to throw the immunity challenge before the merge to try to target Sydney, only for that to fall apart. But regardless, I do think Danny's in a pretty good spot there. After the merge, he's also part of the majority, where he is pulled into the POC alliance that controls a lot of the early merge there, and he is part of the Shan flip that happens at the final 8. Though, to be honest, I don't think that's actually a good move for him, as I think by him turning on Shan that it really opens up the game for the likes of Ricard and Erica to turn against him, and that's what happens at the final 7, where by that point, he, Deshawn, and Liana are on the outs and are very much on the chopping block, and I do think Danny likely gets voted out had he not won immunity there, though he is able to do so, but then he's voted out at the final 6, where again, I feel like by that point, he didn't have much of a path to the end outside of winning out, and to be fair, I do think Danny is probably one of the more lucky people to pull that off, considering that he is a former NFL player. He is someone who I think is pretty good in challenges. And I think he's also someone who can win a jury vote if he gets to the end, though, again, with him being voted out at the final 6, it was just such a narrow path for him to actually get to that point. But regardless, I still look at Danny as a pretty solid all-around player, someone who I think kind of fits more into this grouping of these pretty solid players, people who I would expect to do well on any given season, though I don't think their particular season demonstrated the most potential out of them, which is why I do have them here at number 43. I'm moving on to number 42, and we have someone who is working very much alongside Danny for a lot of the game, but this person outlasted them. But we do have Deshawn, also from Survivor 41, and I feel like Deshawn's game is not too different from Danny's for a lot of it, where I do feel like they spent a lot of the season in similar positions. Now, I will say that compared to Danny, I do think Deshawn probably had the better relationship with Erica, to where I do feel like Deshawn was probably more in the true center of the original Luvu compared to Danny, but regardless, I do think they were very much working together during a lot of the pre-merge there. And then even after the merge, he is pulled into the POC alliance that does control those early votes until he decides to flip against Shan at the final 8, which again, similar to Danny, I think is probably a knock to Deshawn's game, as I do think it really does cause his power structure to crumble after that round, where again, he does spend a lot of the game afterwards on the bottom. Though I think for Danny, again, I think considering he did have a better relationship with Erica during a lot of the game, that it probably made a bit more sense for Deshawn to flip at that point. As again, I can at least see why Deshawn would think that flipping would be a good idea, though again, it doesn't really pan out for him, to where, again, from the final 7 on, he's a pretty big target there. He has to survive, do or die at the final 7. At the final 6, it's between him and Danny over who goes, and while I think Deshawn didn't play that round the best, where he ends up dropping his truth bomb at that tribal, he is able to scrape through that round, and again, while he is able to get all the way to the final 3, it's in a position to where he can't really win a jury vote, which again can be seen as a knock to him compared to Danny, where I do have a bit more confidence in Danny to actually win a jury vote if he were to get to the end, whereas I do think Deshawn probably lost a lot of win equity through how he approached the end game there, but regardless, I still think Deshawn and Danny are not too different as players in the grand scheme of things, though I think it's those minor advantages that Deshawn has in terms of his relationship with Erica, and the fact that he does technically outlast Danny by the end of it was enough to have him one spot higher at number 42. Now moving on to number 41, and we're moving on now to 3 players in a row that all played very dominant games during a lot of it. Though with that said, they still got taken out around the mid-game, and even then, the wheels kind of fell off for them by the end of it. By number 41, we're starting this off with Carla from Survivor 43. And again, I think Carla is someone who very much dominated her side of things in the pre-merge, where on the original Coco, I do feel like she was very much in the center of that tribe, where she had a very solid alliance with Lindsay, James, and Cassidy, but also had this side alliance with Ryan and Geo, to where she really had all of her bases covered in that spot of the game. And I think she's a major decision maker during both the tribals they go to in the pre-merge, where she's a factor in switching the vote into Lindsay during that tribal, and then during the Geo round, while you can definitely fault her for voting out Geo in a position to where Geo was very much loyal to her, I still think she had pretty good bonds with the rest of the tribes, where it didn't really matter that much that she cuts Geo that early, but still I think her pre-merge is pretty solid. And then coming into the merge, she's still part of the majority, where I do think she's able to build pretty good inroads with the likes of Sammy, but also with Cody and Jesse, to where I do think she does a good enough job at ensuring that the Cocos hold the numbers during a lot of the early merge, taking out a lot of the outsiders there. Though with that said, I do think she starts to let her foot off the gas by really handing a lot of control of the game over to Cody and Jesse, where I don't think Carla really drives a lot of the action in the post-merge as much as I would like. And I also think she lets go of pretty key allies, where during the split tribal, she ends up voting out James in a position to where she had been told about the plan by Sammy, and she had an opportunity to blow up the plan by telling James to use his knowledge as power to take Noel's vote seal, but instead, she kind of just lets James go out there, which I think is an issue there, and she obviously loses around the other split tribal, which was obviously a Cody Jesse decision more so than her decision, but regardless, it was still a pretty bad round of gameplay for her there. And really from the final 8 on, I think she doesn't play well there either, where she ends up burning her relationship with Cassidy along the way. She ends up letting go of Sammy at the final 7. She's a secondary target during the Noel round. She's also on the outs during the Cody blindside, which is also a pretty big knock there. And she's eventually just cut at the final 5, largely due to her being a pretty big threat that also didn't really have anyone left in the game at that point. And again, I do have to fault Carla quite a bit for letting Cody and Jesse really take the reins of the game over her. And I do think she really lets a lot of the post-merge pass her by, despite the fact that I think she played a very dominant game in the pre-merge. And I do think she's someone who probably wins if she gets to the end against someone that's not Jesse, but regardless, I still think Carla is someone who definitely demonstrated a lot of skill for the game by how she was able to position herself on the original Coco and even in the early merge. But I do think the fact that she just really lets her foot off the gas by the time of the post-merge is a pretty big knock to me, which is why I do have her here at number 41. Now moving on to number 40, and we have another pretty similar player and someone who I very much thought was going to be higher in this list, though again, I think they were just too early of a boot to have them much higher, and that person is Shan from Survivor 41, who I think in a lot of ways is the first person I think about when I think of this grouping of 3, these players that played really dominant pre-merge games and even played well in the early merge, though they still end up being taken out right before the end game starts. And again, I think Shan's pre-merge is incredible, where she is essentially the center of the Ua tribe to the point where she survives all the way to the final 2 of that tribe completely unscathed, where there's never a single round in that pre-merge where she is talked about as a target to go out. Where even at the final 3 of that tribe, where it's down to her, Ricard, and Jeannie, she is the swing vote in that situation, which I do have to give her a lot of credit for it there. And again, the fact that she was able to really cover all of her bases in that tribe and is able to survive so many tribals with her being a pretty key decision maker at each one is pretty good there. And even coming to the merge, I think she does a pretty solid job at building a power structure there where she's able to get all the black players together and flipping Liana over to her side to build this black alliance while also working with the other Lubus that essentially becomes the majority for a lot of that early merge where they're able to take out the likes of Tiffany and Evie without too much difficulty. Though with that said, I do think she makes a pretty critical error at the split tribal where she is convinced into flipping against Nasir and even using her extra vote to get the vote to go through, which I do think is a pretty big misstep on Shan's end, as for one, Nasir is someone who was pretty loyal to Shan by that point in the game and someone who I do think would have been a number for her for down the road. But I also think this really opens up the door for her even further to be flipped on at the final 8, where we do see Ricard turn against her the very next round to take her out there. And again, I do think Shan definitely did things wrong to cause her elimination, where again, I do think that Nasirva was a misstep that really did allow her power structure to come undone by the end of it. And again, even if that had not happened, I still think a flip would have happened against her eventually, as again, I do think she was seen as a pretty big threat by the time of that point in the game regardless. So again, I do think Shan's someone who, despite her having played this very dominant game, I think she definitely struggled a bit with threat management by the time of her boot round. And while I do think she likely wins a jury vote if she were to get to the end, and while I think she still had pretty loyal numbers by her side by the time of her boot, namely Liana, I still think she could have done things differently to at least lower her threat level for a bit longer in the game. But regardless, I still look at Shan as a pretty solid player, someone who I think definitely demonstrates a lot of potential, namely in how she played that pre-merge and even in her ability to pull in the likes of Liana, Danny, and Deshawn initially in the post-merge. But again, with her only being booted at the final 8, it's kind of hard for me to have her too much higher in this list, though considering that I still think she has a lot of potential on any given season, I do have her here at number 40. Now moving on to number 39, and we have the final person in this trio of these dominant players that eventually ran out a runway as well, but we do have Drea from Survivor 42. And again, it was a debate for me between Drea and Shan. And I think some people would say that Shan should be higher, as obviously Shan had her pre-merge where she survived all these tribals, whereas Drea only went to 2 tribals in the pre-merge. But with that said, I think Drea is probably a bit better strategically compared to Shan, to where I don't think Drea made as many blatant errors compared to Shan, and I don't think she was quite as messy as Shan. But I still think she was in a pretty similar position for a lot of the game, where on the original Ika, she's very much in the center of that tribe as well, where she has a pretty core alliance with Romeo and Roxroy. And I do think she was a pretty key decision maker at both tribals to go to, voting out Zat Wergenberger along with Swati. And then coming to the merge, she is pulled into the Big Threat Alliance that controls a lot of their early merge as well. Now, I will say that compared to Shan, I don't think Drea was quite in the driver's seat of the Majority Alliance after the merge compared to what Shan was on the Black Alliance. But regardless, I still think Drea was in a decent position there and was very much in the majority to take out the likes of Lydia and Chanel. Though with that said, she does become a sizable target afterwards, where coming to the Split Tribal, there was a plan in place to target her, and Drea herself was playing to potentially target Marianne that is largely thwarted due to Roxroy having been voted out at the other tribal. That really caused this personal reckoning between the two and them agreeing to not target each other. And obviously, I'm not really going to factor that into my assessment, as I think that moment was clearly outside the game and not really something that I can really hold against either of them. But regardless, the fact that Drea was a target coming to that round to begin with is something I will use against her there. But then afterwards, I do think she does allow the Takus to take control of the game, where coming to the final 8, she does vote out Hai, but I don't think that was necessarily her decision. And then she's obviously taken out at the final 7 in a position to where she obviously kind of gets screwed over by Do or Die, where obviously you had Lindsay, who was part of that and had a 2 and 3 shot at getting eliminated. Though to be fair, even if Lindsay had gone out in that spot, I still think Drea would have been seen as a pretty big target afterwards regardless. So again, I think Drea is kind of in a similar spot to Shan in the sense that despite her having been this pretty big power player early on in the game, she eventually becomes this pretty big target in the post-merge, and she is eventually eliminated right before the end game there. And again, considering that she is only in 7th place, and I think a lot of that also coming down to her own lack of threat management, I think that is what's keeping her from being higher on this list, despite the fact that she played a dominant pre-merge. Though I still think she fits very well into this grouping of players that I definitely think has a lot of potential for the game, and I think they got to demonstrate some of that. Though I think they are definitely lacking in areas that makes it hard for me to see how they get to the end on a lot of seasons. But still, it was enough to have her here at number 39. Now moving on to number 38, and we now have 2 players in a row that are kind of similar to the last grouping we talked about. Though with that said, they weren't necessarily sole dominant players on their season, but were more so aligned with a duo. But number 38, we're starting this off with Cody Acid Muncher from Survivor 43. And again, I think Cody's someone who dominated the game alongside Jesse. It's not as if he was a sole dominant player there. But regardless, I do think he and Jesse are major decision makers at many points across the season. We're on the original Vessi, they are very much in the center of the tribe, working alongside NECA, and while there is some complications at the first tribal over potentially losing his vote from the Beware advantage, they are able to get around that and vote out Justine without too much difficulty, though they are forced to cut NECA immediately afterwards due to challenge strength. But regardless, I do think they are in a pretty solid spot across the pre-merge there. And then after the merge, I think they play that pretty well to where they're able to build solid inroads with the original Cocos to comprise the majority alliance there, but they're also able to build a pretty solid relationship with Gabler and build a final 3 with him. And through that, they're able to run a lot of the post-merge pretty effectively, voting out the likes of Ellie, Dwight, Janine. They're also pretty key decision makers at the Split Tribal, where it is essentially their decision over whether to vote out Ryan or Cassidy, and they obviously end up voting out Ryan after seeing James having been voted out at the other Split Tribal. But then even afterwards, they're able to pull off a Noelle blindside at the final 8, and they're able to vote out Sammy at the final 7. So it's a pretty impressive run that he and Jess are able to do, and despite Jesse being the main decision maker there, it seems like Cody was actually the bigger jury threat between the two, where it seems like a lot of people in the game were giving Cody more the credit for dominating the game, to where had he gone to the end against Jesse, it does seem like Cody would have beaten Jesse there, which I do have to give Cody some credit for. I'm not really sure how active that was in Cody's end, but still the fact that he was in that position to win the game against a pretty dominant player is pretty good there. Though with that said, I think the fatal flaw in Cody as a player is his loyalty, where he is just blindly loyal to Jesse the entire time, to the point where he even hands his idol over to Jesse to hold on to for a lot of the game, which just doesn't make much sense when you really think about it. Like, I think it really demonstrates a lack of self-interest in Cody's game. The fact that he was just completely willing to ride it out with Jesse to the end. And yes, while he probably beats Jesse if he gets to the end, I think he's just putting way too much faith in Jesse to remain loyal to him. And that very much leads to his downfall at the final 6, where Jesse does turn on him, and Cody doesn't really see it coming. Where, while Cody does ask for his idol back from Jesse to show it to Carla, he just hands it right back to Jesse immediately afterwards. Like, it just shows that Cody just did not see it coming at all. And I do think that lack of self-interest can really hold Cody back, especially when he's also a pretty big jury threat as well. So I do think that's a pretty big issue there. Then also the fact that, again, he was not the core decision maker for a lot of the season. I do think Jesse was probably more the driver of the action during a lot of the season as well. So again, I think Cody's someone who is probably a bit too passive in the game as well. But regardless, I still think Cody's a pretty solid all-around player, someone I think is good at many aspects of the game, and someone who can definitely win the game in a lot of scenarios. But again, I think it's just his blind loyalty to Jesse and him just allowing Jesse to make a lot of the decisions for the duo is what keeps him here at number 38. Now moving on to number 37, and we have a player that's pretty similar to Cody in some ways. So I think this person probably had more of a killer instinct in the game, but we do have Maria from Survivor 46. And again, Maria's another person who I would say played a dominant game alongside Charlie. Though similar to Cody, I really think she allowed Charlie to get his way so often in the game, where we had the gem round, where Maria was actually closer to the Mariah and Gem side and didn't have as much of a relationship with Ben compared to Charlie, but yet Charlie's the one that gets his way in saving Ben in that spot, whereas she just allows Jen to go out there. I think that's a problem. She is pulled into the +1 alliance alongside Chin Spicer, though that obviously crumbles pretty quickly, and while she ends up working with Charlie during a lot of the post-merge, again, I think Charlie is able to really outplay her multiple opportunities, and I do think he's the one that has more than numbers compared to Maria. Now, I think something that separates her from Cody is that I do think Maria's more willing to turn on Charlie by the end of it. I don't think she was necessarily loyal to Charlie in that regard, though the problem is that I do think she waits a bit too long to try to cause a flip to happen, whereas I think Charlie did more to shore up his base to ensure that when the flip does happen, that he would have the upper hand there. And sure enough, we do see her working alongside Q at the final 6 to try to flip the game on Charlie, but again, she's just outnumbered there, and while Q did have an idol, he ends up getting played himself to where he goes out with the idol in his pocket, and she really comes into the final 5 with no real path forward, and we do see Charlie taking her out at that point. So while Maria does show some willingness to cut her number 1 ally, I do think she didn't do much setup to ensure that she would win that battle when it came down to it. Though at the same time, I think she also had a lot of win equity, where I do think by the time of her boot, she was by far the biggest jury threat, to where I do think she beats everyone on the board there, which I do have to give her at least some credit for. But again, the problem is that I don't think she did much to set up her path to get into the very end, and while she did have this pretty clear ally in Charlie, Charlie was never actually going to take her to the end by the end of it. So really, it's for those reasons that I can't have her too much higher, but it is the fact that she herself had more of a killer instinct compared to Cody that leaves her one spot higher at number 37. Now moving on to number 36, and we have someone who I mentioned not too long ago, and we actually have the next person on the board from Survivor 50, and that is Q. And I think Q's a pretty interesting player to talk about, as I do think he has some pretty big upsides, but also some pretty big downsides, where first up to talk about the downsides, he's obviously a very erratic player, where while he's someone who is capable of getting to good positions, he's also just as capable of blowing up those positions, where we have him trying to build this +1 alliance with Hunter and Tim right before the merge, only for that alliance to crumble pretty quickly afterwards, and a lot of that being his own fault, where you do have him being suspicious of Tim, and he is obviously a pretty big factor in pinning the votes on Tim during the split tribal. That's obviously not particularly great there. You have the final 9 round, where he makes himself a pretty big target on the board, with him also saying that he wants to quit the game in the middle of tribal, causing so much chaos there and making himself a secondary target, and largely gets spared by the fact that Hunter was a more juicy target at that point in the game, and they wanted to use Q as a smokescreen to snipe him out there. So obviously that's not great there. And really moving forward, he's someone that doesn't really have much social capital, and while he's kept around for the next few rounds, I think a lot of that is using him as a smokescreen, where they're using Q as his decoy target to instead throw off the likes of Tiffany and Venus to get them to not play their idols there, which is obviously not great there. And then Q himself even falls victim for this at the final 6, where despite him having an idol, and despite seeing all these people going out with idols in their pocket, he still doesn't play his idol there, which is pretty amusing. So I do think Q definitely has a pretty rocky game on 46, particularly in the back half, though I do think he still has some merit to his game, where I do think he played pretty well in the pre-merge, being in a pretty decent spot in the original Yanu, and while he wasn't really in the center of that tribe, where I do think the likes of Tiffany was probably more the key decision maker there, I still have to give Q at least some credit for being relatively safe in that portion of the game. And then you also have 50 itself, where he obviously ends up being a relatively early boot there, though I think a lot of that's due to him getting screwed over. And even then, I actually think he plays fairly decently early on 50, where despite him having coming into the season with a pretty big target on his back, he is able to integrate pretty well on his initial tribe, and also gets pretty unlucky by the day one journey, where he ends up losing his vote and also spending time on exile. So I do think those things definitely hampered him as well, and I do think he came into the swap in a pretty poor position that just made him a relatively easy boot there. Though I think beyond that, I do think Q is someone who definitely has some skills for the game, and he's obviously someone who I look at as a pretty active player and someone who maybe could win. Now, again, I think 46, it's up in the air over whether he actually would have won, though I definitely think he would have put up a solid fight at Final Tribal, but regardless, I do think Q definitely has some merit to his game, and I do think some of his placement on his list is also due to seeing him on 50 and him not being super chaotic there. But still, I do think there's enough issues with him as a player to have him here at number 36. Now moving on to number 35, and we have another person who was part of a dominant group within the game and was somewhat active within that, though I still think they have some issues as a player and within their game, but we do have Lindsay Delashowitz from Survivor 42. Who is obviously part of the Taku 4 and was a fairly active player within that, where I don't think she was simply along for the ride. And again, she does spend a decent amount of the game working within the majority group there. Though with that said, I still have some hangouts with Lindsay, where I think for one, she obviously has a pretty big rivalry with Jonathan that grows as the season goes along, and I don't think she does a great job at managing that. Where you obviously have the final 7 round where she does decide to participate in the immunity challenge to try to beat Jonathan, and through her losing that, she is forced into do or die. And I do think that's a situation that could have been avoided there, so I do have to definitely knock her for that. You have the final 6 round where she is blindsided there, where she was obviously still working with Jonathan by that point and had this opportunity to play her amulet to save Omer, but fails to do so and allows Omer to go out. And she really should be a dead man walking coming into Final 5, where she is seen as the biggest jury threat at that point. Though I think she actually plays that round all right, where she actually gets Marianne to question voting her out and to at least consider using her idol to save Lindsay there. And while Marianne doesn't actually go through with saving her, I do think the fact that she at least got Marianne to potentially save her in that spot is at least something to praise her for there. Though at the same time, even if she had done so, she would have needed to win Final 4 immunity. So I do think Lindsay's someone who, sort of similar to the last people who we talked about, was a pretty big jury threat by the end game, and that's why she is targeted there, largely due to her not having much runway. Though at the same time, I do have to at least give her credit for at least almost saving herself at the Final 5. But I think there are enough issues with her outside of that, like the fact that she had that final 6 round pass her by, the Jonathan situation, and also her not being the most dominant player within the Taku 4. That leaves her here at number 35. Now moving on to number 34, and we have someone who was in a similar spot to Lindsay for a lot of the game, though I think this person has some minor improvements over them. But we do have Julie from Survivor 45. And again, Julie's in a pretty similar spot to Lindsay for a lot of the game, in the sense that she's part of the Reba 4, which is a pretty core group that runs a lot of the game there. Though despite that, I don't think Julie was necessarily in the driver's seat for that grouping, where I don't think she was really the one driving a lot of the decisions. And despite that, she was actually a target at multiple points in the game, where you had the split tribal, where despite Austin being this other option, you have the likes of Caleb and Jake trying to flip the vote against her. And while I do think Austin was sticking by her side, the fact that they went for Julie over Austin there is definitely a shortcoming there. You obviously had the final 7 round where she was a pretty consensus target coming into that tribal, to where she has to use an idol to save herself. Though at the same time, I think it also shows her strong relationship with Dee, the fact that Dee was willing to leak the plan to her to give her this out to save herself by playing the idol. So I do think it is kind of a wash in that regard. And then you have the final 5 round where, while she ends up being voted out in that spot, she comes very close to staying, where you have the likes of Dee being completely unwilling to turn against Julie, despite the likes of Austin telling her that she should be turning on Julie due to the fear that Julie would win a jury vote. And I do think that definitely says something to her relationship with Dee as well, and the fact that she does come relatively close to staying there, even though she probably would have lost Dee had the plan gone through, but whatever. But still, I do think Julie has those upsides. The fact that she had a pretty strong ally in Dee that was just unwilling to let her go, I think that's definitely a pretty big pro for Julie in that regard. And again, I do think she's someone who is a sizable jury threat. Now, I don't know if she beats Dee in particular, but I do think against the likes of Jake and Katura that she's a very likely winner in that jury vote. I think she also beats the likes of Drew as well, to where I do look at Julie as someone who I think plays a somewhat impressive game on her season, even though I don't think she was necessarily in the driver's seat the entire time. And again, I think it's those pros that leave her relatively high in this list, but I do think there are enough drawbacks to where I can't have her any higher than number 34. Now moving on to number 34, and we have someone from the same season as Julie, though I think this person was a lot more active in the game, even though they have plenty of downsides as well, but we do have Drew Basile, also from Survivor 45. And I do look at Drew as a more active player compared to Julie, in the sense that I do think he was doing more to maneuver around the actual game and driving votes. Though at the same time, I still think he has plenty of downsides as well, where for one, he's also a pretty big target at certain points, where during the swap in particular, he was looked at as a target from the Brando and Kendra side, which I definitely think shows a lacking on his end, the fact that he was targeted over Austin there. And while he ends up staying in that spot, I don't really know how much credit to give Drew for that in particular, where I think he definitely did things wrong to make himself the target to begin with. But then beyond that, I think Austin actually did more of the legwork in pulling in Emily, who was the swing vote there, where I don't think Drew did much to really save himself in that vote. Though I think beyond that, he is part of the Reba 4, this group that ends up driving a lot of the game. But at the same time, he also makes himself a pretty big enemy in Jake as well. The fact that, again, he doesn't manage Jake the best is a shortcoming there. But he is also a key driver in the Kelly vote, which is pretty good. And you even have him getting the Julie and D side on the ropes initially, where he alongside Austin and Emily are ready to flip against Julie and to really take control of the game from that point on, and are only thwarted by the fact that Julie has an idol and the fact that D was willing to leak the plan and really outplays them there. That results in them losing out on Emily. And then of course, Drew is targeted not long afterwards in a position to where I don't really know if Drew wins in many scenarios, where I think even if he had gotten his ideal final 3 of Emily and Austin, that Austin is the most likely winner in that scenario. And I don't know how well he does against Jake or Katura as well. So really, I think Drew is someone who, despite him playing a pretty active game, I still think he has plenty of shortcomings as a player, and I don't really know how well he'll do on any given season, considering that he definitely has some limitations socially there. But still, I think he played an impressive enough game on his season to be here at number 33. Now moving on to number 32, we have a player pretty similar to Drew in certain regards, but we have Sophie Segretti from Survivor 49. And Sophie's another person who I look at as a fairly active player, though not one that was in the most dominant position for the entire game. Where in the original Hina, while I do think she was in with the likes of Steven and MC, I don't think she was really in the core of that group, where I don't think she was really in the center of that tribe, though from what we know after the season, it does seem like she would have been pretty safe had they gone to tribal there. Same thing with her swap tribe, where it also seemed like she was in a favorable spot there, though they never go to tribal. And then you had the second swap where she is once again part of the majority, though at the same time, there was at least some talk of her potentially being a target there, though I do think she does some work to shift the vote onto Nate there, but regardless, she never goes to tribal in the pre-merge. We then get to the merge, where she is part of the initial majority, taking out the likes of Nate and MC. But at the same time, I think she's also a fairly active player, where I do think she was at least more willing to be a swing vote there, where we do see her flipping the following round to take out Alex, and later flipping on Jawan to work with the Tres Leche side of things, only for her to eventually be caught the final 7, where she ends up being a pretty consensus target at that point. So again, not a great end to her run, but I still look at Sophie as a fairly well-rounded player, someone who I think is good at each aspect of the game, someone who I think would do well more often than not, and also someone who I think had plenty of win equity by the time she goes out, where I think against most people she would have a favorable shot of winning, though by the end we didn't see it fully play out. And it's for the reason that I do over here at number 32. Now moving on to number 31, and we have someone kind of similar to Sophie S in certain regards. And while this person didn't really dominate the game, I still think this person was in a pretty prime position to potentially win had they gotten to the end. But we do have Shaheen from Survivor 48. And I look at Shaheen as a pretty solid player as well, someone who was very much in the majority for a decent chunk of the game, and someone who I think is pretty good at each aspect of the game. Where in the original Logie, he is part of the California Girls, working alongside Joe and Thomas, though they never go to tribal there. After the swap, his group does have the numbers initially, though they do get outplayed by Camilla and Kyle due to them having advantages. That does result in him losing out on the Thomas vote, though he's able to regroup pretty quickly afterwards, building a connection with Camilla and Kyle there. And then after the merge, he is part of the Strong Alliance that ends up driving a lot of the action in the post-merge there. Though at the same time, I don't think he was necessarily a passenger either, where I definitely think he was looking for opportunities to flip the game against Joe and Eva. And we do eventually see him trying to do so late in his run, though again, by that point, he just doesn't really have the numbers to do so. And again, you do have to fault him for that. Though at the same time, I think he's someone who is a likely winner as well, to where I do think had he managed to get to the end against the likes of Joe and Eva, that he is a very likely winner on that season as well. And just in general, I think Shaheen's someone who I would have a lot of confidence in on any given season to make it relatively deep. The question is whether he's going to have the opportunities to really flip the game. And I think he definitely showed a willingness to flip the game, though I think on this particular cast, it was just unlikely for someone like Shaheen to really get a lot of numbers there to flip. But outside of that, I do look at him as a pretty solid player, and that's why I do have him here at number 31. I'm moving on to number 30, and we have someone who I am somewhat impressed by in their actual game on the season, though at the same time, win equity was a massive issue for them to actually getting to a point where they could win the game. But at number 30, I do have Sage from Survivor 49, and I do look at Sage's game as mostly impressive in the sense that she was able to get out of a pretty rough spot early on, where by the end, she ends up being a pretty influential force in a lot of the post-merge, where her and Jawan are pretty key swing votes during critical votes in the game. Though at the same time, I don't really know how much confidence I have in Sage in the grand scheme of things, where I think for one, she obviously has this high variance element to her, where again, she was on the bottom of the original Uli, and I do think she would have been in a lot of danger had they gotten to Tribal early on. And while I think she's eventually able to get out of that, again, sort of similar to Emily, I don't think she's always going to have the opportunity to get out the bottom, as I think if she's on a disaster tribe on a given season, that she could be an early boot there. And I also think if she's on a season like 48, where the cast is a bit more stagnant, that I don't know if she even gets the opportunity to get off the bottom, even if she were to make it deep into the game. So I don't think Sage is necessarily going to do well in every single situation. But I think beyond that, I think win equity is also a massive issue for her, where I just don't think she has any winning scenario on 49, which I think is an issue there. And I think Sage is the type of person that may generally struggle on a lot of seasons to garner respect, as I think she comes off in a way to where people don't really see her as that intentional of a player, where even though she was making a lot of moves on the season and flipping back and forth, I think a lot of people on 49 saw her as just doing so without reason and seeing her as this pretty flippant player, when I do think she's someone who definitely had a modicum of strategy to her. So I think perception is a major issue with Sage as a player on a lot of seasons. But still, I think she played an impressive game on 49. I think she was able to integrate pretty well on her swap tribe and her second swap tribe. She's obviously a major driver in the Shannon vote that happens right before the merge. And then after the merge, her and Jawan are able to play both sides pretty effectively for those first few rounds. But even after that crumbles and she loses Jawan at the final 8, she's still able to survive the next few rounds, getting all the way to the final 4. And she does try to flip the game against Savannah, but is largely unsuccessful due to Savannah winning immunity. So I do think it's for those reasons. I do look at Sage as a pretty solid player. And while I don't think she may do well on every single season, I think she showed enough skill on her one individual appearance to have her here at number 30. I'm moving on to number 29, and we have another player who I feel like played a somewhat impressive game on their season, even though they still ended up being a relatively early boot compared to the rest of the field. But we do have Caroline from Survivor 47. And I do look at Caroline as another somewhat impressive player, someone that I think played pretty well on their season. Or on the original Tuku, she's part of the majority there, where she built a pretty tight connection with Sue early on. And they're also able to pick up Gabe that essentially allows them to get through a lot of the early game unscathed. And I think she's able to play off Gabe pretty well, to where Gabe very much underestimates her during a lot of the game, where Gabe seems to think that he can drag her and Sue all the way to the final 3 as easy beats. When I do think Caroline was very much using Gabe as a shield during a lot of the game, taking a lot of the bullets for the duo there, while still having Sue as that very solid ally, but they're able to get through a lot of the early game unscathed. After the merge, the Tukus do have the numbers initially, and they do drive a lot of those early votes, but at the same time, she also knows when to flip against Gabe, where at the final 9, we do see her being pulled into the plan to blindside Gabe, in a position to where Sue is not pulled into that plan, which I find pretty good there. And I think Caroline was building pretty solid inroads with the other side, to where she could be able to flip against Gabe and still have a path for her in the game as well, to where she still had Sue as that number 1 ally that you could take to the end and beat, but also had a good relationship with likes of Rachel and with Teeny that was pretty good there. Though she does eventually get sniped out the final 7 due to Operation Italy, which is obviously something that is obviously not ideal for someone at this point in the list, but at the same time, I think it's more so a pro for Andy, Genevieve, and Sam for outplaying her in that spot, more so than it is a knock against Caroline in particular there. But regardless, I still look at Caroline as someone that played pretty impressively during a lot of 47, and I do think she's someone who, had she survived that round, would have been in a pretty prime spot to potentially win the game, though obviously we just didn't see that play out. But I still look at Caroline as a solid enough player to have her here at number 29. Now moving on to number 28, and we have someone who is probably not as active of a player compared to Sage or Caroline, though this is also someone who I just have more confidence in on any given season to be in a good position. but we do have Eva from Survivor 48. And again, I think there's definitely criticisms to be had with Eva in the sense that I don't think she's a very dynamic player where obviously she spends pretty much the entire game in the majority working alongside Joe and being part of the Strong Alliance after the merge. And I think her loyalty to Joe causes her to throw away allies that would have been better for her, where the fact that she votes out David and Mary are pretty bad for Eva, as I feel like she had a better relationship with those people compared to Joe. And I feel like if the opportunity presented itself, that she could have been part of this flip that could have happened against Joe down the road. And while Joe was completely loyal to her and would have taken her to the end regardless, I think she allowed Joe to really take the driver's seat in the back half of the game, and for him to keep more numbers that would have stuck by him than she did the other way around. So I do feel like loyalty is definitely an issue on Eva's end there. Obviously, win equity is also an issue for Eva in the sense that I don't think she really wins a jury vote on 48, though to be fair, she does put up a good fight at Final Tribal to where she at least gets second place over Joe, so that's something to point out there. And I think the other issue is that we don't have much evidence of Eva playing from the bottom, where 48 ended up being a relatively stagnant season for the most part, where the majority alliance never really gets flipped on across the game. And I do think that very much helps Eva, this player that is just not very fluid from what we saw. And I don't really know how Eva would have responded had she not been part of this majority alliance. If she were in the Mary position or the Star position, I don't really know how well Eva would have adapted to that situation. And I don't really know how well she would have responded if she were on a cast like 47 or 49, a cast that is a bit more flip-floppy, to where I don't really know how she would have done after being blindsided there. So again, I think there are a lot of unknowns with Eva in that regard. But at the same time, I think Eva is someone who I just have more confidence in to do well on any given season, in the sense that she seems like the type of person that would be pulled into the majority alliance, where she's obviously pretty good in challenges to where I don't really see her being much of a target in the pre-merge. I think she's also good enough socially to where she shouldn't make too many enemies and should be palatable to people that tend to be in control there. And I do think she's someone who is at least aware of her game, where while I don't think she is the one to cause a lot of flips, I think she was able to talk about her game in a very articulate way, to where I think she at least understands where she stands in the game, to where I do feel like Eva is someone who I think on any given season, I would expect to be part of the majority more often than not. And again, I do think she's someone who obviously made it very deep into the season, was part of the majority alliance. And again, I don't think she's someone who's going to blow up her game much at all, but at the same time, I think it's the lack of real drive to really take the reins of the game that is an issue for me at this point in the ranking. But still, I think Eva's good enough to be here at number 28. And moving on to number 27, and we have someone who I also think played a somewhat impressive game on their season, and this person actually could have won their season had things played out a little bit differently. But at number 27, I do have Mike Turner from Survivor 42. And again, I do like Mike as a fairly good player all around. Or for one, I don't think he's ever a pre-merge boot, where despite him being on the older side of things, I think he is good enough physically to where I don't think he'll be seen as a challenge weakness there. But I also think he's very good socially, to where I do think he is very good at building these connections that are able to keep him pretty safe. Where on the original Vati, we do see him having a pretty good connection with Jenny, but also with Daniel Strunk initially. And his side was set to win that first tribal, only for them to be thwarted by Twist, where obviously he ends up losing his vote from getting the Beware advantage, but also from Chanel risking her vote and Daniel selling them out during the deliberation. That obviously is pretty bad for Mike, though again, it's not really due to anything he did wrong. But I do feel like he recovers pretty well afterwards, where he's able to turn right around, build an alliance with Hai and Lydia that is able to flip against Daniel at that following tribal, to where the fact that Mike is able to remain pretty safe despite him losing his core ally is pretty good there. And then after the merge, he's able to be part of the majority alliance, where he's pulled into the Big Threat alliance, and we also see him building pretty good connections there as well, to where he built a very solid alliance with Jonathan that is able to keep him pretty safe during a lot of the post-merge. Though I think it's also in the post-merge that we start to see more of his flaws, where for one, I think he's someone that takes things pretty personally in the game, to where we see him being pretty tunnel vision and targeting Chanel due to her having written his name down during the Daniel Strong tribal, which shouldn't have mattered much, but he seemed pretty upset by that. You have him turning against Roxroy, despite him promising Roxroy that he would vote to keep him, only for him to not do so. You have him turning against Hai due to Omer telling him that Hai was playing him during the Roxroy tribal, and he took that pretty personally. And I also think he allows Marianne to take a lot of credit for things that happen in the endgame, where you have the Omer blindside, where even though he is part of that plan to split the votes on Omer and Romeo, I I think he allows Marianne to take a lot of credit for that move. You also have him playing his idol at the final 5 on Marianne. That is not great from a perception standpoint, as it definitely looks like Marianne convinced him to play his idol on her when he didn't need to, which I don't love that. Though despite that, he still came into Final Tribal with win equity, where it does seem like the jury was pretty open to voting for him, only for Mike to kind of blow it, where he ends up not really owning up to his game and trying to make it seem like he didn't back out his word. And I do think he really falls into the honor and integrity trap at the end of the game that really allows Marianne to swoop in and really sway a lot of votes that could have gone towards him. So I do think Mike is someone who definitely has a lot of skills for the game, and I do think his game on 42 is impressive for the most part, but I also think he has a lot of hangups that really cost him by the end of it, where I do think the fact that he took things personally, the fact that he wasn't really willing to own to his game, I think those things literally cost him the win in a position to where he had a winning game, but was just not really able to really finish it out. And I do think those things really hold me back from him being higher, but I still think he has enough good skills for the game to where I do have him here at number 27. Now moving on to number 26, and we are finally talking about our first winner on the board, and that person is Mike Gabler from Survivor 43. And I'm sure there are people who think he is too high on this list, despite him being a winner, though I do think Gabler is still someone who has a decent amount of skills for the game, where I think for one, he is pretty good at building connections in the game to where while he has a pretty rocky start on the original tribe, he's able to build some solid inroads with the men on his tribe and Sammy and Owen. That does allow him to remain pretty safe in the pre-merge there, and I'm inclined to think that had they gone back to another tribal, that they would have been able to get a 1-up on Ellie and Janine there. That's pretty good. I think after the merge, he's able to build pretty solid inroads as well with the Cody and Jesse side, building a follow through with them that allows him to remain pretty safe during a lot of the game there. And while he is on the outs during the Dwight vote, he is in the majority for pretty much the rest of the game outside of that, which is pretty good there. But at the same time, he's also able to build another final 3 with Cassidy and Owen that he is able to ride all the way to the end with. So I do think Gabler is pretty good at building these connections that are able to keep him pretty safe during a lot of the game. And I also think he's a pretty aware player to where he recognized that Cassidy and Owen was his best case scenario for winning. And the fact that he does able to ride that out while still being able to keep Cody and Jesse in his good graces is pretty good gameplay in my eyes. So I do think Gabler definitely has plenty of strengths for him as a player. Now, as for the downsides, he's not a very dominant player where outside the Ellie vote, he doesn't really drive any votes in the game. And even with the Ellie vote, I feel like there were other factors in play beyond what he was doing and pushing the vote onto her there. I think beyond that, he's also not a very likely winner where Cassie and Owen is literally the only winning scenario that he has. And while I had to credit him for putting in work to get that final 3, I think Gabler just inherently is not a super likely winner and someone that more often than not is looked at as a GOAT in the game. And I think even in how he wins a jury vote is not the most concrete, where I feel like the jury base their jury votes on things that aren't very solid, like the fact that he won the fire making challenge and him technically taking credit for the Ellie move, even though I don't think that's entirely deserved. But regardless, I do think Gabler is someone who needs a very specific set of circumstances to win a jury vote. And while he was able to get that on his one appearance, I don't think those things are very likely to happen on other seasons. But regardless, I still think Gabler is a good enough player to where I would at least have some confidence in him to make a deep run on a lot of seasons. Though it's obviously the fact that he does pull out a win that does have him at least this high on the list. But still, I think there are other players that I just have more confidence in on any given season, which is why I do have him here at number 26. I'm moving on to number 25, and we have yet another player who I was so impressed by, despite them being a earlier boot than some of the people we're about to be talking about. But at number 25, we have Andy from Survivor 47. And I think Andy is probably one of the better strategic thinkers on the board, where he's obviously a massive super fan, but also someone who I think played a somewhat impressive game by the end of it. Now, he does have a pretty rough start in the original Gata, where he's not part of the initial majority there. He has a major crash out after the first immunity challenge, though was able to survive that. But afterwards, I do think he does pretty good work at building inroads with the Sam and Sierra side, to the point where they do decide to save him at the Fallen Tribal, or even Sierra decides to side with him over Annika. Though to be fair, I think some of that was due to other things, like the fact that he had gone this journey and gotten an amulet through that, and they wanted to at least have some influence in how that amulet is utilized in the game. But regardless, I do think Andy also put in good work in getting the likes of Sam to want to stick by him there. And then coming to the merge, he is able to play the middle somewhat effectively to where he built inroads with Genevieve and is able to break out Sam and Sierra not too long after the merge there. He is part of the flip against Gabe at the final 9. But I think the biggest pro to Andy's game is Operation Italy, where he's able to pull in Sam and Genevieve to make this major blindside against Caroline and to flip the game into their favor. And that should have been a move that could have catapulted him towards the end of the game, though they are thwarted the following round where Rachel has an idol and she does idol him out of the game, which is obviously not ideal. The fact that she goes for him over the likes of Sam, for instance. And I'm not really sure what his win equity was by the end of it, where I think on one hand, he's the type of person that can really talk up his game at Fallen Tribal, talking about how he was this underdog early on and that he was the orchestrator behind Operation Italy. But at the same time, I don't really know how well the jury really resonated with Andy. And supposedly Rachel threatened to poison the jury against him if he had voted her out the final 6. So I'm not really sure where Andy really stood in terms of him actually winning the game, but I still think Andy was a pretty active player, someone that was at least somewhat successful in getting a pretty big blindside to go through. And I think the fact that he was able to get out of the bottom, despite him not initially being part of the majority, is something to commend him for as a player as well. But at the same time, I think there are enough issues with him as a player, and the fact that he is only booted at the final 6 was enough to have him here at number 25. Now moving on to number 24, and we have yet another pretty big power player on their season. Actually the same season as Andy, but we do have Sam Phelan, also from Survivor 47. And I do think Sam is someone who also played a fairly impressive game for the most part, where I feel like he was a pretty big decision maker in the original Gata, being the main driver behind both the John and Annika blindsides, to the point where he was able to get Sierra to side with him during the Annika round and keeping Andy around, which I find pretty good there. Again, I feel like Sam played a pretty dominant game in the pre-merge, and I feel like Sam is the type of person that will be in that position more often than not on any given season. And while he does lose that not long after the merge, where he does get flipped on alongside Sierra, I think he's able to survive that pretty well and recover pretty well, where he and Sierra are targeted at the final 11, where he ends up losing Sierra in that spot. And while there was talk from Teeny about trying to flip the vote onto him over Sierra, I do think the fact that Sam survives that is fine enough, and I do think Sam recovers pretty well afterwards, where he's able to survive the next few rounds until he's able to flip against Gabe at the final 9, Kyle at the final 8, and he's pulled into Operation Italy at the final 7, where he's able to cause his flip against Caroline. That's pretty good. Though afterwards, he faces setbacks once again, where at the final 6, he is thwarted with Rachel playing an idol, taking Andy out. He is a secondary target at the final 5, but is able to get around that due to Genevieve being a bigger jury threat. And he is forced into fire at the final 4, where he does beat Teeny, only for him to get to the end where he still ends up losing. And obviously that's not great, the fact that he does lose a jury vote despite the adversity that he faced. And I think a lot of that is due to things outside of his direct control, where for one, you have Rachel going on this immunity run that he couldn't really account for, where I do think had he been able to get out Rachel along the way, that he probably would have had a better shot of winning, to where I do think against Sue and Teeny, he probably would have had a shot at least of winning. I think even against Sue and Andy, I think he also would have fared decently in that scenario. I don't think Sam was necessarily dead to rights in any given scenario. And also you had the fact that he had a pretty rough relationship with Teeny, to where Teeny wanted to target him on multiple opportunities. And also was pretty dead set against voting for him due to what he represented more so than things that he actively did. So I don't think Sam did that much wrong to cause his loss by the end of it. And I do think Sam is someone who I think plays pretty well in a season. I think he's someone that wouldn't make the merge almost every single time that he plays. Though I think what separates him from other figurehead figures like Danny and Brandon is that I feel like he was able to survive being on the bottom, where even though he does get flipped on, I think he's able to navigate the bottom decently to get back into power positions. And I do think that distinction is what causes him to be pretty high on the list, even though he does end up losing a jury vote by the end of it. And that's why I have him here at number 24. Now moving on to number 23, and this is someone who I did consider having a little bit higher, though at the same time, I think this is also someone who kind of struggles with winning the game, and it was also not the most effective player in the world. But we do have Carolyn from Survivor 44. And I think the really tough thing about Carolyn is I just feel like she's someone that just doesn't get her way all that much in the game, where I just feel like across 44, she was very much the third wheel within the Tika 3 for so much of the game, to the point where it made it very unlikely that she would actually win the game at the end. Now with that said, I still think her game is solid, where on the original Tika, she is fairly safe during a lot of that, where she does secure the loyalty of Jan Jam and Carson for those early rounds. So at the same time, I do feel like Carson is doing more of the maneuvering for that grouping, and while she does get a bit more agency at the swap, where she essentially becomes a swing vote in that spot, I feel like that was more so due to circumstance in that situation, to where she does get a one-up on Jan Jam there and voting at Sarah Wade. though she does side back with Jan Jan by the time of the following round, to where she would have been willing to vote out Josh at that point had Matthew not quit the game. And then after the merge, she is part of this core group that is able to play in the middle effectively, but at the same time, I do feel like it is Jam Jam and Carson that do more of the maneuvering for the trio, and I feel like Carolyn is just kind of there for a lot of it, where she ends up not being part of the plan to put votes on Franny during the Brandon round. You have her building this connection with Franny and trying to get her through the game, but you have Jan Jim and Carson sniping her out to weaken Carolyn. At the final 7, you have her kind of saving Carson in the sense that she was willing to play an idol on him, though even then they had the numbers to take out Danny regardless. And I do feel like she is walking towards a losing endgame. And again, she gets to the final 3 with Jan Jam and Heidi in a position to where she can't really win that. And even if Carson were there, that she would lose that as well. It's just very hard to see how Carolyn gets to the end in a winning scenario. And while I think she is a massive super fan, someone that understands the game pretty well, I don't think she really has the social capital to really get her way in a lot of situations. And I think we even see that on the traders as well, where I feel like that was another season where it just felt like she was just not getting her way in many opportunities there. So I do think Carolyn is someone who, while I think she has plenty of skills for the game, and I think she's someone that knows the game pretty well, I just don't think she has quite the same social capital to get individual moves done the way that she wants. And I think she's the type of person that isn't going to get much credit for playing the game actively, despite her doing so. To where it's sort of hard for me to have Carolyn too much higher than this spot. But still, I think her game on the season was good enough to be here at number 23. Now moving on to number 22, and we're moving on now to a small grouping of more dominant players, people that were very much impacting the action on their seasons. Though despite that, they are still taken out before the end. But number 22, we're starting this off with Omer from Survivor 42. And again, I think Omer was very much the leader of the Takus for so much of that game, where he was a pretty big decision maker during the Mariah tribal and taking her out over Mary Ann. After the merge, he is pretty critical in creating the Big Threat Alliance, where despite him not having a vote, and despite there being some talk of shifting the vote onto him, he's able to get the other Takus to really put in the work to shift the vote onto Lydia instead. And really moving forward, I do feel like he is a pretty big factor in the game, where his alliance takes out Chanel and Roxroy. He is also able to get Mike to turn against High at the final 8. That's pretty good. He's also able to win the battle against Drea at the final 7. And again, I do feel like Omer and his side are really able to drive a lot of the action for the majority alliance. Though with that said, he does eventually become a pretty big target at the final 6, to where Marianne does decide to turn on him at that point. And this is despite him having some outs, where I think the big one is the fact that Lindsay had an amulet that she could have used to save him there, but decides not to, which is obviously a shortcoming on Lindsay's end, but also not great that Omer still had an out in that position. And beyond that, I don't really know how much win equity Omer really had by the end of it, where we now know from after the season that Drea really turned the jury against him, largely due to this conception that Omer was systematically targeting all the POC, which you can definitely criticize as an unfair assessment, but it does mean that had Omer gone to the end, that he would have faced a lot of adversity on the jury, and obviously that's not great there either. But regardless, I still look at Omer as a fairly solid player, someone who was obviously a major force in his season. But the reason I don't have him higher is, again, he's only in 6th place, and I do think his boot is one that could have been avoided. But still, I think he's a good enough player to have him here at number 22. Now moving on to number 21, and we have yet another pretty active player and someone who I think was a major driver in the post-merge, though I think beyond that they still have some issues as a player, but we do have Ricard from Survivor 41. And obviously Ricard does dominate the game alongside Shan for a lot of it, where on the original UA, he has a pretty tight connection with her, to the point where Shan does end up choosing him over all of her other connections. So I do have to give Ricard quite a bit of credit for that. Though despite that, I still think Shan was more the core decision maker on that group, where I do think he was kind of at the mercy of Shan during a lot of the pre-merge there, which is a criticism there. Not to mention that he and Shan do have some disagreements along the way as well, particularly in how to handle the extra vote and the beware advantage, but regardless, they do end up getting to the merge together, where at that point they do comprise a majority alliance. Though at the same time, I still think Shan is in the better spot initially compared to Ricard, where she does have the connection to Liana and the other POC members. That does result in Shan being in a better position for those first few rounds. But I don't think Ricard takes it sitting down, where we do see him building inroads as well with the Xander, Erica, and Heather side of things. That does allow him to eventually flip the game against Shan at the final 8, which I do have to give Ricard a good amount of credit for in pulling off the Shan blindside. But it's also a move that does make him a bigger target for down the road, and while they're able to pick off the outsiders and Liana and Danny at the final 7 and final 6 respectively, I don't think Ricard was set up well to get to the very end, where even though he does have this connection with Xander, I always got the sense that Xander saw Ricard as more of a shield and someone that he was going to cut down the road. And sure enough, by the final five, Ricard is the biggest target left on the board, and sure enough, he is taken out once he fails to win immunity. So again, I do think Ricard definitely runs out of runway by the end of the game, and it's sort of hard for me to see how it gets to the very end. But at the same time, I do think he had more win equity than someone like Omer, to where I do think had he gotten to the end, he is a likely winner against pretty much everyone that's not Erica, and even against Erica, I think he has a pretty good shot there. So I do feel like Ricard is another person that does play a pretty impressive game, though not a sole dominant one, and he still ends up being a target by the end of it. And it's for that reason that I do have him here at number 21. Now moving on to number 20, and we have yet another pretty big power player across a lot of their season, but another one that's taken out a bit before the very end. But we do have Steven from Survivor 49. And I look at Steven as probably a better version of Omer and Ricard, in the sense that I think he's probably more of a sole dominant player for a lot of the game compared to someone like Ricard, but still having a lot of win equity compared to someone like Omer, where I do feel like Steven plays a pretty impressive game in the pre-merge, being essentially the center of the Hina tribe, and while they never go to tribal, I do feel like he does a pretty good job of building a power structure there. You also have the second swap tribe, where he's able to build a pretty solid alliance with Juwan and Sage that does give him an extra option coming into the merge, and his side does control those early votes in the post-merge, taking out Nate without too much difficulty. You also have the Fallen 9, where he ends up being part of the plan to split on Alex and Sophie B. That's pretty good. Though he does end up losing control at the final 8, where he does end up losing Juwan in that spot. That's not great, and he really does spend a lot of the game afterwards as a pretty big target, where he ends up winning immunity at final 7, a spot to where he likely gets targeted had he not won immunity there. But then he's voted out at the final 6, with even Christina and Sage turning on him, which is obviously a shortcoming there. But regardless, I still look at Steven as a pretty strong player, someone who I think played pretty well for the first 2/3 of his run, and also someone who I think had a lot of win equity, to where I think had he gone to the end, he is a likely winner of the season. And I think he's also someone who's pretty good at each aspect of the game, to where I would expect him to make it fairly deep on a lot of appearances. And also he's someone who's pretty good in challenges, as we saw in the end of his run. That makes it so that even if he is on the bottom, I think he can win his way out for a lot of it. So I think it's for those reasons I do have Steven relatively high here. But at the same time, he is still only in 6th place and someone who was kind of on the ropes by the end of his run. It's for that reason that I do have him here at number 20. Now moving on to number 19, and we are talking about the next winner on the board, and that person is Marianne from Survivor 42. And again, I look at Marianne as a pretty good player, but also someone who is a bit high variance, where, again, I think she's someone who definitely has potential to be an early boot on certain appearances, where we see on the original Taku that she's not really part of the core initially, where I do feel like Omer, Jonathan, and Lindsay are more so the core on that initial grouping. And while she does survive the first tribal over Mariah, I'm inclined to think she would have been cut had they gone to another tribal in the pre-merge, and I do think she's very much helped by the fact that they have someone like Jonathan on their tribe, someone that is very good, at least in team challenges. Though at the same time, she also didn't have the greatest relationship with Jonathan, to where she would get into arguments with him at various points, but regardless, she ends up being pulled into the Taku 4 that does end up being in the driver's seat for a lot of the post-merge, where she's part of a lot of these votes, taking out Lydia, splitting the vote on Chanel and Romeo, being part of the initial plan to flip Andrea until backing out of that. But I think she's really able to step up her game towards the very end, where she is part of this flip against Omer at the final 6. And while I don't think she was the main driver of that vote, where I would probably give Jonathan more of the credit for doing so, I do think she does a good job at taking credit for that move afterwards, where I do think she's able to sell it pretty well to the jury at Final Tribal, which is pretty good. Now, I think she kind of misplaced the Final 5, where she does consider keeping Lindsay around, which I think would have been a blunder on her end, though she does eventually come around to voting out Lindsay in that spot. And she's also able to build a connection with Romeo, to where Romeo does decide to save her after he wins Final Immunity, which I think is pretty good there. And again, I think she does pretty well at Final Tribal, where she's able to take a lot of credit for the Omer move and is able to pull out her idol and really showcase that to the jury to make Mike look foolish for playing an idol on her at the Final 5 when he didn't need to. So I do think Marianne is able to really snatch the win away from Mike, which I do find pretty impressive there. And I think in general, Marianne is someone who I think understands the game pretty well. I think she's someone who, while I think can still be an early boot in certain situations, is still good enough socially to where I think she can definitely find her grouping of people. And I think she's also someone that was really able to turn up her game at the very end to secure her win. And I think that was all pretty impressive. But still, I think she can definitely be prone to being targeted early. And I still think there are other winners that I have more confidence in as players.
and that's why I do have her here at number 19. Now moving on to number 18, and we have another winner to talk about here, and that is Kenzie, the winner of Survivor 46. And I think compared to Marianne, I think Kenzie definitely has some advantages, where I think the major one is consistency. I feel like Kenzie is probably a lot better socially compared to Marianne, in the sense that I have more confidence in her to gel well with more people, to where I would expect her to make it deeper on more seasons compared to Marianne there. Now, yes, she was definitely talked about as a potential target early on from the likes of Jess, Banu, even Q, though I think Kenzie had a very tight connection with Tiffany, to where I feel like that gave her a lot of safety on the original Yanu to remain pretty safe there, to the point where they survive all the way out to the final 3 of that tribe, which is pretty good. We didn't get to the merge, where I feel like Kenzie remains relatively safe for a lot of that section of the game, where I feel like she is rarely talked about as that big of a target, and is able to build inroads with the likes of Charlie, Ben, and Liz, to where that eventually becomes a pretty solid final 4 grouping. Now, with that said, I still think there are definitely missteps along the way. The fact that she is left out of the Tiffany blindside at the final 8, even though she had talked about turning on Tiffany beforehand, which, to be fair, is probably not the right move for her to be making, but still, the fact that she was left out of that vote is not particularly ideal there. Other than beyond that, the fact that she never really drives many of the votes in the post-merge, where, again, while she is part of the majority alliance, I don't think Kenzie really drives much of the action during a lot of the game, which I think is also an issue as well. Also, the fact that she really puts in a lot of effort to building this relationship with Ben, where we see her helping Ben during all these panic attacks. But yet, despite that, Ben doesn't really value her that highly in the game, where we obviously see him winning final immunity and then putting her into fire over Charlie. And even afterwards, we know that Ben would have voted for Charlie had it been a tie. So again, I feel like the fact that she still puts in effort with Ben to gain his favor, but is never able to get him to flip, is not great there. And while she ends up beating Charlie by the end, I think even her win is pretty dicey, where for one, it is only a 5-3 vote, where the swing vote there was Maria, someone who flips her vote from Charlie to Kenzie due to questionable circumstances that I don't think Kenzie did much actively to bring about. I think beyond that, there are also people that voted for Kenzie simply because she needed the money more, and I think her banking on that sympathy is a strategy that isn't going to work on all casts, so I think she also benefits from that. And again, also the fact that it is a 5-3 vote, where had Maria voted for Charlie, that Charlie would have won on a tiebreaker due to Ben being there. So again, I think even with Kenzie winning, I think there are definitely some questionable stuff there. And I think with her game outside of that, but not being the most impressive in the world, I think those things definitely keep Kenzie outside the top 10 for me. But still, I look at Kenzie as a good enough player, someone who I would have some confidence in to make it deep on a lot of seasons. And it's for the reason I do have her here at number 18. Now moving on to number 17, and we actually have someone from the same season as Kenzie and another person from Survivor 50, and here we have Tiffany. And I think between the two, I think I have a bit more confidence in Tiffany as a player, even though she is a non-winner while Kenzie is. As again, I feel like Tiffany is someone who's also pretty well-rounded, someone who I would rarely expect to be a pre-merge boot there, someone pretty good at each aspect of the game. And I do think there are definitely some pros to Tiffany's game over Kenzie's on 46, where again, I think she was very much the one in the center of Yanu and was the key decision maker there. And I think it is Tiffany that is able to keep Kenzie safe during a lot of the pre-merge there, despite Kenzie being talked about as this potential target there. And then after the merge, she's able to be part of the majority for those first few rounds, only for her to eventually become a pretty big target by the time of the final 8, to where she obviously gets voted out with an idol in her pocket, which is obviously not a great end to her run. And I feel like if we're basing it just off her 46 game, I probably would have Kenzie above Tiffany, but I think the thing that elevates Tiffany for me is 50, where Tiffany does come back for 50, and she's able to make it pretty deep yet again, getting all the way to the final 5, and having a decent amount of win equity as well. Now granted, I had definitely criticized Tiffany's 50 game, where again, I do feel like she spends a good amount of that season on the bottom, where she was obviously a secondary target coming to the merge. She was also a potential target on her swap tribe, and beyond that, I feel like she wasn't a major driver of the action on that season. But still, the fact that she gets all the way to the final 5 despite that, and having a lot of win equity as well, is a major reason why I do have confidence in Tiffany as a player. The fact that she has 2 pretty solid appearances within her, I do think that has to say something about her as a player and why I have her at least this high on the list. But still, I think considering that she is a non-winner and considering that I don't think either of her runs demonstrated the most amount of dominance in the world, I still only have her here at number 17. Now moving on to number 16, and we have yet another player from Survivor 50, and here we have Camilla. And again, I look at Camilla as another pretty solid player, definitely on a similar level to the likes of a Tiffany here, where she obviously plays a pretty solid game on Survivor 48,
where she was obviously part of the majority of the original Siva. After the swap, she pulls off this pretty impressive maneuver where her and Kyle are able to get a one-up on the California girls by taking out Thomas, while still being able to reintegrate afterwards, being part of the strong alliance that takes over the game after the merge. Now, I think compared to someone like Kyle, I don't think Camilla's really in the core of the strong alliance, where I do feel like she was definitely more on the outskirts of that. And even at the points where she does try to flip the game on the likes of Joe and Eva, she is somewhat unsuccessful in doing so, where she fails to pull in the likes of Mary and Star to coordinate a vote there, which I think is a problem there. And I think she does eventually allow herself to get to the Final Four in a spot to where it does seem like she doesn't have much of a path to the end, where it does seem like even Kyle is willing to flip against her to get to the end against Joe. So again, not a great end to her run, but still she did have a lot of win equity to where I do feel like she would have beaten Kyle had she gone to the end, which I feel like is a massive pro for her there. But then she comes back for 50, where I was actually a bit worried for her coming to 50, where I was worried that she was going to be a relatively early boot there. But yet, despite that, she was able to find a solid group on her initial try, building this alliance with Tiffany and Dee. That does allow her to be in a pretty good spot there. And then after the swap, she is a pretty key swing vote during the Charlie tribal. Though to be fair, I don't think she makes the best decision that spot voting out Charlie there. And it's one that does immediately backfire on her the following round, where I do think she does get screwed over by the Blood Moon twist, though at the same time, I think she was always going to be in a pretty rough spot there regardless. But still, I think Camilla definitely showed a lot of acumen for her game across her two appearances, and while I don't think she played the most dominant game by the end of it, I definitely think she showed a willingness to make big moves happen and is someone who still had a lot of respect from players within the game, is for the reason I do over here at number 16. Now moving on to number 15, and we have yet another player from Survivor 50 and another victim of the Blood Moon, and here we have Mother Vive. And obviously, Genevieve is someone who I feel like is another pretty impressive player, someone who I think played a very fluid game on Survivor 47, being the center of her initial tribe, having Rome as a smokescreen, but also having connections with both sides there and being a critical decision maker during both the Asia and Kashan tribals. After the merge, she's once again able to build inroads with the likes of Andy and the Gatas, while still working with the Tukus for those first few rounds, breaking up Sam and Sierra, and being a pretty major driver behind the Saul blindside, which is actually not that good of a move for her. I've talked about this before in the past, where I do feel like taking out Saul was taking out someone that was willing to work with her while also elevating her threat level, which is obviously not ideal there. Though she is able to counter that the following round, where she is able to flip the game against the Tukus there, taking out Gabe and Kyle, despite her being the secondary target in those spots. And then at the final 7, she is able to work alongside Andy and Sam to pull off Operation Italy, which I find pretty good on Genevieve's end there. Though to be fair, she was also the secondary target in that spot there, but whatever. But still, I think Genevieve is able to play a very dynamic game for so much of it, and while I don't necessarily agree with all of her moves, I still think the fact that she's in those positions to begin with, I think definitely says something there. Now, beyond that, I do think she kind of gets unlucky by the final 6, where Andy gets idled out of the game, and at the final 5, she is a pretty big target on the board, though at the same time, she's at least able to get Teeny to vote with them to ensure that it's at least a 3-2 vote. And I do think Genevieve is someone who is a likely winner if she gets to the end. Now, I don't really know if she wins against Rachel in particular, but I do think had she gone to the end against someone other than Rachel, I do think she's a very likely winner in that situation. So again, I do feel like she plays a pretty solid 47 game, and she ends up coming back for 50, and does essentially the same thing early on, where I do feel like she does pretty good work initially, building inroads with the original Vatus, being in a good spot there, and also being in a good spot under Swap Tribe with the coach side of things to where she would have been pretty safe there as well, only for her to get screwed over by the Blood Moon twist, where she ends up getting a really bad draw with the likes of Aubrey and Christian on her group. That makes it very hard for her to get around that. Also, the fact that she didn't have an idol to save herself, despite the fact that she had found 2 of them on their pre-merge tribe. So again, I do feel like Genevieve gets very much unlucky by how that situation plays out there. Though at the same time, I still look at Genevieve as a pretty solid player, someone who I think is very active strategically, and also someone who I think is definitely capable of getting into good positions. Though the reason I don't have her in the top 10 is, one, placement, the fact that she still fails to get to the end and is still a pretty big target by the end of it. Also, socially, while I think she's pretty good at building alliances, I don't think she necessarily gets along with everyone, as we saw with Aubrey on 50. And again, strategically, while I think she is definitely competent for the most part, I don't think she's above making mistakes there. But regardless, I think she's still a solid enough player to have her here at number 15. Now moving on to number 14, and we have yet another person from Survivor 50 and another winner to go along with it. And here we have Savannah from Survivor 49.
And again, I think Savannah is another pretty solid player for the most part, even though I definitely have some gripes with her winning game where, again, I think for one, she's someone who is kind of relying on challenges, especially in the back half of it, to where I don't really love that aspect to it. Though at the same time, the fact that she is able to pull off these challenge wins does say something about her ability as a player. The fact that she is pretty good physically and comes pretty close to tying the immunity record, at least on the female side of things. And beyond that, I think she's pretty good at building a core group, as we see with her building the Tres Leches side of things. That does end up becoming a pretty solid alliance during a lot of the post-merge there. So again, I think Savannah is someone who is definitely capable in the game, and I think she has plenty of decent skills as a player. But again, I think her winning game is one that is very lackluster, where I think she is rarely the one in the driver's seat. And I think another thing that really holds her back as well is the fact that she is just so loyal in the game, the fact that she was willing to take Sophie B to the end, while Sophie B doesn't reciprocate, where we literally see Sophie B putting her in the fire at the Final Four in a position to where Savannah didn't really see that coming. And I do think that's a major hindrance for her being higher on this list, the fact that despite her having these skills for the game, that she is still pretty blindly loyal to her allies when they don't necessarily reciprocate. I think that's a pretty big issue there, and a reason why I don't have her higher. Though even so, I still look at her as a pretty solid player and another winner on the board, which is why she's here on number 14. Now moving on to number 13, and we have probably one of the most difficult players left on the board to assess here, as I think this person has some really massive pros, but also some pretty big downsides that keep me from having them in the top 10. But at number 13, we do have Joe Hunter from Survivor 48 and Survivor 50. And to me, Joe is such a weird player to assess, as on one hand, I think his track record really speaks for itself, where he ends up getting all the way to the end 2 times, never getting voted out, and with one of those appearances being a pretty dominant showing as well. I think beyond that, he also has a tremendous amount of skill for the game, where he's pretty good at building a core group. He's also someone who is very good physically as well, to where he can definitely win challenges. And again, I think Joe is someone who just inherently I have a lot of confidence in to make a deep run on Survivor. But at the same time, I think it's fair to ask if he can ever win the game. And again, we've now seen him getting to the end both times, and each time he just doesn't have any win equity, where he's kind of looked at as a joke both times. And I think a lot of that is due to his own actions, where he's this type of player that will just preach on honor and integrity. He will never really own up to really playing the game. And I think that's just a mindset that has held him back on both of his appearances. So I feel like that's a major downside to his game there. And I think it also bleeds into why he is able to get to the end both times, where I feel like due to people feeling that they can beat him at Final Tribal, that they're just comfortable taking the Final 3 despite him coming off as his threat, despite him coming off as his domineering presence, and despite him coming off as someone that can easily win immunity challenges, as Joe is someone that they're just simply not scared of to beat them at the end. So I feel like that can also explain his results, despite him also having all these skills for the game. But despite that, I still think it's that skill set that makes me somewhat confident in Joe, as I don't think he's ever likely to be a pre-merge boot unless it's due to his previous reputation. And even beyond that, I think he's someone who, despite him lacking win equity, I still think he is very capable of building a core alliance around him. He ends up playing a pretty dominant game on 48, and even on 50, while I don't think he plays as dominant of a game, I still think he is able to find a pretty core group around him that is able to keep him pretty safe during a lot of the game. So I think it's that ability for Joe to make it deep on almost every single appearance, and with him also having these skills outside that can allow him to get through the game. I think those things are enough to where I still look at Joe as one of the better players of the new era, but it's also those massive downsides that keep him here on number 13. Now moving on to number 12, and we have yet another person who I feel like played a pretty impressive game, though I think compared to Joe, this person actually had more of a shot of actually winning by the time of the end game. But we do have Sophie B from Survivor 49. And even though Sophie ends up losing the game here, I look at her as one of the better runners-up in the new era, as I feel like her game is pretty impressive. Where on the original Calais, I feel like she's pretty well situated there, where while Jake is definitely more the decision maker on that tribe, I feel like Sophie has the closest relationship to Jake, to where I feel like had Jake remained in the game, that he would have stuck by Sophie B the rest of the way. And once Jake actually does lead the game, I feel like Sophie inherits the position that Jake had, to where coming into the Jeremiah round, it is essentially her decision over whether to take out Jeremiah or Alex there, and obviously she does decide to take out Jeremiah there. We then get to the swap, where I feel like she does pretty good work at building inroads with the Uli alliance there, building a pretty solid alliance with Rizzo and Savannah that is pretty crucial to her game moving forward as well. And then after the merge, while that group does face a setback in losing Nate, I feel like she recovers pretty well from that situation afterwards. And then eventually she does vote out Alex the following round, where again, you can definitely criticize whether that was the right move for her, though I think considering just how solid of an alliance she had in Savannah and Rizzo, I don't think it really harms her game too much down the road, as I feel like she had a pretty solid game plan there. And again, I do feel like the Tres Leches are able to really take control afterwards, voting out Jawan, voting out Sophie S, Steven, and Christina, and gets to the Final Four in a pretty favorable position to where she should be pretty likely to reach Final Tribal there, but even then, she wins Final Immunity herself. And I think she makes the correct decision and wanted to target Savannah, recognizing that Savannah was her toughest beat out of the Final Four and putting her into fire, which I think shows a killer instinct that Sophie B really needs in the game. Though unfortunately it doesn't work out for her, where Savannah wins the fire making challenge and she does lose a jury vote at that point. Though even then, she still put up a pretty decent fight there, where she is able to get a couple of votes at Final Tribal, to where I still think Sophie B is someone who I look at as a pretty solid player, someone who I think is pretty good at each aspect of the game. And even though she does lose to Savannah, I think had she gotten to the end against Sage and Rizzo, that she is the likely winner there, despite what Rizzo has said after the season, but whatever. But I look at Sophie B as definitely one of the better non-winning players of the new era for me, and just in general in Survivor. But still, it is the fact that she does not pull out the win by the end of it that leaves her here at number 12. Now moving on to number 11, the final person to not make the top 10 was a debate for me. I did juggle around a couple people here, but at number 11, I did decide to go with Erica from Survivor 41. And again, I look at Erica as a pretty solid player, someone who my view of her has definitely gone up over time, with a lot of that being due to how poorly the show portrayed her winning game. But I look at her game as pretty good, where on the original Luvu, she was in a pretty solid spot there, having a tight connection with Deshawn and Danny. And while the show made it seem like she was in danger in the pre-merge, that simply was not the case. That was more so to make it seem like she was facing adversity there. But again, she was very much in the majority at that point. Early merge, same thing, working alongside the Luvus plus the POC alliance, until she is part of this flip that happens at the final 8, where her alongside Ricard do flip the game against Shan there. And while I think Ricard was probably more the orchestrator of that particular move, I think Erica probably benefits the most from Shan leaving the game, where obviously by Ricard making the move, it makes him a bigger target for down the road, but she still gets to keep her own ally in Heather, and through them working with Xander and Ricard, they're able to essentially dominate a lot of that endgame, getting all the way to the Final Four, where I do think Erica is not only the biggest jury threat of the Final Four, but also the one who I think is in the better position to get to the end, where, again, she does have the likes of Heather that is sticking by her side there, and while Deshawn probably would have targeted her, we even have Xander, who wins the actual challenge and decides to not put Erica in the fire, seemingly due to him thinking that Erica would lose if she didn't have winning the fire making challenge on her resume, which is just dumb, but she ends up getting to the final 3 where she demolishes a jury vote there. And again, I think Erica is a pretty skilled player, pretty good at each aspect of the game. I think she's someone who I think would do well more often than not, and I do think her winning game is pretty impressive on the whole. And it's for that reason that I have her this high on the list. The reason I don't have her higher though is I feel like with other people, they either played more dominant games compared to Erica, or they have more evidence of playing well from various positions compared to Erica. Whereas I feel like Erica was just kind of in the majority the entire time and didn't really pop as much as I would like, but still I think she's a pretty solid player, which is why she's here at number 11. And with that, we are finally inside the top 10, and if you watched my previous top 10 players of the new era video, there shouldn't be that many surprises compared to that. Though with that said, there are definitely some things to take into account and some changes here and there, but at number 10, we have someone who was on my previous top 10 list, but they're still here, and here we have Rachel from Survivor 47. And again, I look at Rachel as a slightly better version of Erica, where even though her winning game is significantly worse than Erica's, where she does spend a lot of the game on the bottom, I think through her being on the bottom, she actually demonstrated more skills for the game, where, for one, I think she has a ton of challenge ability, where we do see her winning a good amount of challenges on her run. That's pretty good. I think she's also pretty good strategically, where I think she understands the landscape of the game pretty well and what she should be doing. And I think compared to someone like Savannah, who I look at somewhat similarly to Rachel, I think she has more of a killer instinct, and she's not as blindly loyal as someone like Savannah, which I think gives Rachel an edge there as well. And while we rarely see her in a power position across a lot of the game, I still think she was pretty good at finding groups along the way, where on her initial tribe, she was part of the Women's Alliance that did seem to have control early on until they get flipped on at the Annika round, which I don't really fault Rachel too much for that. I think during the early merge, we do see her being willing to play ball with like Saul and with the other Tukus, and we do see her being part of the flip against Gabe at the final 9. She was also part of the majority initially at the final 7 until she gets flipped on due to Operation Italy. But even then, she's able to idle out Andy the following round, which I guess is another pro, the fact that she was able to find idle on the way. And again, I think while Rachel is someone who doesn't really dominate the game at all, really, and is on the bottom for so much of it, I think she just demonstrates so much skills for the game to where I feel like on any given season, I would actually have a decent amount of confidence in Rachel to do pretty well. And I think it's for that reason that I still have her here at number 10. Now moving on to number 9, and we have another person who was on the original top 10, was actually on both of my top 10 lists previously, though this person has continually gone down as more people have gotten added over time. But at number 9, we do have Jesse from Survivor 43. And again, I think Jesse plays a very dominant game on 43, where he alongside Cody essentially run the game from beginning to end. And I think Jesse's someone who is very good both socially and strategically, where I think strategically he's someone who very much has a killer instinct, where we do see him flipping against Cody at the final 6. And I think beyond that, you have him orchestrating the Noelle blindside. He's able to really build a final 3 with Cody and Gabler as well, being able to build inroads with the Cocos at the early merge. And again, I think there's just so many points in the season where Jesse's clearly the one in the driver's seat there, and he's someone who would have won had he gotten to the end. But at the same time, I think the major issue with Jesse is his physical ability, where, again, he's just incapable of winning challenges, which is obviously his downfall by the end of it, where he ends up becoming a pretty big threat by the end game, and he's just unable to really get out of that outside of him playing an idol at Final 5, and obviously we know what happens at Final 4. But I still think Jesse is a very strong player who plays a very impressive game. And again, I still think he is one of the better players of the new era as well, but considering that he just lacks the ability to save himself if he were to be targeted down the road, I think that is a major hindrance in why he's not higher, but I still look at him as one of the better players, and that's why he's here on number 9. Now moving on to number 8, and we have another person who was on both lists, though this person has gone down in my estimation a bit over time, and that person is Carson from Survivor 44. And again, I think Carson and Jesse are pretty similar. I've made this comparison multiple times. Both of them play pretty dominant Final Juror games on their respective seasons. Though I think the thing that separates Carson is I think he's a bit more well-rounded in terms of him being a bit better in challenges and in finding idols. That does make me think that Carson could get out of being targeted more so than Jesse. And I also think Carson had a smoother path to getting to the end and winning, where I don't think Jesse had that. Where I think Jesse kind of had to make a trade-off where he could either get to the end against Cody and potentially lose, or cut Cody and guarantee that he would win, but have almost no path to getting to the end. I think Carson is someone who had a solid Final 3 that was willing to take him to the end, and he clearly wins that. So I think that's another advantage for Carson in that regard, where the only thing really stopping him from getting that is the fact that Heidi wins Final Immunity, where obviously that's an issue there. But I think outside of that, I have to look at Carson's game as pretty impressive, and he's obviously one of the better players of the new era, for better or worse, but still the fact that he doesn't actually get to the end is why I don't have him higher, and because of that, he is here at number 8. Now moving on to number 7, and we actually have a new addition to this top 10, someone who was not on this list previously, and we actually have the highest ranked person who did not make it the final tribal on either of their appearances, and here we have Rizzo from Survivor 49 and 50. And again, Rizzo is able to get to the final 4 2 times back to back, which I think is pretty impressive by itself, sort of similar to Joe Hunter. I think the consistency is a major reason why I have him this high on the list. And I think Rizzo is someone who is pretty good strategically, where I think he's a pretty big fan of the show, someone who I think is able to navigate around various situations. And I think really both of his games are pretty impressive, where he's able to get into a solid alliance on 49. And despite that group facing adversity, he's able to ride that out, where he obviously has this whole idol play where, again, I still think it's dumb, but the fact that he's able to get all the way to the final 5 without ever having to play an idol is pretty impressive there. Though obviously he ends up going out in final 4 in a position to where I don't think he wins a jury vote. Now, he has claimed otherwise by him saying that he would win against Savannah and Sophie B, though I do highly contest that as well. But it is a solid game, and I feel like if we're just basing it off 49, I would probably have Rizzo probably around where like the likes of Andy or Mike Turner are, but I think it's the fact that he comes back for 50 and plays another impressive game. That's what really catapults him to the top 10 for me, where Coming into 50, he had a pretty big target on his back with people just not really trusting him that much and him just being this unknown, and even having some unlikely personalities on his tribe with the likes of Colby and Q even. But I think the fact that Rizzo comes into that situation and is able to get into the majority on that tribe is pretty impressive. The fact that he's able to build a good relationship with Colby and with Q and is able to get into that majority alliance is all very impressive there. And moving forward, I think Rizzo is able to do the same thing on his swap tribe, where while he is looked at as an initial target, he's able to build that solid connection with D that does allow him to remain pretty safe at the one trouble they go to in the pre-merge, which is pretty good there. But obviously, after the merge, he's part of this alliance alongside Ozzy and Sari that is able to ride out during a lot of the early merge. But he also branches out and builds a side alliance with Jonathan and Joe that is also to catapult him deeper into the game as well, especially once he ends up flipping against Ozzy. And again, I feel like the fact that Rizzo is able to navigate the post-merge pretty well, gets all the way to the Final Four yet again, in a spot to where he had a pretty solid spot to the Final Three if Aubrey did not win Final Immunity there. I think all that is pretty good. Though at the same time, I think win equity is once again an issue for him on that season, where I don't really see Rizzo winning a jury vote there as well. And sort of similar to Joe Hunter, I think Rizzo's someone who is in this weird spot where despite him making 2 deep runs and despite him having tons of skill for the game, it's a big question over whether he can actually win a jury vote, even if he were to get to the end. And obviously that's a pretty big issue for him there. But I still think his 2 appearances definitely show a lot of skill for the game, where I think the 50 game in particular really made me impressed by Rizzo, and that's a major reason why he is in the top 10. But still, it's the fact that he can't really click his way to the final tribal, and even beyond that, I think win equity is also an issue. It's for those reasons I can't have him higher here, but still, I think Rizzo really demonstrated himself as a player across these 2 seasons, which is why he's here at number 7. Now moving on to number 6, and we have yet another person who was on the original top 10 list, and they're still here now. And here we have Jam Jam from Survivor 44. And again, I think Jam Jam is a very solid all-around player, where he is very good socially, where we do see him building some pretty solid inroads on his initial tribe that are able to keep him pretty safe during the pre-merge. And then after the merge, he alongside Carson are really able to play the middle very effectively there. Now, it's not as if Jam Jam is safe the entire way, where he's obviously in a hairy spot during the Josh round, and again during the split tribal, though he's able to survive both of those. And at the same time, I do think Carson was probably more of the driver strategically for the duo, where I do feel like Carson probably had more of the connections to actually make the moves that they did. And I think the fact that Jam Jam was also blindly loyal to the Tika 3 is an issue there as well, where he was willing to go to the final 3 against Carson and Carolyn, likely knowing that he was going to lose to Carson by the end. But due to Carson being sniped out, that does allow him to actually pull out the win by the end of it. So again, I don't think Jam Jam's a perfect player by any means, and I definitely think he's someone that probably needs a Carson to really navigate him strategically during a lot of the game. But I still think he has enough chops on his own to where I do think he is able to play in a pretty impressive game by itself. And he's someone who I think in most situations comes into the end game with a lot of win equity, where I think outside of Carson, he was by far the next biggest jury threat on the board. And I think on other seasons, Jam Jam is someone who very well can win a jury vote, as we see. So I think it's for those reasons that I still look at Jam Jam as one of the better players in the new era, and it's for the reason he is here at number 6. Now moving on to number 5, and we have the last new addition to the list, someone that was not on the list previously, but after a certain appearance, they are here now. But we do have Jonathan from Survivor 42 and Survivor 50. And again, this is largely due to his 50 appearance. Not to say that he was a bad player on 42 by any means, where despite the narrative on 50 being that Jonathan didn't know what he was doing the first time, I actually think Jonathan demonstrated a lot of skill on 42, where he was actually a pretty active member within the Taku 4 of really driving a lot of the action during a lot of the game. And I do actually have to give Jonathan quite a bit of credit for that. He obviously builds a very tight connection with Mike after the merge, where they're pulled into the Big Threat Alliance. He is a major driver during the split tribal and trying to shit the vote onto Drea. That obviously doesn't go through, but still he was pretty active in that spot. He is also pretty active during the Omer blindside, where I do feel like he is one of the first members to really turn against Omer there. And while he doesn't take credit for the move fully, I still think he was pretty active in that spot. And some of the fact that he's able to get all the way to the Final Four, despite him being this very physical presence, I think definitely says something to how he navigates during the game. Though with that said, I still think he had plenty of weaknesses, like the fact that he's not the greatest socially. He definitely had some pretty poor relationships with the likes of Marianne and with Lindsay. And also the fact that he had no win equity in that season, where even if he had one fire, he just doesn't win a jury vote there. So again, not the greatest, but still pretty good player. But obviously the major reason he's in the top 10 is because of 50, where I do feel like he plays a fairly impressive game in that season, being part of the majority for a decent amount of it. He was obviously able to replicate a lot of the skills that I saw from him on 42 and is able to improve upon his game in that regard. He built a pretty solid alliance with Rizzo and Joe that's able to get him through a lot of that post merge there. And yes, while he does definitely lose numbers along the way, where he obviously loses the likes of Coach pretty early in the merge, that's obviously not great. I still think Jonathan was able to play another pretty impressive game and really get to highlight some of the strengths that he had from even his original season. But at the same time, I think he also demonstrates a lot of the downsides as well, like again, the way he treats certain people and obviously his win equity not being the greatest again either. And I think similar to Rizzo and with Joe, I think there's this question over whether he can actually win the game in really any scenario. But I still think Jonathan is probably one of the better players in the new era, especially after this season, where again, I think he's just able to come back in and replicate what he did on his original season, which I already thought was pretty good. But I think the fact that Jonathan was able to do that yet again and at least show some reflection upon his previous game was enough to have him in the top 10 this time, though again, I think it's that lack of win equity and obviously his social shortcomings that leave him outside of the top 4, but still it's good enough for him to be here at number 5. Now moving on to number 4, and we essentially had the same top 4 as my last top 10 video, so if you watched that, this may be a bit boring, though obviously 50 does inform some of my placements here for this top 4. But number 4, we actually had the same person here as I did last time, but we do have Austin from Survivor 45, and I look at Austin as one of the best non-winning players of the new era, where I think he plays a very impressive game on 45, being part of this core alliance that essentially dominates the game from beginning to end. I think even within that, Austin was a very active player, where on the swap tribe, I do think he was very much involved in pulling in Emily, really snatching her away from Kendra, who should have had the upper hand in getting that vote, considering that they had met on day 3, but Austin was able to really win her over there. After the merge, he is essentially in the center of the game, where he has his core alliance in the Reba 4, but even within that, he has a solid trio with Drew and Emily, but also having a very close relationship with Dee, to where Dee is very unlikely to turn on him there. And he's also never in danger the entire game, where I never think there's a point where Austin is that close to going home, which I think is also pretty impressive considering how well he's actually playing. Though with that said, I do think he makes a misstep at the final 7 by telling Dee about the plan to flip against Julie that essentially causes Emily to be idle out of the game there, and while that doesn't endanger Austin by any means, it also does kind of handcuff him into working with Dee for down the road. He obviously loses Drew the following round, and then at the final 5, while that entire tribal's a mess, I don't think Austin himself plays that poorly, where he recognizes that he should be targeting Julie in that spot and kind of gets his way by accident, though still I feel like he comes out of that situation mostly unscathed, and he gets to the final 4 where he is very well equipped to get the final tribal, where he obviously has Dee who is willing to take him to the end there, but outside of that, he's also pretty competent in the immunity challenge and also would have been pretty decent at fire had he been forced into that. But he ends up getting to the final 3 where despite Dee being his toughest beat, he still ends up getting 3 votes against her, where I do have to give him a lot of credit for that. Now obviously the major knocks is that I think he's too loyal to Dee in the game, to where again he did tell Dee about the Julie plan at the final 7. He also would have taken Dee to the end had he won final immunity, where considering that he does lose to Dee, that's an issue there. But I still look at Austin as a very well-rounded player, where I think he's almost never a pre-merge boot. I feel like he has tons of skills for the game, and I think his one appearance is a very impressive one, to where even though he doesn't win, I still look at him as one of the best players of the new era, and that's why I still have him here at number 4. Now moving on to number 3, and we are sticking with the order from the last list, and we have someone who I just mentioned, and here we have Dee from Survivor 45 and Survivor 50. And again, I think Dee's another very impressive player, plays a very dominant game on Survivor 45, spending so much of the game in the center of things, working alongside Austin and the rest of the Rebas to dominate the game there. Now, yes, I do think there are some minor hiccups with Dee, like the fact that she does vote for Seafood during the Sean Edwards tribal. You have the final 5 where she refuses to vote for Julie, that almost gets her voted out instead, and I think she gets saved by things outside of her control there. You have her taking Austin to the end, despite Austin being one of her toughest beats and only winning in a 5-3 vote there. So again, I think there are definitely qualms to be had with her 45 game, and I think you can actually debate her and Austin to a degree, though at the same time, I think she does outplay Austin by the end of it, where again, Austin was just completely loyal to her to the point where he tells her about the Julie plan at the Final 7, that she then relays to Julie to get Julie to play her idol there, and I think considering that she does directly outplay Austin, I think that's a major reason why she is above Austin in my eyes. And I think on 50, while her game doesn't go the greatest there, where I do think she makes a bit of a misstep by siding with Rizzo over Charlie, that does eventually result in her being taken out at the merge, I still think the fact that Dee even got to that point in the game is pretty impressive, where again, she was one of the biggest targets on the board coming into that season, and the fact that she was able to still find a majority alliance on her starting tribe and her swap tribe does at least say something about her as a player, and really I think 50 just affirmed everything I felt about Dee even before the season with her as a player, to where I don't think it really does much to lower my view of Dee as a player, but at the same time, not really enough to elevate her inside the top 2, but still, I look at Dee as one of the better players in the new era as well, which is why she's here at number 3. Now moving on to number 2, and we had the same top 2 as the last top 10, though after seeing 50 and after doing some reflection, I actually decided to change the order here compared to last time. By number 2, I do have Charlie from Survivor 46 and Survivor 50. Now I do think 50 was not the greatest showing for Charlie, where he ends up being a pre-merge boot, never survives a tribal, gets voted out in a spot to where he probably should not have, and I think he gets outplayed by Rizzo in that regard. And obviously those things aren't great. Though with that said, I don't think it's enough to really lower my view of Charlie too much in the grand scheme of things. I think it's more so just my view of the number 1 person has gone up more than it has for Charlie after seeing Survivor 50. But regardless, I look at Charlie as a very well-rounded player, played a very dominant runner-up game on Survivor 46, essentially dominating that game from beginning to end, really getting his way at so many opportunities, in a position to where I feel like Maria just allows Charlie to get what he wants at almost every single opportunity there. He obviously has Ben as a very solid number, someone who's willing to take him to the end, not because he thinks he can beat Charlie, but because he just likes Charlie a lot and would have been willing to vote for Charlie had the jury been a tie. And he comes very close to winning, only for it to come down to Maria's vote, where Maria doesn't vote for him, seemingly because she was bitter, even though I don't think Charlie even treated her that poorly in the game, where I do feel like he was managing her somewhat decently, to where I can't even fault him for losing Maria's vote by the end of it. But regardless, I still think Charlie played a very solid game on Survivor 46. And obviously, while 50 didn't go that well for him, I think obviously you had the target on his back coming to the season and just a lot of weird circumstances there. But I would say that on any given season, I would have a lot of confidence in Charlie to do very well there. And I do feel like Charlie is someone that has plenty of skills for the game, to where I do feel like he's pretty good at each aspect of the game. And I think with him also playing a very solid game in his own right, that is why I still have him in the top 10 for me. But obviously, I do feel like my view of the number 1 person has gone up more than Charlie after 50, to where I do have him here at number 2. And now, at number 1, the best player of the new era of Survivor to me is Kyle from Survivor 48 and Survivor 50. And again, I think my view of Kyle has gone up over time, where I was already very high on him as a player during 48, where obviously he's a very well-rounded player, being good at every aspect of the game, and I do feel like he plays a very solid winning game on 48, where while he wasn't the most dominant player in that season, where I feel like Joe is more out in front, I think he manages Joe and Eva very well to where they're willing to take him towards the end of the game, and I do feel like that's pretty good there, and also him recognizing that he could beat Joe is also a massive pro to him in that regard, though beyond that, he does spend a lot of the early game working alongside David on the original Siva. That puts him in a pretty good spot there. He works with Camilla during the swap, where while he was in some danger there due to them getting swap screwed, they're able to navigate that situation well for the most part. Now, yes, it is bad that he was targeted to begin with over Camilla, but again, I feel like he plays it pretty well, and afterwards they're able to rebuild connections with Shaheen and Joe to where that does allow him to be part of the majority after the merge. So I do feel like that's pretty good there. And he remains in a pretty good spot after the merge, where he has connections to Camilla, with David, with Joe and Eva. Though with that said, he's able to cause the flip against David at the final 9, manipulating Joe into turning against David, and to get David to be more mad at Joe than at Kyle. So I feel like that's pretty good there. He's able to essentially run a lot of the end game there, working alongside Joe, picking off the outsiders one by one. He outplays Shaheen at the final 6, getting Joe to keep him over Shaheen. And he does end up winning immunity at the final 4, where at that point he does decide to cut Camilla, which I find pretty good there, especially with him knowing that he would lose to Camilla at the final 3, which is pretty good. Gets to the final 3 with Joe and Eva, where he does win pretty handily. So I do look at Kyle as already a pretty impressive player based solely off his 48 game, and I think my view of Kyle has definitely gone up in the year since watching 48, which is pretty good. And I think the thing that also helps him is 50. Now, obviously, he is taken out very early in Survivor 50 due to him getting medevac. But despite that, I still think Kyle played decently for the short time that he was there, where while he did come into the season with a pretty big target on his back, with him being a former winner and with him also having Joe and Camilla on the cast, these people that he was associated with, he was still able to get into the initial majority on his tribe, building pretty solid connections with the likes of Genevieve, with Colby, with Q, with Rizzo even. And I feel like Kyle was able to sell himself up pretty well in that starting tribe. And had he been able to stay in the game, I am inclined to think that Kyle would have been able to play impressively for a bit. Now, obviously, we'll never know, considering that they do swap pretty early and considering that a lot of his original tribe gets picked off in the pre-merge. Who really knows what would have happened? But regardless, I still think Kyle is probably the most well-rounded player in the new era. I think he's someone who is rarely going to be targeted in the pre-merge, and I think beyond that, I think Kyle is extremely capable of playing an impressive game more often than not, and I think with him having 2 impressive games for what they are, I think that was enough to elevate Kyle above Charlie for me on this ranking, and that is why I do have him here on number 1. And there we go, that will do it for this week's video, along with this entire ranking here. If you like this content, be sure to like and subscribe, it helps with the channel. Now, I will be continuing to do more Survivor content down the road, so be on the lookout for that, and obviously, Big Brother is right around the corner, so be on the lookout for content on that show as well. I'm on Patreon and have a YouTube membership, so if you want to consider supporting the channel, you can do so by clicking the link in the description. And you can also join the Discord server by also clicking the link in the description. There's a lot of stuff coming your way, but for now, that is a video. See ya.